to start at a different site because that site was, you saw the site, the mountain. They were going to go into a certain area, which we know exactly where it is, and they were going to do that. And it's incredible what we've done. I tell you, the job we've done. You know, if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, you would right now, well, Israel would be gone, it would be incinerated, and probably the Middle East likewise. And remember, they have all of those missiles. And I heard they were sending missiles to UAE. I said, that's strange. You know, UAE is like the banker for Iran. They look like the banker. Qatar, their neighbors, they get along okay. Saudi Arabia, all of a sudden, Kuwait is getting hit. Bahrain is getting hit. All these countries are getting hit. There was no expert that would say that was going to happen. It's not a question of like, gee, should you have known? If we didn't know, big deal. I mean, we have to do what we have to do. But we hit them so hard like nobody's ever been hit. We hit them very hard. And we've extinguished most of their missiles. We've extinguished most of their drones. We've extinguished most of the places where the missiles and the drones are built. We've fully extinguished 2 layers of leadership and probably a third, if you believe some stories. So we only have one thing, that little choke point. And they've used it very well for years, but it doesn't work. But I think this, if some of these countries that we've been good to for years, and maybe more important than that, some of these countries that get 90% and 95% of their energy from Hormuz. It's crazy. Hormuz is a famous, wonderful, beautiful place, but you wouldn't want to be necessarily sailing a boat there right there. And you know why? Not because of them, because of us. Because we've taken out their entire Navy. We've taken out every one of their drone. They call it a drone layer, a mine layer. There's specific boats that are meant to put mines on. How would you like to have a nation that has 22 boats where their sole function, they're very different looking boats. You wouldn't want one for your family. They're not pretty. Their sole function is to lift a mine into
You wouldn't want one for your family.
They had 22 of them. We've taken out all of them. But we could probably drop them off on the bus. So we don't even know. By the way, we don't know that anybody's in the
one or two.
But the thought that they would scares people that have $1 billion ships. Yeah. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. I'd like to ask the Vice President about his plans to go after possible fraud in California and New York. We know, of course, about Minnesota. President Trump, first, can I ask you, you said earlier today that the new Supreme Leader, Kitover committee, you don't know if he's dead or alive. There are a couple of interesting reports about him today. There's one report that he just narrowly escaped death in the first airstrikes by stepping out to his garden. There's another report that he may actually be gay despite being a theocracy that hangs gay people. How do you determine what's true, and do you have an assessment of those?
Well, so far right now, if you look at his father, he used to give talks a lot, talking about death to America. They say death to America all the time. When they say death to America, you should believe them, because that's what they would have. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. But they never had the chance. I never gave them the chance to use it. And other presidents should have done. I spoke to one of the former presidents who I actually speak to some. I do like some people, be shocking. And he said, I wish I did what you did. Could have done it. Never had the Abraham Accords. You could never have had peace in the Middle East. Now you're going to have peace. You can never do it with the dark cloud of a nuclear Iran. But Iran is a shell of itself. It's no longer a bully. It's the one that gets bullied. It's a bully that got beat up. We beat the crap out of them. And they deserve that. When you see a soldier walking down the street without his arms, or being helped down the street because he's got no legs, or his face is blown to smithereens with no legs and no arms, and those two, no legs, no arms, and a face that got wrecked. And that was done by roadside bombs. It's the favorite weapon of Soleimani, who I killed in my first administration. General Soleimani, had I not killed him, that was the beginning of their downfall, because 5 of our military bases at one time, and the man that died with him was his counterpart in Iraq, and they were working together, and they got hit real hard. And if that didn't happen, we would have had a problem. But maybe more importantly than that, he was really the mastermind behind it, and they never found somebody to replace him in terms of the genius. I knocked him out, and that was a big step knocking him out. But if we didn't get rid of the Obama deal, I terminated it against the wishes of my then Secretary of State. He was no markup. Against the wishes of a lot of people at the time. You remember that, Peter? A lot of people. Had I not terminated, remember that, Stephen? You remember? They were all off. That deal was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had it 3 years ago, and it would have been used, I would say, 2 to 3 years ago, and it would have been used in the Middle East. And by the way, after they were finished that, they were coming over here. They never got a chance to do it.
Just want to ask you about something very interesting that you said twice today. You talked to another former president who got the Iranian strikes. Was it George W. Bush?
No.
Was it Bill Clinton?
I don't want to say. Because a member of the party, and they have trumped arrangements in their wall, but somebody that happens to like me, and I like that person who's a smart person, but that person said, I wish I did it. Okay, but I don't want to get him into trouble. Maybe, hey, you know what? Yeah, I think he probably know. It's interesting. Maybe he'd be proud. I could even ask him now, would you like me to review your names at Peter at Fox? Well, at least you have high ratings. Your ratings are through the roof, Peter. Congratulations.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
If Iran, as you say, totally obliterated, got the missiles, got the first 2 rounds of leadership, Air Force got Navy on, can we wrap this war up this week?
Yeah, sure. I don't think so, but it'll be soon. Won't be long. And we'll have a much safer world when it's wrapped up. It'll be wrapped up soon. We'll have a much safer world. I had an obligation to do the same way. I called it an excursion. I don't want to make this journey. We had the highest stock market in history. We had low gas prices. Everything was good. And I know exactly. I know what you're going to do it. People are going to raise the price of oil. But I know that. But that's a very small thing compared to allowing them to have. You want to see a stock market go down? Start letting them hit you with dukes. Okay? I think I said it this morning. I think it's a very small price to pay. And frankly, I thought it was going to go down much more, if you want to know the truth. I assumed that it was going to go down much more. Only because people don't understand to a large, it's a big chess game at a very high level. It's a very high level chess, the highest. And I'm dealing with very smart players. These are smart people. They don't get there. You know, when you deal with some of these people, you're dealing with high level intellect, very high IQ people. These are not Jasmine Crockett and their group. These are smart people. These are really smart people and violent people and vicious people and some very nice people. And some are very nice but violent. They're very violent. But you know what? If I didn't do what I did, we would have been hit. Number one, very important, was the termination of Obama's horrible deal. And number two, this beautiful plane hitting them 8 months ago, whatever it was, and taking out their nuclear committee. That totally threw them for a loop. If they had that bomb at either time, 5 years ago or 7 months ago, if they had that bomb would have been used almost immediately.
President, two questions on domestic policy, bringing it close to home. First of all, the Save America Act. What are you expecting this week when this vote takes place in the U.S. Senate? Will the Vice President's vote be necessary if it gets done?
I'm not sure it is. You know, the Democrats have horrible policy. It's just incredible. But they stick together. It's the one thing they do. Their Supreme Court members stick together. Those appointed by a Democrat stick together. If Barack Hussein Obama appoints a member of the Supreme Court, that member never goes against him, and they're proud about it. They say, I don't give a damn if it's good or bad. That man appointed me, and I'm never going to let him down. I don't say that's right, wrong. I just say they stick together. Republicans go the opposite way. If Donald Trump appointed me, I'm going to show the world it won't change tariffs. I can do it a different way. I always knew I could do it a different way. This was a little quicker, a little easier, a little better. But they gave it a decision that can cost this country $500 billion to pay people back. Because now I have to start the tariffs all over again. Very simple. And what happens with the money I've already collected? Why didn't they say, starting from now, go the other way? $500 billion perhaps. It's so sad. But one thing about the Democrats, they stick together like glue. They impeached me twice for absolutely no reason, unanimously. Fortunately, the Republicans stuck together, and it was something. It was pretty wild. But the Democrats have horrible policy, transgender for everybody, open borders, men playing in women's sports. But the one thing they do have is they stick together no matter how bad the policy. It's embarrassing to watch them try to defend it. And in a way, I say, as a Republican, in a way I say, thank goodness they have bad policy, because you never beat them. We have something in there now, the Save America Act. Voter ID with a picture, right? That's a 99% issue. Even among Democrats, Democrats poll at 89% on that. And then they have proof of citizenship. And then there are no mail-in ballots. No mail-in ballots. We have no mail-in.
We're going to continue to listen to the president and come back with any additional news-making comments he may make. But I want to check in with Monica Elba, who has remained with us here on set. One of the things that I didn't hear much discussion of in that with the president is how all of this affects China. And he has big plans to visit China soon, and maybe those would be adjusted. What is your take on how China's playing a role here or might be affected? That stood out to me too, Kelly, because that is certainly playing in the background and in the conversations around everything related to Iran. The president is supposed to be making his way to China about 2 weeks from today is when the White House says he was going to be heading there for that high-profile meeting. President Xi Jinping. And now today, for the first time, the press secretary opened up the door for potentially delaying that. The president sort of hinted at that this weekend, that is a possibility, because if this doesn't get completely wrapped up by then, which those conversations seem to be happening in the background, it seems like that will move back. The president really wants this meeting to happen, but everything is connected also to this major, big conversation about the economic repercussions of what happens with the Strait of Hormuz. So all of this is really just coming together at a critical point for the president, who wants this meeting to happen, but admits it may have to go back. And certainly being out of the country at a time when there is hostile conflict, that is a risk in and of itself. Let me also check what that means. And I was also struck by, and he was asked a question about the fact that he a couple of times hinted at not having early guidance that Iran would strike neighbors perhaps as quickly as they did. What is your sense of how that squares with what you've been learning from the military sources that you routinely talk with day in, day out?
So the pipes, he mentioned this on one of his social media postings, that the U.S. intentionally did not destroy or go anywhere near any of the oil pipelines or pipes on Clark Island. And he said that was because they could take potentially years to fix or repair. And so that was his decision, but he left open the possibility that the U.S. could go back and strike them again. So I suspect that's what he meant by the pipes. But again, this is the first time we've actually heard him speak about it. As far as, this is also, he's now several times in the last day or so mentioned that the U.S. didn't think that Iran was going to strike out against other countries in the region once the U.S. and Israel began their strikes inside Iran. And that we know that the military was planning for that possibility, including by sending in additional forces and air defense systems into the region. So there definitely was planning and expectation that Iran would lash out at at least at the U.S. military and potentially allied facilities in the region. Now, it's possible that they underestimated Iran's will to go after some of the civilian facilities and civilian targets that we've seen them go after in countries all around the region, Kelly. But as far as the military, the military was preparing for and expecting that Iran would lash out just the way that they did.
Such great context. Courtney, thank you so much. We're joined now by the panel. We've got an abbreviated back of the show, so thanks for riding along with us as we do that.
Oh. What is that?
Tolu Olorunripa from The Atlantic joining us. Arshie Siddiqui is a former aide to Speaker Pelosi and also a Democratic strategist, and Mark Bidner, the Republican strategist and former advisor to Speaker McCarthy. So thank you one and all. Monica's still with us, so you already know her. Let's talk about some of the things the president has just said. Mark, let me start with you. When you hear the president speaking critically of allies at a time when he needs them, does that sit well with other Republicans?
Well, when he finishes the thought and it's comprehensive about it, it's a very important conversation. For instance, when he's been critical about the EU's involvement in their ask for help against Russia, they're buying record amounts of Russian natural gas. So they're personally funding Putin's war machine. So when he criticizes them, in totality, that argument then makes sense. And here, the EU is going to also benefit from a defanged Iran, a nuclear-free Iran. So the fact that they have actual major incentives as well to participate and to get on board and to help secure this area.
We certainly had more than a hint that Bill Clinton might be a phone friend of President Trump today. Are you surprised by that? Do you think it has benefit for the president to hear from others who've sat in that chair?
Absolutely. I think that's a positive aspect, and we know that the president likes picking up the phone. So I'm glad that circle is widening, and I hope it continues to widen in terms of getting different types of thoughts and perspectives.
Do you get a sense that when the president talks about, I thought the price...
stock market is one piece of the puzzle, but it all goes back to affordability. And certainly the stock market has a lot to do with retirement and balances there. But this uncertainty and volatility and these self-inflicted wounds on the economy, I think that's where Democrats are going to double down, because these are concerted decisions that the administration is making, whether on tech tariffs, whether or not extending the ACA subsidies, the enhanced subsidies on healthcare, cutting Medicaid, cutting food assistance. All of these things are raising prices for Americans. And then not to mention the big elephant in the room, gas prices.
Oh, yes. Everyone's talking about gas prices. So what stands out from you? We've heard from the president a couple of times today. In his most recent example, the vice president right over his shoulder. We know that he has often been a critic of this kind of activity. They were asked about that. Seemed to put up a united front. What do you think the takeaway is from what the president's trying to say in this moment?
I think the president is trying to say that this is a short-term, in his word, excursion, something that's going to be over soon. And he even said that this is going to be finished soon. I think the president is trying to find an off-ramp here. War is very complex. It often does not go according to a script. But I think the president is realizing that this is something that does not have the level of popularity that he thought it would have, especially among his base. And he's trying to find an off-ramp. He's saying this will end soon and not talking about wanting to blow up Iran's oil or do anything that would escalate this further. So I do think the president is trying to find some kind of off-ramp. He's already talking about this as a victory and trying to frame it in that way. And that's probably what we're going to see in the coming years.
Do you see any ongoing strains with other leaders? I mean, when the president talks about NATO or allies wouldn't be there for the United States, we know the only time that Article 5 was invoked was after 9/11. He doesn't reference that. And obviously, it's a tense time for those other nations. Do you see that as having long-term impact?
Well, for sure. The president has been sort of badgering our allies for quite a long time, and now he's trying to get the allies to help him in the Strait of Hormuz, and he's not getting the response that he thought. And he's saying that a lot of these allies are the ones that actually need the support or need the oil that's coming through the Strait of Hormuz. And I think the president is realizing that not having that strong relationship with allies, not being able to rely on them, not having them feel like they can rely on the U.S. is now becoming a hindrance as he moves forward with this war, and not having, the EU and NATO and other folks that he wants to be sending warships, not having them all on board. And I think that's part of what the president said.
And of course, a great cost is always the service members, and we've seen that with the loss of life for Americans and really potentially untold numbers on the other side or in other countries. Monica, in the last day or so, the president's been asked about his response to the deaths of American service members. He's been asked about the use of an image of him at the dignified transfer when 6 Americans were returned home in an advertising or fundraising appeal, rather. He seemed quite prickly about that. What is the impact there?
Yeah, he did not like that line of questioning from a reporter on Air Force One and sort of was dismissive of it overall. When the president has been asked about this, he has said things like, you're always going to have death. When you start a war, that is part of the risk. That is sort of part of the calculation. And not perhaps responding with a level of empathy from a commander-in-chief that certainly his critics are calling for. He did attend that dignified transfer. He had indicated, and the White House had indicated, that he could be present for future similar events of those extremely solemn nature and moments. But he certainly doesn't always approach it in that manner of talking about just the incredible loss of life that we are seeing from American service members over there. But he was the one that warned about this at the very beginning. When that first announcement of these strikes came, he said this was likely going to result in American service members losing their life, and he seems to have just factored that into this. The longer it goes, acknowledging the more we can see.
Mark, would you counsel the PAC, the Political Action Committee, to not continue to use those images?
Well, from a tactical standpoint, he raises so much money anyway. He doesn't need to use images like that. He's a very good fundraiser. But in a more serious sense, he's actually very empathetic. Behind closed doors, he is very concerned. He talks to Gold Star families all the time. He talks to veterans, their spouses, their families.
Was that a miss?
I think it was unneeded because he raises so much money anyway. He's going to be able to deploy in 26 and 28. We can raise money without images like that.
Okay. Angela, do you get a sense, we only have a few seconds left, that this resonates with members of Congress and military families and people who have maybe a closer reach to service members than in the big picture?
Well, for sure. This is unprecedented to see a president using this kind of imagery, and even people within the president's base are not happy about this war overall. So seeing this become even more politicized and used for fundraising is not something that is going to help the president over the long term.
We have an abbreviated panel today. I thank you for your time and your insights, and we thank you for watching with us as well. We will be back with more news tomorrow, and of course, more Meet the Press now, and stay with us for more on NBC News Now. Thanks for your time.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
I got all of this for $30. It's an app called Whatnot. Download it right now. You just search.
That was it. I guess I didn't play the whole thing because of time. Any comments, y'all?
If you hallucinate talking to someone, does that also count for their permission?
You chat.
Where do you even start?
Because he said he talked to one of the presidents and they wished that they had the courage that he did. And then they asked Bush and they said no. And I'm thinking that he didn't talk to Obama or Clinton.
No, he thought it was Clinton because when they asked was it Clinton, his response was, I don't want to answer that question. All the rest of them, he said no. So it was implied that it was Clinton. That's what he was attempting to do.
Or what if he made it up in his mind?
I don't believe it at all. I don't believe him. I'm just saying that was the
I think he tried to imply Clinton because Clinton made the comment he made. The comment that he made when he was I don't know.
And everything else, but you don't want to tell what president told you that he wish he had the bravery to do what you did, right? Like, I don't believe Trump for shit. You also notice how he kept talking about the way that the Democrats stick together, even though they have the dumbest policies ever, but they all stick together and they don't forget who put them in place, right? And then he started saying about the tariffs, how basically impeded him, and that he had another way that he can go about doing it. But in his previous submission, what he said was that the alternate way he had was better, and that he just chose this one out of just randomly. I figured I'd go this way, but the other way I had to do it was a lot better. But during this submission, he said that this was the easiest and best way for him to do it. So he's giving out conflicting statements when it comes to the way that he can impose the tariffs, right? Before it was, wow, the way better plan, but I just went with this one. And now this was the better plan, and I might have to go to another plan. He lies about everything. You can't believe him for shit.
And what's the reason to go after Jasmine Crockett for no reason?
No reason. They're smart. Unlike Jasmine Crockett, they're smart.
I mean, he's really disgusting, and people still support him.
The various offices denied the report. So someone's, as per usual, lying.
Which report, man?
I'm sorry?
Which report?
The president's office.
No, I said, which report are you referencing?
Somebody's clearly lying. So there you go.
Now, who do you think that somebody is?
Oh, Donald Trump, for sure. I have one question I always have. It doesn't make any sense to me. Is I don't get the Iran nuclear deal would have led to a weapon versus no deal. So nuclear weapon technology is very old. They didn't try to get a weapon, after they got attacked with chemical weapons in the 80s from Iraq, which the United States supplied, I believe. Why would Jane, you're off mute. Why wouldn't they just have acquired one, during Clinton years or Bush years or before the nuclear deal? What was it about the nuclear deal that made them more like the? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's very strange. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. What was the negative portion of the deal, right? They looted their uranium. They allowed inspections, right? And in turn, the sanctions were lifted. Where was the negative part? Maybe I'm not knowledgeable about it enough.
I mean, I agree with those questions too, but I don't understand the piece about not having the deal. So JPLC, whenever it was, 2015, 2016, whenever it was, you had, let's say 30 years where they could have acquired one. It's relatively old technology. What stopped them from preventing it before? I don't get it. This is very strange.
Yeah, but they were like 5 days away from having a weapon. No.
He says sanctions relief. I don't know what that means. What does sanctions relief mean? I don't know what you mean. Break down what he means sanctions relief.
It means that they wouldn't, alternatively, it could have continued to be a pariah and completely isolated, essentially. And instead, they were willing to go along with the deal, but they were given sanctions relief because prior to that, they were basically stagnated. And apologies, I'm a little under the weather.
I don't know what you're saying. So,
prior to entering the deal, there were a ton of sanctions. The country was trying to, that was basically devastating the economy. And they entered into the deal in order to relieve those sanctions. That was the deal. That you were asking why would they have gone along with it? That was the motive.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking, why couldn't they have developed a nuclear weapon before those, JCPOA, whatever it is, like when Clinton was president? So they were attacked by chemical weapons by Iraq, and they still didn't develop them. Why didn't they develop them then? I don't understand how having the sanctions were so devastating that they couldn't build. I don't get it. Can you help me? I don't understand what she's saying.
Well, my understanding is that they, the standard stuff, right? They could have built a bomb, and there was a big debate about this ongoing debate with the hardliners that actually wanted to go there, right? And the idea was that two things. One, negotiations. It gives, because the United States broke the deal, right? Withdrew. It gave, and they were compliant with JCPOA. So during the JCPOA, there was no question about compliance.
Is my question not clear? What's going on?
Can you ask me again? Sorry, I was distracted.
Okay. So Donald Trump keeps saying, if we didn't tear up the deal, they would have had a bomb by now and used it. And I'm saying, even long before Barack Obama was president, they could have developed one then. So how does not having the deal keep them from building it? Like, I'm just trying to understand his logic, if there is any. But they could have built it in the early 90s.
Yep. I mean, I'm struggling to understand the logic in it.
Okay, just making sure. Oh, Michael seems to have an answer. I'll bring up Michael. So EU said they've been deterred by IAEA monitoring. What does that mean? I don't get it.
Come on.
I'm just trying to understand. So some people seem to suggest that Trump has a logic. So I'm trying to understand it. It seems to me that if they didn't build one, the reason is because of the fatwas. I know people don't like that answer, but that's the most sensible answer. I don't get the IAEA monitoring part. I don't get that.
And they probably don't even understand why you said fatwa. So you might want to explain that, because people don't understand what the Ayatollah has put out as a fatwa. and what the fatwas are.
Yeah, I think Khomeini and Khamenei, 1 and 2, both put in fatwas against the building of the bomb because they said it was haram. It violated the laws of Islam. But she said that because of the IAE monitoring. I don't even understand. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Y'all gotta help me. I'm just a slow dummy.
We're talking the period before JCPOA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, before JCPOA, there was valid concerns about the rapid development of their non-weapons program, suspicions about weapons program, right? Which they actually had a weapons program since the pre-revolution to the post-revolution, right? Due to the war, Iran-Iraq war impact, right? So they did have Russian, Chinese helping them to both for nuclear civilian capacities, but also for research programs related to weapons development, right? So as this thing heated up, the Europeans initially, E+3, right, they confronted them, and there was a deal on E+3. Then separately, I don't remember half of this. This is somebody put in the chat Stuxnet. That is correct. This is all before Stuxnet was before JCPOA. Stuxnet disabled their centrifuges, right? In the attack. So you can't say that. But again, this doesn't fold into Trump's logic because JCPOA and even before that, E+3 deal and engagement actually removed a lot of concern, right? Then there was an intelligence assessment that actually said that the weapons program actually stopped in 2003, which made JCPOA possible as a thing because it gave people a breathing room that currently there isn't actually weapons developed, right? While previous assessments were vague. Here, found it. United States National Intelligence estimate assessed with high confidence that while Iran had halted its structural nuclear weapons program in 2003, it was continuing to develop technical capabilities that might be applicable to nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons program found in 2003. the way, the first public fatwa also occurs in 2003. And given that the nuclear programs, according to US own intelligence, the nuclear weapons program ends in 2003, and the fatwa, at least the first public acknowledgement of the fatwa, is also in 2003. It lines up.
You know about his background? You know about Joe Kent's background, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, it's super right wing. Like, I'm not sure if it's neo-Nazi stuff, but he's real.
What's your analysis, Gemini? I think he's right. I think he has the intel, and he knew that this was due to pressure from Israel, and not because they posed a serious threat to us in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And that we basically are doing Israel's bidding, and he doesn't feel comfortable with moving forward when we're placing people, not just people, but American citizens, in harm's way due to pressure from Israel, and not to protect that, right? That this is not America first. I agree with him. Obviously, there's a lot more detail than I do, but what's your take?
There's enough public data out there to know that this war would have been a war of attrition and asymmetric war. Like, I don't.
Your background sounded the other little bit. Could you repeat that, Patty?
I said there's enough public information out there that you don't have to go through classified channels to know how this war would have freaking came out. Freaking neoliberal read something or talked about something that happened back in 2002, and I gave the wrong year. I said 2000, 2001, but he read information about something that we've done in the past and that they use in a lot of our schools for us to do our own simulation of what Iran or war in Iran would look like. So, like, the information's out there. Trump is pretending it isn't, and then the American public isn't even trying to look up what you're fighting for. I don't know what's going on here.
like very good friends for a couple hundred years there. A little known history, but you could read it. I just put it in the bottom there. Anyways, it wasn't like Paul. It wasn't like one group of people thought they're better or less good than the other. The Kingdom of Portugal and this the Congo Kingdom at this particular time, they genuinely viewed each other as complete equals, right? There were thousands and thousands Congolese at universities in Portugal at the time, and it's just like human beings, like, hey, I got an idea, let me share my idea with you. And then the Europeans learned just as much from the Africans as the they just exchanged ideas. It wasn't a superior and inferior thing. It was just an exchange of ideas.
What I'm saying is, the way history is being presented to us, it's always that the Europeans gave Christianity to the Africans, which is what the woman that was speaking earlier, I think it was Frenchy, she kind of implied that Jamaicans only knew about Christianity because Europeans, the missionaries, came out to us. That's a lie. It's a lie.
It's not.
It is
That's
a
not what I
lie.
said. I didn't say it was missionaries. I said that Africans were brought from Africa to be slaves,
No.
and they were taught Christianity by their slave owners. That's what I said.
No. Yeah, but that's not.
Well, that is just historically true.
Well, Frenchie, that is a simplification. There was a lot of There was a lot of interaction between the Africans and the Europeans, where they viewed each other as equals, and slavery was not involved. It was just the exchange of religious ideas.
Talk about Jamaica. That's what happened in Jamaica and in the rest of the Caribbean and in South America.
That's not what happened.
Honey, I agree. It's a simplification, and it's also true. That's true.
Isn't your evidence that Christianity was like the de facto religion in West Africa at the time of the slave trade?
No, I didn't say it was the de facto.
Africa
is full of tribes. Africa's not one country. It's full of.
I said West Africa, where the slaves were taken from.
Sorry?
West Africa.
Several countries as well.
Okay. Can you name a country in West Africa? Wait, I stand corrected. Can you name a country in West Africa that had a lot of Christians in the 18th century?
Okay,
and then cite your sources. Go ahead.
So what I said, in 1492, you can go and look up this map. Right? The 1492 map. I think they call it cartography. Right? And in there, you will see near the Kingdom of Dahomey, just above Beni, right? There is the Kingdom of Judah. So the Kingdom of Judah, the knowledge of the God of Abraham was already long time established in West Africa. You guys put no idea. It's as if you were saying, we didn't know about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We didn't know about the story of Moses and the Red Sea. We didn't know those things. Even although Jesus himself said that the Queen of the South, which was African, traveled all the way because she heard of the fame of Solomon, right?
Okay.
What I'm trying to argue is, we already knew about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Them stories were already with us. No Europeans.
In East Africa they were.
None of that to us.
You're not listening. Those were familiar.
It's a
Those
lie.
were familiar in East.
It's a lie.
It's a lie.
Those were familiar stories in East Africa.
Caleb, he's saying that if you look on the map, there's a map.
I understand. He's not saying anything about the map. No.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, listen, I know something. Listen, I'm not. It's not about changing minds. Though. Look, he's bringing up one little data point. This map. He's not saying where the map comes from, who made it, what does it signify, who is that kingdom. He's just pointing to some words on a map he found, right? And that's all. That's not a piece of evidence to support his own.
Are you familiar with what he's speaking of?
I've seen it, but I don't know the details either.
What I asked him for was a historical source about 18th century West and how many Christians there were there. Does he have that?
Well, that's his starting point. His starting point is about the map where it labels the Kingdom Judah. And he's saying that from there is a particular belief that of the Abrahamic God. So it wasn't unfamiliar. That's all he's saying.
So he should have
shown us.
That's
But he hasn't shown that. He hasn't shown that the people who made that map, or that the people who are identified in that kingdom of Judah, he hasn't shown that they adhere to the people to the God of Abraham in any way. He hasn't shown that.
So Paul, what they're calling you out of your claim, you have to elaborate more about it.
I'm asking him specifically about the time of the African slave trade, which is the 18th century. What was the What was the primary religion of West African countries? Just give me one Christian. I'm finished. Give me one country in West Africa that was predominantly Christian in the 18th century. I'll wait.
I don't think that's his argument.
That wasn't my argument, no.
Well, then remember when I said the reason that Jamaicans are Christian is because Christianity was brought to them by the slavers who brought them from West Africa. And he said that's not true. That's not true. Well, then you should be able to show me a country where they came from, where Christianity was the predominant religion, shouldn't you?
You don't necessarily have to be a predominant religion in the country in order to have to believe. It could be as simple as there were Christians who were already familiar with the teachings of Christ that went into the slave trade, and maybe they didn't spread it, but I agree with you. The white religion forced white Christianity on slaves. I can say that, but that doesn't mean that Christianity was not in West Africa.
It might have been in some small number. I'm not saying there was zero Christians, right? I'm saying that in general, the slaves that came over from West Africa are not going to be Christian. They're going to have their own African traditional religions. And the white colonizers introduced Christianity to them. That's all I'm saying. And I think you agree with me, Noel, but Paul does not.
I think he's saying that there were some people who already were familiar with Christianity. But as you said, the majority of them, not necessarily. That's all. There's many different tribes in that area. So there could be tribes that were completely Christian, and by the time they got to the transatlantic slave trade, maybe their Christianity was similar, so they just went with it. There were Jews in that area. There were a lot of different tribes, different groups, different beliefs, there were Muslims. That's all he's saying, is that not everybody was introduced to Christianity through the slave trade.
Is that what you're saying, Paul? Yeah. Not everybody?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right, we can take care, you guys.
Yeah, it's a complicated history. Take a look at the. May I go for a second, Paul?
Than what presented to us, Europeans gave us this. That's a lie.
Well, he doesn't agree with you.
Yeah.
No,
Paul, take a look.
He's doubling down. It's not a lie. It's just, you're trying to carve out.
It's their version.
You have to state specific dates.
I said the 18th century.
Well, okay, look, Caleb's exactly right. On the on the east coast of Africa, which is like, God, man, Africa's so fucking massive. All the maps that we've been given, at least white kids here in Canada, given maps of Africa, they're wrong. Africa's way bigger than it seems like on the map. So going from East Africa to West Africa is like going from Azerbaijan to like past, like Morocco is further west than Portugal. It's really fucking big. So anyway, did the Ethiopians and the folks? No. Well, let me then. What I'm saying is that Caleb is right. These guys on the east, yes, they picked up Christianity in one form or another, like 1,000 years before the people in the west. The first folks on the west coast of Africa, as far as I understand, where the entire kingdom converted to Christianity was that link that I put in the bottom. It was the Congo Kingdom. And that was actually in 1490, around the 1450s. What happened is that the king of the Congo, he was good friends with the king of Portugal. And they had established ports on either side. They were trading. They were traders. They were very wealthy traders. So they were hanging out, trading stuff back and forth, and for generations, all the rich kids in the Congo went to get education in Portugal, and then all the rich kids in Portugal went to the Congo to get educated actually by the Africans.
as much as the white
Were there any
supremacists
kids
wouldn't
who
have.
weren't shipped in slave ships to Jamaica?
No. So I'm getting to that. And so what happened is that during this time, the hierarchical system, both in Portugal and in Africa, had slaves. So at this time, there was slave classes in both countries. Now, what happened is that these rich fuckers, both the black kings in the government and in Portugal, they started trading and selling slaves as a way of making money, right?
Mm-hmm. But they were Christian, right?
So, okay, right. So it's in the link there. So basically, in the beginning, there was small enclaves and actually one very large kingdom of the kingdom of Congo, right? That where it was a king, he was like, oh, this is a cool religion. He spread it, and then everybody else, of course, because the king became, Christian, everybody else is like kind of wanted to become Christian because they thought it was cool. But they brought that Christianity in and kind of interpreted it through their already pre-existing religion. So their style of Christianity was slightly different from the European way, and they were learning from each other. It was a very complicated, very long relationship. Yeah. And this is in 1490s. I mean, the first king of Congo, he started his kingdom around 1430. Shortly after that, the guy became super fucking rich because he had access to gold further inland from the coast, and he had already been, trading gold and slaves with the Arabs. Like the slave trade with the Arabs existed like 1,000 years before any slave trade with the Europeans did.
The Africans, did the Europeans bring Christianity to Africans?
On the west coast of Africa, mostly yes. For the most part, yes. The Portuguese did. Yeah.
So up until the 1800s, Africans knew nothing about the God of Abraham.
No, bro. This was about around 1450s. 1450s.
So we had to wait for you guys to come tell us about God. Is that what's going on?
No, they had gods. Paul, they had gods.
I'm not talking about gods. I'm talking about God.
Well, I mean, you and I have a different. I respect everybody's religion.
I don't respect other people's religions. I respect the God that exists. That's what I respect above all. So I don't play around with people and pretend to make them feel comfortable. I don't compromise what I know.
Okay.
So that people can feel accommodated.
Even Paul, how do you know it's not the same God?
In some cases where we can find common ground, I will find common ground. But if there's no common ground, within the story itself, where
would it be the same God? Paul,
Sorry?
it would be the same God. Whether or not people are mistaken, it's the same God.
No. Apostle Paul went to Marzil and he saw an altar that was marked the altar of the unknown God. There was the altar of Apollos, there was the altar of Zeus. He took the altar of the unknown God and said, I'm going to introduce my God, seeing you don't know it, right? And he took that altar and he preached his God. What I'm saying is, the fact is, yes, there are many gods, but we don't compromise ourselves to try and make others feel comfortable so that we can all play kumbaya at the expense of the true and living God. Christians should not do that. I see them doing it now with Islam. Don't do it. It's wrong to do.
So wait, do you think Muslims are worshiping the same God or the
No, they're not. They're not.
So they're worshiping the wrong God.
All the time. I tell Muslims all the time that they are not serving the same God. They do not serve the Abrahamic God. They do not. And it's just fact. They don't. Sorry?
Could you explain that?
What I'm trying to do here, is reframe a lie. A lie is being told by Europeans, by Europeans, a collusion. They've changed the world history and spin to us a lie, and I'm asking you to think it through. No, I'm telling you, Europeans are liars. And it's not nice what I'm saying, but it's the truth. Many of your forefathers straight
Yeah,
up
but aren't you
lied to the
European?
whole world. You conquered the world, and
You have a
then
European accent.
you're lying on TV now. People are dying on telly
Paul,
now,
you're not
and
European.
you're giving us one propaganda, one news. That it's the war is going this way.
And Paul,
I mean, I understand. I understand your sentiments. There is for sure an arrogance from the West. Sorry.
I can hear you, Albedo. I'd like him to answer that question too. I just didn't know.
What was the question?
I just asked if you're European because you have a European accent.
I'm not European because of my accent. My bloodline is of Jamaican heritage. I'm in a European country, but my bloodline is not. You can put a horse in a pigsty. You put a horse in a pigsty. You don't make the horse.
The only thing I'm asking is, like, you think that this is, like, what happened, but isn't that going to be on the basis of, like, European history, like, that you can trace that back to it?
Say that again, sorry, I missed that.
Like, okay, so maybe you know where your mom came from, and you maybe know where your grandma came from. But, like, beyond that, what else are you using?
Oh, I'm using things that are not known by my grandparents, known by my fathers, that my fathers have told me. So that no man can just turn around and tell me I'm British today, and when my descendants come, I don't know what to tell my children because you lot have played this game of wherever you land, that's who you are. That's not even historical. That's not historical. People did land. People name the lands. Lands don't name the people. England is called England because it is the land of the Anglo-Saxons, the land of the Anglos, the land of the Angles. The people name the land don't name the people. Yeah? So there's a big game that Europeans have played. They've been playing with people all along, shifting people's identity, shifting who they are. Right? Because if people knew who they were, they would go to war. That's what Iran is fighting for now. They're fighting for their sovereignty.
People move around.
To remain a people before the Americans come in and rape off their women and conquer their children. They fight for over there. Because they know the way it's going to go. If they lose people.
On average, what percent of Jamaicans have ancestry that goes back to Europe?
Jamaicans have ancestry in Europe. They do. That has been
Jamaicans have ancestry from Europe, China,
India.
So everywhere. So Paul, you could be European.
Actually, but it depends on what. When you say European, you could also be saying that that's non-black.
Bro, we're all mixed. We're all mixed. We're all mixed.
Use the word that you use. Are you saying that European means non-black, or are you saying that European means people from Europe?
I'm just saying people that resided on this side of the world, people that were moved as well. That
You just said you just went on like European people.
He means white.
So it depends on what
He means white.
Because white people came from the Caucasus Mountains. You came down from the steppes.
What percentage
You
of white
conquered
are you?
through Germany and you came over into Britain and resided. But you moved. You moved people.
No,
You displaced them. Sorry?
You're part white/European, aren't you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
What percentage on average are Jamaicans part white/European?
Okay, so Jamaicans, many black people were in Scotland and Ireland. Did you know
What the
that?
fuck are you talking about?
Many black people.
Question.
And I'm answering your question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Many black people were living in Scotland and in Ireland and were kicked out of Scotland and Ireland and sent over into the Caribbean. Do you know that that's an unknown history? I have a book called The Jews of Scotland and Ireland. I'll find you the book. I'll get you the book, and I'll get you and it details.
Oh no, Celtic means black.
The British and the Scottish have kicked out Jews, kicked out black Jews out of their land long before in time when you never have thought of, like the 1300s and the 1200s, they kicked out black people out of their lands, sent them over into the Caribbean, right? That's an history you don't know about. You gotta
Right, but
find that.
if I say, hey, what percentage of African Americans have European ancestry, and I look it up, it'll give me a percentage, right? So should I believe that, or should I not believe that because it's most likely coming from a white European source?
No, I feel like you're being very simplistic in what you think you know. So you're asking me a question and saying what percentage of this and that, and I'm saying it's far more nuanced than you think. They were kicking Africans out of Europe and putting them in the Caribbean.
Right, so does that make them Europeans?
Here's what it says. You want to answer
this question?
What percentage
is white?
I looked it up.
In fact,
I just looked it up.
White people were the least. You're the least today.
I looked it up.
You're not the majority anyway.
Here we go. So, if you want to go by how people identify ethnically, this is like by census sort of way.
Is
About
this
3
information coming from Europeans? The ones that I just called alive.
Okay, so fine. Yes, let's just say yes. Yes,
Yeah, okay.
it is. So about 3.2% of Jamaicans identify as white. 15.1% identify as mixed Afro-European. Now, if you want to go by genetics, this is just ChatGPT. Okay, the average Jamaican ancestry is roughly 10 to 16% European overall. Many individuals who identify as black still have some European ancestry. An important nuance. European ancestry in Jamaica is often unevenly distributed. Some people have none, others have significant amounts. It's historically gender skewed. More European male ancestry due to colonial history. That's like a starting place.
Everybody's mixed, 100%, you know? Like everybody, there's no pure nothing, nobody. Even the fucking Nazis were obsessed with this shit, but when they tested themselves and, you know, everybody was mixed. It's a ridiculous story.
So, Paul, what percentage white or European are you?
I'm not percentage white anything.
I think, guys, I think
people are African, West Africa, Benin, and Portuguese.
Yeah.
Which is still black people.
But they're treated as a white people.
And even the Portuguese is still black. My surname gives away where I come from and the people I come out of.
Okay, well, let me jump in here. So, like, look, guys, I mean, this is the basic identity rule where, you know, people can be of mixed race and mixed ancestry, but they can free to identify however they want. You know, Caleb, you're people like Ashkenazi. I'm sorry, I apologize if you're not Ashkenazi, but given the, you know, example of Ashkenazi Jews, they're about roughly 50% Italian, 50% Eastern Mediterranean. But it's more than just like what your DNA is that you identify a thing, right? You're like, everybody's free to identify however they want. Most people that identify themselves as Americans, none of them were born in the Americas. Like their ancestry cannot be. Let me correct myself. Their ancestry cannot be traced back to the Americas, right? They're not Native Americans, yet they call themselves Americans. So it's two different conversations, right? Most of us, I guarantee you, if everybody in here took DNA test, you will find you are absolutely of mixed ancestry, and then you'll have a primary identity.
DNA test
Well,
is a lie.
Yeah, because
you're just giving these guys fodder, man.
No, DNA testing is
It's not a lie.
It is a lie.
Yeah, I can't even trust that your name is
It is a
Paul.
lie.
I think white people own this app, so your name probably isn't even Paul.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want to get to. Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything anyone tells you. Make sure
So then I can't believe
for
that
yourself. Make sure you see it for yourself.
Yeah, but we shouldn't believe that though either.
That's what
I can't believe that
all
you
along.
said on this app, so that could be a lie. So I should believe it.
Paul's a European name. You should change your name. I think it's too European.
Yeah.
But to Paul's point, I do understand. I understand the perspective of folks who feel like they've been fucked over by Europe. I assure the folks that feel that way, Europeans fucked each other over very, very badly.
Yeah,
tortured and killed each other for sure.
Well, I know, but look, don't. Here's the problem with that type of thinking, right? The assumption that Europe is exceptionally violent and that other places were just, living in a very simple, beautiful, harmonious way, and there was no horrible thing. Yeah, that's bullshit as well.
But the truth is that with the Europeans, there is a lack of boundaries that displays itself even to this day. They will do anything because of this lack of belief in God, lack of any expectation of
it was money.
Recompense.
It was votes and money
from God.
It was votes and money.
Sorry?
It was votes and money.
No, it's not just money. It's about morality. In other parts of the world, they would have wars, they would have treaties, they would go to war. So you're right, let's not romanticize that part and say they didn't get up to madness.
Yeah.
But they did believe in God, or they did believe in gods. And those gods dictated to them their behavior in the world. Europeans...
Which was also horrific.
Europeans do not have that. They don't. And that's why they don't.
No, this is crazy, bro.
To believe in God is also to change your behavior and change your behavior towards others. And Europeans don't have that. That's why they will drop bombs on a school and kill 165 kids. This is why they will do that and not even stop one day and call off the war and say, let's stop. We didn't mean to do that, Iran. Yeah? There's no conscience. That concentrated itself out in the transatlantic slave trade. Same people, same forefathers.
Actually, I would disagree because our military is being told that Trump is being sent from God, that he is hearkening the return of Jesus, and that we need to do this because of the Armageddon. We also in this country have a weird relationship.
That's insane.
Which, well, it's true. I mean, unfortunately, because the evangelicals...
Trump is not a Christian. He believes in 2 Corinthians.
I'm not saying that he is. I'm saying what's being told to our people who are actually going out there and dying. None of Trump's kids are going out there to die, but the people that are going out there, who most likely many of American service members are Christian.
What's scary is you have the convergence of these three
terrible crimes that they're doing are for religious reasons, and that they're hearkening the return of Jesus. So just because you believe in God doesn't mean that you're all of a sudden going to become peaceful.
No, yeah.
I understand. So that's what I just...
No, that is true. And so, but you know what else is weird is there's these extremists in the Knesset as well as in Washington and in fucking Tehran. So you got 3 crazy motherfuckers. To what degree are they trying to accelerate a third world war? I have no idea. They're obviously the money, but if they're very well organized and they're very influential, they could be trying to steer the world towards the end of time.
It's their lack of conscience. It's their lack of godliness. What we've done is that we've exalted.
No. It's the opposite, Paul. They think they're giving God's word.
They say the same thing about you. They say the same thing about you, Paul. Their perspective is they are the godly ones, and you are the unwashed heathen. Right? It's the same. It's just the parallel perspective that you have. No, Paul. Look. Just observe. Paul, just observe. Paul. Dude, I know that you think. Oh my God.
One of us is gonna silence one another.
Yes. Could you just give me? Could you actually just give me a second? Okay. I just want to observe as a process observer. The same thing you say about them, they say about you. You think you have the truth. They think they have the truth.
That's how you know it's the same guy.
Could you, Paul, hold on a second.
No,
hold on a second. Paul, hold on a second. You've been talking for fucking ever. Caleb, I have a question. It's fascinating because you do know rabbinical studies and Judaism better than anybody else in this room, I think. I'm pretty sure of that.
I am
Okay. Well, maybe you're being humble. I don't know. This is just but can you explain the... and again, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying all Jews are like this. It's absolutely... Okay, so the acceleration is like the real nuts within the Knesset. These crazy guys. Do you any familiarity with what their teachings are, like the Third Temple and that sort of thing? Yeah.
A little bit, not much. I tend to stay away from those kinds of things because I think it's nuts. It is nuts.
Nuts. Yeah.
It is nuts. accelerationist, I think that's the right word. They're trying to bring about a situation in which sort of the cosmic forces are going to take over, and it's going to be, but truly, I think that's just it's just racism, right? That's just, at the end of the day, you dress it up you want, right? But I think the folks who are trying to do this stuff are xenophobic, bigots, racists, right? That's just all what it is.
Can you know the mechanics? Can I ask you a question? How far back can you trace your ancestry?
So my daughter just came home with an ancestry project to do actually this last week. Yeah. So let's see. I know when all my family came to America, which is in the 1880s to the 1900s. I know all those people's names, and only about a generation further back. There are people. I think there are some people in my family who are doing further back work. Yeah. And they can get to the 1700s ish, late 1700s. I don't happen to know that for me, but
what I'm asking you is your level of confidence that somebody with your bloodline came from Israel.
I don't know. I guess in the abstract, absent like any other really good information, I guess I shouldn't have very much confidence in it. I don't think it matters personally.
Well, it matters because these people are saying you're a fraud. That's why it matters.
What matters, sure. I mean, if the standard is genetics, right? Yeah. And I suppose I could be. I don't think that's the right. I don't think that's the. I don't know. It's a complicated thing about how Jewish identity functions internally, because it's partially genetic and partially national and partially ethnic and partially family. Like I think family kind of captures it all much better because people join families all the time, and then in later generations they are part of that family, and nobody questions that they're right. Oh, this is how they came in, right? But then 9 generations.
The impression that you can track the diaspora from the 12 tribes of Israel.
What we can, roughly. I think what I try to think about is I can track teacher to student for thousands of years, right? Through geography and through intellectual history and stuff that Jews have written. And when individual families can sort of track themselves to those locations or even those rabbis, right, and those teachers, that's pretty strong, I think. That kind of unbroken communication of intellectual talking about our book, that's quite strong to tell us a chain of transmission, I think.
Right.
It's crazy. I traced my family back to the 1500s.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty neat to see some like Prussian and Kashubian nobility in there.
Yeah, I suppose I didn't.
But
yeah, I don't think I asked it exactly right. I didn't mean his exact. I meant
the people.
The people that from where it came. So you could look at like names. You could look at tribes and so on and so forth, and you could say, okay, this group of people went to this country in like whatever 200 AD or whatever, and then they went here, and then there's a group of people called this in this country, and they were there for like 500 years. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I think we can do.
You gotta ask yourself how well you trust those kind of folk histories. Some of them, some communities are real good at that. There's some groups I would trust really a lot with that.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Jews are one of them. I mean, I would say we are one of them, right? Like, because we write, and everybody named so-and-so, son of so-and-so, so-and-so, and we know what they wrote.
Something bad.
Yeah, we know what they thought. Yeah.
It's Frenchie, so as far as I know, I'm just a layperson about this, but as far as I understand, the oldest Jewish community in Europe, it was in Rome. Right around, like you were saying, 200 AD. And if you go to Rome, if you go to the Colosseum, you'll see the Arch of Titus. I think it's the Arch of Titus, pretty sure. And it was carved, and it was kind of an embarrassing thing because it said that, we lost the war, we're going to fight Rome again, and then they made this giant arch and they had to march under it in defeat, right? So that is there as a historical thing. And most of the Jews that came out of the Eastern Mediterranean area into Rome, either some of them were brought in by slaves, for sure. Some of them probably left on their own, and most of them were men. And so there's a massive neighborhood
correct me if I'm wrong, usually of like Jewish men that married the local girls, and the local ladies converted to Judaism, and that's kind of like where the start of Judaism in Europe kind of started, that sort of thing. That's the basic myth. And you can trace the DNA back very specifically to this. So it's these people that are, I just don't understand why people are so stupid that they can't, when they say Ashkenazis or these people, or that people aren't really Jewish. No, they are. And the rules of being Jewish are very clear and pretty fucking easy to follow. I just don't understand people that can't get it. Yeah. Right? Like, I don't, you can try to explain it to them a million times and then they'll obscure it and they won't listen to you, and they'll say, oh, you're not really Jewish or something. But there's Jewish underneath the roads of Rome, very similar to Paris. If you just dig underneath Rome, about 25 feet, you could carve through break through the roads, through the dirt, go under, and then you end up falling into a cave full of skulls and all underneath Rome. It's all cemetery. Yeah. And there's millions of people buried under there, and there's like some folks in there are Jew, they have the writing and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And then the oldest above ground Jewish cemetery is around 500 AD. Or maybe even 1000 AD, but that doesn't mean that they like went to Rome and then they went back to, whatever the Eastern Mediterranean and back to Europe. It just means that things are whatever, moved around, shifted around, and stuff like that. But no, the Ashkenazi Jews and just like anybody else, like nobody's pure nothing,
Nobody's pure nothing, right? And there were times of like. About bottleneck.
Oh, I knew
there were times of like genetic bottleneck, and that's true. There is a time period there where like the community in Europe was pretty small, right? And bottleneck didn't go out. So that's part of where some of this like all Ashkenazim are interlopers kind of thing, because there were times, and you got to think about our reality having no citizenship, right? Being told we're not from where actually we lived in Europe, well, anywhere, right? And so keeping records was probably pretty difficult, harder. The way we kept records was different, right? We did it in the books. Yeah.
But some of you are from Georgia, and some of you are from Ukraine.
Well, yeah, some of them probably accept converts.
Many of the people that are in Israel today, some of them are from Russia.
From Russia. Yeah, so what? Like 1 million plus people are from Russia. So what?
Putin said the other day he won't bomb Israel because he said there's 2 million Russians over there.
Look, you're not tracking. What's the point? What we're saying is
has gone on in history. That's all I'm saying.
The Jews who were in Israel that came from Russia, what we're saying is their origins were not. They are not ethnically Russian, right? That's what we're saying. They're Ashkenazis. No, they're not converts.
They're converts.
So you just think a bunch of Russians converted to Judaism.
How will you know there's a difference? According to the Bible.
I don't give a shit about the Bible. Are you telling me that
you guys are having two different conversations?
Yeah, I know we are, because I'm dealing in history and he's talking about what the Bible says. I'm asking him when all these ethnic Russians converted to Judaism. Do you have a date for that, sir?
No, what I'm saying is you can't be Russian and Jew at the same time.
That's what the Russians said. That's exactly what the Russians said.
Exactly, they're Jews.
You guys have to slow down. He doesn't understand.
No, guys, no.
Well, let me explain. Let me explain. Hold on. I'll explain to you a really simple way.
You can't
get it. Because he's committed not to get it.
Hold on a second.
Against what the Bible teaches. So don't try and explain to me a lie.
Okay, Paul, can you hold on a second? Let me explain. Let me try to do it my way. Just give me a second, bro. Okay, so you have African ancestry, right?
I have Semitic ancestors.
Okay. Let's say we have Mr. Joe, and Mr. Joe has African ancestry. right? And because the whites fucked around in Africa a lot, like you're saying, caused war, and then let's say they brought this dude to England, right? Okay, this guy moves to England, right? He's suffered from war. He's in England, and then let's say it's okay. Then he marries one of the local girls, a white lady, right? Now they have kids, right? And the kid's mixed, right? Just like all of us are mixed. Now, this kid says, "Hey, look, I am of African ancestry," and then come along and we say, "No, you're not. You're not of African ancestry because you live in Europe. How can you be African?"
That's not what he's saying. Let me tell you what he's saying. Paul is saying that biblically, you are what your father is. So he's saying, in comparison to what Judaism teaches, the mother is the indication of your heritage. And I stand correct. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, you're right.
Paul is saying that the father,
and also we accept converts.
Exactly. So the father dictates whether or not you are a Israelite. That is what he's referring to. So that's why you guys are having two different conversations.
Okay.
You guys are having a conversation about Judaism and converts, and he's having a converation about not that.
That's right.
I'm about to give you the connection.
There's converts a long time.
So the connection is when he's saying that because of the bombs, the Europeans are bombing the Iran, and they're not the people of the book, is what he's saying.
Okay.
You don't own the people of the book. That's not even supposed to be your land. It's your land historically, as far as, Great Britain or the UK brought you guys over there. But that's what I'm telling you guys, that's why you're having two different ones.
It is true on one level that you can say a lot of Israelis actually came from Russia. That's obviously, I think Netanyahu's Russian, right? That's obviously true, right?
He's Polish. I thought he was Polish.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, Poland, Russia.
But he was born in Jerusalem, incidentally.
Okay, but his ancestry. Oh, yes. I'm not going to go.
Yeah, but being born in Jerusalem.
And that's literally his last name.
Doesn't say anything.
No, his Milikowski wasn't his real name either, right? Their name was the son of so and so, like that. Like
He wasn't born in Philadelphia.
Y'all really
went to school and he went to high school.
Y'all don't make a case for Bibi.
I'm not making a case for Bibi. I'm just saying his family's just as Jewish. Even though they were.
There's no history of that. There's no history of that.
Of course there is.
Netanyahu was a Russian.
No, it's not a difficult thing. It's not a difficult thing to understand. Look, if you want to use the biblical, suggesting that Jews are like sort of these pure-blooded.
You don't have to. It's not about being pure blood.
It's the father thing.
Right. Yeah, so when they had the first 12 tribes,
but what I'm
no
saying
tribe Medina.
that's not
They just accept that Jews have our own tradition.
No. It's Judaism.
You're upset that Judaism exists. You're upset that we have our own way of dealing with who's inside and who's a Jew and who's not.
Caleb, hold on. Exactly. Caleb, the only reason why people are upset is because when you're claiming the lineage of the Bible, and I'm not saying you are, but there are converts who are claiming land and taking land from people who've been there for.
You don't understand what it means to be part of the Israeli people.
That's a different argument.
You don't understand what it means to be an Israelite.
You've been talking all day. Just let me land, please. Just let me land. According to the Bible, the Torah, you are what your father is. So that would not include people who converted over. That's not what it is.
There is conversion in the Bible that is accepted.
Torah.
King David comes from the descendants of converts.
Where's that? You're going to have to cite that verse, sir.
His grandmother was a Moabite.
David, Caleb, you are what your father is. Period. It has nothing to do who your mom is.
The Bible Bible verse on 2 polls actually.
No,
yes, I'll give you the case of. Actually, I'll give you the case in the Bible. It's in Leviticus somewhere. I'll get the chapter. The son of the Israelite woman and the Egyptian man.
You're talking about the heritage, and that heritage came back to.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because I already know what you're talking about, sir.
The problem with that case is.
Read your verse.
It says the son of an Israelite woman and an Egyptian man.
Chapter, verse. I can't take your word for it. Book, chapter, verse. Read
okay, I'll find it for you. Let me tell you the story first. Okay? Right. It was the son of an Israelite woman and an Egyptian man. Okay? According to you, that would make that child not Israelite. Because he is not an Israelite father.
According to me,
correct?
He's not, but the inheritance is different.
No, it's not the inheritance.
It is. You can just because you
No, it's not.
It's true.
No, it's not.
I know the story.
I'm not talking.
Listen.
Listen.
I want to read the verse.
I'll find it for you. In the meantime, while I'm searching for it, this son of the Israelite woman and the Egyptian man blasphemes against God. And there's a question as to whether he is to be held to the law of Israelites. Because he's maybe not an Israelite if his father's Egyptian. But he is held to the law because he is an Israelite because of virtue of his mother. Let me find out.
Even in the Levitical law, the stranger who lives within the community still has to follow the law.
Not the blasphemy laws.
Caleb.
You're really going to challenge me? Leviticus 24. Here we go. Leviticus 24, 10 to 14. Leviticus 24, 10 to 14. Let me break this out. You're not going to beat me on the Bible.
Just read it, sir. You don't have to puff yourself up. Just read the verse.
Leviticus 24.
He's in his corner I got this, y'all. Pour the water on me.
There came out among the Israelites someone who was the son of an Israelite woman and an Egyptian man, and a fight broke out in the camp between a half-Israelite and a certain Israelite man. The son of the Israelite woman pronounced the name in blasphemy, and he was brought to Moses. Now his mother's name was Shlomith, the daughter of Dibri of the tribe of Dan, and he was placed in custody until God's decision should be made clear to them. And then it's the rest of the story, and God speaks to Moses about what should happen to that, and he's supposed to get stoned. Okay? And then it goes on to other laws about stoning and people who, some other laws that are death penalty laws. Okay, so in that passage, okay, it's clear if he was not an Israelite, he wouldn't have been held to account by blaspheming the name of God. Only Israelites, that's only an Israelite law. Non-Israelites do not have to be held to that standard. So there is a line of reasoning in the Bible itself that shows that the son of only an Israelite woman is indeed part of the community and fully part of the community.
Are you okay? Before I say what I need to say, did anybody who heard what Caleb read out the Bible, did they get the impression that made, based off what he read, that made the son an Israelite? Did anybody get that?
Yes. No, I didn't.
Yes.
Anyway, he said because of the law, he was held to the law, and so he's an Israelite. That's not even what the verse says. If you go to Leviticus, when it talks about how you treat the stranger, he is still held to the law. You're living in the Israelite, and you're living in the world where the Bible, the Torah, is running the society. You're held to the law, period.
The point I'm making, the point I'm trying to make.
You would have been better off going to the verse where it was talking about the woman who lost her heritage or would have lost her heritage, but because she's a woman, it was able to go through her father's line and still get the heritage. But what your verse said had nothing
that had to do with not having sons, lady.
I understand that, but what you're saying still has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You're right. Because what
I understand that.
Right. So why are you imposing?
Go on mute.
No.
There's a Bible verse that
through their father. Everything goes through the father.
There's exceptions from the very beginning.
Tribal designation is through the father, but not belonging, not citizenship.
Okay.
Wait.
Before they had a land, Caleb, calm down. Before they had a land, they were Israelites. They were way before they had the land, they were Israelites. And it still went through their father. So it had nothing to do with citizenship. You're just making it up as you go.
To be an Israelite, when I say to be a member, to be an Israelite, I mean to be a citizen, right? That's what it means.
I know, but we're not talking about citizenship.
I understand.
We're talking about lineage.
Here's how we got to this.
We're talking about lineage.
I know. Here's how we got to this. Okay, here's how we got. I understand. Here's how we got to this.
You're changing the point.
Here's how we got to this. Okay. The Jews have a system. Okay. And from long time, even if I agree with you that that's not the way it was in the Bible, it is the way it is now.
Okay, so that's what we're
Excuse me, please.
I'm not arguing with you about.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me.
This is like the worst blind date possible.
Why don't you guys let each other talk?
There's no point of art. I'm not arguing with you about what the Jews do now, what Judaism do now. You can have it. I'm not telling you that you're wrong about that. I'm just saying, according to Torah, you're not correct. That's it.
No.
So whatever you guys
So
do
when
now,
people say, so great. Listen. This is how I know that there's like an anti-Judaism bias.
No,
there's exclusivity
it's
around.
If we are reading Harry Potter and the spell says you got to say 3 frogs and a cat, and you're telling me it's a dog, I'm telling you it's 3 frogs and a cat. It has nothing to do with anti.
It's not that simple.
Excuse me.
I don't even know you.
Now it is you who needs to calm down. Now it is you who needs to take a breath.
You need to calm down. Stop saying somebody's anti. That's like me calling you racist. When you said little girl, I could have said something about that, but I didn't because we're having a conversation.
I didn't say little girl. I said lady.
Okay, whatever you said, that could be
lady.
You could be treating me wrong because I'm a woman and you don't want to hear me speak. I'm not doing that. We're having a conversation. So don't
Yes,
put
we're having a conversation.
Don't put anti-Semitism in here because it has nothing to do with that.
When somebody says,
the way it is.
When somebody says something like, okay, I have the exclusive read on how the Torah is supposed to be read, which I don't say, by the way. I don't know very many Jewish people who say that, right? Especially because we have a tradition that's internally multivocal pluralistic. Okay? You want to read the Torah that way? That's fine. But fuck all if I'm going to let you say to me, okay, that because you have a different interpretation and you want to read it more narrowly than me and you don't have the traditions that I have, that are thousands of years fully developed, very thick, okay? That we don't get to have our own rules because of you, the way you read the Bible.
No one said
that. Wrong. That's exactly what you said.
Caleb,
that's what you said.
No one said that. I said according to the Torah, this is what it said. I said whatever you do in Judaism, I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm not going to call you. I'm not going to say you're not a Jew. I'm not going to do anything like that. No one said that. You need to take off this badge of harassment. Because I'm not harassing you. I'm just saying if we're reading the book, based off what the book says, it says you are what your father is. Now,
the reason that this was brought up, the reason this was brought up because we were talking about converts and we were talking about, people who might not actually be Jewish in the lineage, right? And the misunderstanding, if you say we get to have our tradition and you don't get to judge it, then that's how our tradition works. We accept converts, we go matrilineal for all kinds of good, reasonable, historical reasons. Right? Including we wanted to know who the kids belonged to, right? We were trying to survive and keep our families together, right? And not disappear from the face of the planet. Things change. And we have our tradition and we have our way of doing it and we have our way of reading the Bible. So when somebody like Paul comes and says, that Russian guy has no claim to Jewish inheritance, whatever Jewish inheritance means, or to Jewish tradition, right? Because he's a Russian. I laugh because he said the same thing about the Jews. You have no claim to Russia because what you actually are is the Jews. And all of a sudden now, right, for thousands of years, people have known who the Jews are. They wrote about us. They killed us. They kicked us out of all the countries. No one was confused about that. And now, in the last 150, couple hundred years, somebody wants to come around and say, oh, I read the Bible, that sounds like me. And you're not them? Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break.
That's totally incorrect. That's totally incorrect.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
That's totally incorrect. We to get to the confusion. I mean,
here comes the real Israelite. Yeah, real Israelite. Let's go.
No.
Caleb, hold on for one second. Caleb,
let's talk about it.
out of respect for you, I allowed you to land. I wanted to respond, but I'm not. I'm going to let someone else go. But we're having a conversation. That's all.
I know. I'm glad that there's a real, true Israelite here now.
Caleb, you don't want him to talk about, you don't want Paul to talk about BB, and you get all mad. That's not even your cousin. Like, he's not even related to you. You get mad. Like, relax. It's not that serious. Let somebody else have a conversation, and you guys can go back and forth.
Let's talk about it. So when you go back to Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet. This is where the whole confusion comes in. You have many different people saying many different things about the origin of these 3 men. If this man was he was either black or white, let's just go in those terms. So if you're saying he's white, right? Now when you go to Talmud,
nobody's talking about black and white, sir.
No, when we go to many different, because we're getting into
we're talking about black. We're talking about this.
Let me finish. When you talk about the Talmud and it says that black people got their skin because it turned black because of Ham's the curse of Ham or Canaan. That's in the written records.
Would you like to read it together?
No, that's co-signed by all the rabbis and all these things.
Let's read it. Let's read it. Don't do this. No, before he makes the claim, let's read it so we're. No, let's just read it. Let's read it so we're all understanding.
I think we're getting. Hold on. I think we're getting off the topic.
I'm not aware of it, so maybe he could read. Somebody can read it.
And I think what you're talking about is the Mormon Bible.
No, I'm not talking about the Mormon Bible. I'm talking about the Jewish.
Let's go ahead and read. It's Talmud's not the Bible. Let's just go ahead and read the Bible.
It's respected by the top rabbis in Judaism. It's respected.
Caleb, can you bring it up, please? I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying the Talmud is respected? I'm just trying to understand it.
First, it was written in the 4th century.
No, we know what the Talmud is. I'm an expert in Talmud.
Okay. So you also aware that your rabbis
and you're not one, right?
You're not,
right?
Hold on.
You're not
your
an expert in
also
Talmud,
said that.
But you're not.
Can we just let him land? Golly.
I know, but we're not even talking about the video. He's making claims about stuff he doesn't know anything about.
No.
He could be completely wrong. Let him have his point, and then y'all can go to him.
A professor at Arizona State did a study, and he did a study about racism and in regards to black people, and he traced it back to the Jews because he said it was the first time where it literally said that black people got their skin, right? Ham got their skin because of what happened in Genesis chapter 9. So that theory that has been perpetrated by Rambam and a lot of other rabbis, also talking about the kinky hair, the big lips, all these things that were the blackface, all these things that were mentioned. Now, if we say this, if you're going to say that, okay, everybody was white, and that
Nobody said that.
No, I'm saying that the theology of Judaism, according to this, because I haven't heard rabbis walk this back.
Why don't we look at the passage together?
Let's look at it.
Okay. Do you have the reference?
Yeah, I can get it for you right now.
The one in the Talmud, not the guy from Arizona State.
Is that the same thing as Goyim, or does that not have to do with race? That's just non-Jews.
Goyim just means non-Jews.
And is there an
I thought Goyim means nation.
That was
nations.
So it's
Israel and the other nations.
Right, but it said
everyone who's not Israel.
It said that
What's the tribe? Will be of many nations.
Japheth.
Not Japheth. It's the other one. It starts with an E.
Edom?
Ephraim.
Edomites.
Ephraim.
It's very simple. Goyim means nation. The word means nation, but when we use it in comparison, right, we talk about Israel and the nations, right? So when it's like that, it just means people who are not Israel. It is also the generic word for a nation. That Israel is also called a goy from time to time as a generic word meaning nation.
It doesn't just mean nation. It also means...
No, it's the same as Gentiles.
It means even also.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
No, it doesn't.
Yes, no, it doesn't. I'm sure I looked it up a long time ago.
I'm sure you did.
Let's just get
Hold on. I can't hear Tim.
Let's just, for the time being, let's just let Caleb actually is a rabbi. He's pretty versed on this. So if he's given some information, let's just use his information now. We can certainly go back and say hey, we think you got it wrong later on. But let's just use his information as he's saying it right now. He's never been an untruthful person about what he says about his faith. I've never found him to do that. So just for simplicity's sake, let's just use
I have
Sanhedrin 70A.
I have right here. Okay, hold on for 1 second. Tim, I have no problem with that happening. Hence why I told Caleb we'll read the verse in the Torah. And from what his explanation, I didn't see that. And we had a conversation about that. I don't have a problem with it. I let everybody say whatever they want, and then we can talk about it afterwards. That should be fair for everyone, right?
Okay, so we're in Sanhedrin 70A, is that right?
Sanhedrin 108B. It says the sages taught three.
Hold on. Let me get there. Okay. 108.
Yep.
Okay. Hold on. So let's start with section. Let me get to the right part. Long page. By the way, you understand that the Talmud is not a scripture, right?
I understand it's a framework for the ideology that has perpetrated to today. That's what I understand.
No, that's exact. No, we should clarify.
Isn't it the oral?
Hey, let's not move the goalposts. Let's read it. It says the sages.
No, I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm just making sure. You decide.
Let's read it. The sages taught. 3 violated the directive and engaged in intercourse while in the ark, and all of them were punished for doing so. They are the dog, the raven, and Ham, the son of Noah. The dog was punished in that it is bound. The raven was punished in that it spits, and Ham was afflicted in that his skin turned black.
Okay. May I comment on the text that you're reading?
Sure.
Okay. You're reading on Safaria, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see that in some of if for those who are following along, do you see some of the words are bolded and some of the words are not?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason that some of the words are bolded is that the bolded words are the literal translation without any of the helper words that you need to fill in the translation, because the Talmud is written in a very terse style. So if you were to read just the bolded words, that's what you would be getting if you were reading the Hebrew and the Aramaic. So it would read like this. Ham was afflicted in his skin. The Hebrew there does not indicate what happened to his skin. Now the question is, how did the translation over here know to include the unbolded part turned black? Where are they getting that? Okay?
No. Let's not do that because
I'll tell you where they get it from.
No, let Caleb go so we can hear exactly where they're getting it.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Okay. So first of all, let's get some time periods right. The Talmud finishes being produced in about the year 550 of the Common Era. Okay. And what it says there is it was afflicted in his skin. Rashi, comes back in the 11th century in France. Okay, and he writes, what does it mean afflicted in his skin? Sheyatsa mimenu kush. that his descendants of Ham are Cush. Where's Cush? Ethiopia. Okay? Now, what does that mean? He's identifying the offspring of Ham as those people. Later, the translator took Rashi to mean he must be in black, and then stuck it into this translation. This translation is translating according to Rashi's interpretation. But if I take Rashi's interpretation away, there's absolutely zero indication here that the affliction was some kind of color. It could have been boils. It could have been a rash, right? And even if it is black, according to Rashi's interpretation, that's not to say that that's like, is it an affliction? Yes, because they did something wrong on the thing. But is black per se bad? No. We are not compelled to read black as per se bad just because it was the result of this affliction.
So what is then? If it's not black, what is the affliction then? Because everybody's using.
We don't know. We have to look at it. We don't know, right? Rashi doesn't say.
Okay.
Rashi doesn't say. Almost nobody says. Nobody says what it is. It just says that they were afflicted. That the right, and was afflicted in his skin. Just him.
So what is?
Caleb, I have a question.
No.
Caleb, I have a question for you. I know. You can, but I just want to ask one really quick question. Caleb, if somebody was afflicted, like let's for instance just assume they got boils, does that mean all their descendants are going to have boils automatically?
No.
Exactly. So, right, even if you just accepted the idea that his skin turned black, that would be like an affliction. Like I got sick and I got jaundice. But it doesn't mean if I later on that all my children would have jaundice automatically. Right?
No,
it just means that I was
Let me respond to this. The issue is, here's the issue. The issue is that Jews don't want to admit that their rabbis and their theology has been racist. Because look, I will find here's another quote that says, this is another rabbi.
Wait, stay right here. Before you even go there, stay right here. You don't even have to
Let's stay right there.
Stay exactly right here. Because you had someone said he was afflicted, and the other things
Says
that
his
were.
skin was afflicted. Says his skin was afflicted with no specificity to with what.
So what does Cush have to do with an affliction? And
and why in Israel today are black people called Cushy as an insult?
Because there's racism everywhere, and that's the racist term.
Okay, so this racism, admit that this racism started in that book.
Are you telling me? You're telling me that's true or not? You're telling me for a second. I just want to understand what you're saying. That the root of all anti-black racism is the Babylonian Talmud, and that prior to the Babylonian Talmud, let me say back what I'm hearing, and he can correct me. What I'm hearing is you're saying that the entire root, the full root of anti-black racism is the Jews' Babylonian Talmud, which would imply that nobody was racist to any black people before that. Is that what you're suggesting?
You have obfuscated the point. We're talking
about. Is that what you're suggesting?
No.
Is that? Wait, let the man answer himself. Let the man answer for himself. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
You missed what I said.
He didn't miss it. He's trying to get away from the verse.
What I think I heard was the Jews are racist.
I know, but Caleb, no one.
Quote from the first century. There's actually a quote from the first century that people believed at the time that the Yahudim were from Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is not confused with white people, right? So the issue is that there were writers that were writers. I will find it for you. There were writers that began to implement racism into text, and this was a catalyst. I'm saying one of the biggest catalysts was Jews to perpetrate racism. Yes, I would say what that.
Okay, great. Get the source.
Jews
go on mute.
You can say the rabbi.
Get the source.
You can say the rabbi.
Get the source.
The rabbi who interpreted as black, which was not in the original writings, and then the other rabbi who added that it was Cush, so that they could see that the black means the skin, is the one who initiated the anti-blackness. Does that mean that every Jew
line from Song of Songs. What about that?
But that is in the actual. This is the Talmud.
What about that?
Two separate.
Oh, that's the Bible. I thought it was have to be in the Bible. The Bible.
Why are you getting emotional?
Oh, right, because you don't understand.
Caleb,
Because what you don't know is how the Talmud operates. No, you don't really understand what. You don't know how this book works.
Why you don't have to overtalk to someone so that they can't hear me. Everybody knows what you're doing. Like, stop doing it. We're having a conversation. This is not a monologue. It's a dialogue between you and I.
It's a total misunderstanding and abuse of a book that this man knows nothing about.
Have some patience. You're going to teach
This
him.
man knows nothing about the book he's quoting.
Caleb, it doesn't matter. You're reading a verse.
It's just anti-Jewishness. That's all it is. Let's just call it what it is. It's just anti-Jewishness.
If you can defend what the Bible or what the Talmud says, that's on you. It doesn't have
I just read the whole passage for you. I just explained the whole passage.
I'm asking you questions. So
why did you do this? It just goes on forever. I just explained the whole passage.
This is the first time me and Caleb have ever had a conversation. So my question.
How long have you been dickering back and forth like this for? It seems like it's been like
do you want to talk about Doom?
Only about an hour.
Yeah, left and came back. They were doing the same thing. But
No.
But you can continue. Yokosan is going to say something like this, right? The Jews were the responsible, through the filter of the Jewish lens and the curse of Ham, right? And because the Christians learned what the Jews learned in the Babylonian Talmud, that's the responsibility for the Expanse, trans-African slave trade, and blame it on the Jews. Especially, except that the Ashkenazi Jews, except those are the fake ones, right? So is it the fake ones that did it, or the real ones that did it?
No, you really responsible. You don't want to be authentic. You don't want to be authentic. You don't want to be authentic and true, because I was gonna name another rabbi. Another rabbi said that Ham, his lips were thick and gross like that of a Negro. So they made the pinky hair. The yellow hair. No, hold on. This is
show me the source.
His name is he was from the 8th century Spain. M.E. A.M. and last name Loez. Right?
Loez. Okay.
He said he received 5 punishments, and the first was eyes was red. They were always a.
So that guy sounds like a racist. That rabbi sounds like a racist.
No. But what I'm saying is, don't let's be authentic and true, right? Let's be authentic and true. You won't say. Did you say Rashi was a racist?
I suppose people in antiquity were racist, Jews or not.
Okay, so what you have to admit, this is what my thesis is. If you want to say a thesis, my thesis is that if you take the leadership, I'm talking about the rabbis, because why I say the leadership, because if someone says something out of pocket and somebody doesn't come and correct that statement, if y'all acting as in unison, then that means that statement stands, and the populace believe that statement. So if nobody comes and says, hey, with that we condemn that, right? But now if what Rashi says, and he's hailed as one of the greatest rabbis, and then Rambam says something similar about monkeys, right? And so you have all these celebrated rabbis who no one in Judaism that is a rabbi comes and denounces them and say, no, we don't stand by them. And yes, if you are a racist, how are you a chosen of Elohim? How are you have hate in your heart and you saying you follow Torah? Like, it doesn't make sense. So if you say this, then denounce your leadership and say, well, why is it that the question now becomes, well, why is it that they were racist? Why did they hate these?
Everyone was racist.
Now we have another question which there is an answer to. Because Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet, right? The lineage of Yafet becomes non-melanated, right? And Noah said off that ship, he said, blessed be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shem. He didn't say the Elohim of Yafet. So Yafet knows that the Elohim of the universe is Shem's Elohim, and anybody that would want to get to him has to cling to Shem. So there is a hatred that is down to the skin color because Shem is connected to Yahuwah. So that's where the hatred comes from. The hatred comes of the skin, comes down because Yafet is non-melanated, and that was actually a judgment on him. So it's actually some type of reverse psychology that they're saying that you have part of racism. Oh, you're cursed because you have black skin, right?
When actuality,
there's another professor. There's another professor that did a study on ancient African religions, and this is going back to the time of Talmud. And they said, and what they said, this is African culture. You can look it up. I can see an article. They said that when different people and these explorers were coming, right, and they were white, that they never seen white people, they related the story to Cain, right? They said that Cain, like if Adam was melanated, right? If Adam and Eve were melanated, and then therefore they had melanated people, then where we have to ask the question, then where, if we don't want to ask this hard question, then where do non-melanated white people come from?
Can I just ask a quick question? Do you guys who's arguing with Caleb, do you actually believe that the curse of Ham created like a generation, like a black people?
No.
See, that's not true.
No.
Okay, but you do think that they were black anyway, right? Do you think they were already black?
Yeah,
I think everybody was initially black, and then
okay, in ancient Judea at the time of Christ, do you think everyone was black there?
I mean, when we say black, we're talking about melanated.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about of African descent, of what we could typically consider African descent. I'm not talking about Arabs or.
Well, we know in Egypt. We know in Egypt around the turn of the century that the Greeks were in power, so that was different. But yes,
so Jesus was black.
Yeah. Yes, he was black. Yes.
Okay. So, and you think he descended from Africa, or do you think everyone at that time was black?
When you say black, you guys
think African. I mean, look, it's difficult to use.
You know the Middle East, that classification was a new term, and that part of the world is considered like.
Let me put it this way: I've got a time machine, right? I'm going to go back in time, and I'm going to see Jesus preaching on wherever he preached, to 5,000, right? The Sermon on the Mount. What color is everyone, including Jesus, at that moment? Do they look like they come from Africa? Do they look like they're Arabs?
Color. You're going to have different versions of brown, and you're going to have whites as well.
Where are the whites coming from?
You think?
From Alexander the Great.
Okay.
Greeks, Romans.
Just read it. Greeks are white.
But would it look like if I jumped into, I don't know, the Congo? Would it look like that?
Well, this is the thing. Is what you got to first understand. Noah had 3 sons. Shem
I'm asking about
I just don't look the same. What we doing?
Shem, Ham, and Yafet.
Let me tell you what I think they'd look like. I think they would look more like Middle Easterners look today.
No.
I think they look like. Am I wrong?
No. Hey, Shem had 3 sons. Noah had 3 sons. Shem,
Ham, better off saying that they look more like the maybe Indians.
No, I think they look like Iraqis.
There is a source that said that Yafet married somebody. He married somebody that was, if you just say in plain terms, like European looking, right? So that this is where
I'm sorry, who married the European?
No, I'm saying Noah had 3 sons. We all descend.
And why are they married a European? Is that what you said?
I'm not saying a European. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying a white person.
You can't say that with French. French don't hold you to it.
White person. So if you have a black person,
it's a white person with like blonde hair and blue eyes, something like that. Is that
Yafet was a melanated, brown-skinned person. Okay. If you marry somebody that is white, you're going to begin to get lighter and lighter until you get just pretty much white. Right?
So, one follow-up question.
So when you look at
didn't the flood kill everybody except the family of Noah?
Yeah.
Well, then how the hell is he marrying a white person?
Because you know they have wives, right? You know they have wives.
Okay, so is this before the flood?
Oh, I don't think you may have read the book, but it's
you gotta read the book, Frenchie. You gotta read the Harry Potter, sweetie.
I think you're saying. So you're saying that
Shem,
limited land.
Caleb, help her.
Everybody just did
No,
from three people.
I get it now. In the land where Noah lived, before the flood, one of his sons married a white woman. That's what he said.
This is
Is that right?
crazy.
There were 8 people on this shit. Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
pretty up.
We know that because it says that in the Bible.
No, we know that from historical records. And
What
also
historical?
and also
There's historical records of who Noah's sons married.
the
Let's
table,
not
the
talk
table,
know their names.
Walk you down. Frenchie, what's
the
your conclusion? What's your end goal?
Their names. The wives of Noah's sons. What are the names?
Frenchie, what is your end goal, and how does this connect to the verse in the Talmud that the Ethiopians, they were afflicted, and then black, and then Ethiopians? How does this
Sounds
connect?
like we all agree that didn't happen, right?
Okay, so
Right.
but you
I'm asking you, why do you think everybody in ancient Judea
so our
looked
issue,
African? That's what I'm
our
asking.
issue is not whether or not it happened. Our issue is why in the Talmud would affliction be connected to blackness, to being
Well, it
black?
sounds like
So that's a Caleb.
it sounds like the Torah scholar is saying that's not true. So why am I arguing it?
No.
He says it's not true, and you believe him. So then, okay.
Yes,
But
because
we're
I believe
asking
he's
Caleb,
more learned in
how-
it than you are.
That's
Sure.
fine, Christian. You got it. You got it. But according to Caleb, he has to explain why in a verse that in Hebraic writings it has nothing to do with color and it has nothing to do
He
with
did
another
explain that.
nation.
He said it could have been boils.
Frenchie, if you just hold on for a second and you can get it. I always respect you and let you talk.
Thank you.
Caleb has not clearly explained how did Rashi come up with the term black.
Okay.
Says black, what is he intending black to mean? And how the affliction, what was the affliction? And if there was an affliction, why are they connecting it to being black? That's
Your
not
question is, why did Rashi think it meant black people? Is that your question?
perfect.
Or maybe Rashi was mistaken.
Also, Rashi
Frenchie,
lived
do you know how important Rashi
in between
is
France
to
and Germany, so he
to
was
Judaism? You know how
No,
important
I
Rashi is
black
to
people.
Judaism?
All I know is the text doesn't mention skin color, doesn't mention
But,
any
okay,
physical
so
change.
Frenchie,
It
do
does
you
not connect this story to
Do you
black
know
people
how
or any
important
race.
Rashi is to Judaism?
Yes, if Rashi's wrong, why do I care?
Okay, so if you don't care, then this conversation is more so for Caleb.
Well, what
I just want to know why you think Jesus was black.
What Caleb said is Rashi said they were Ethiopian, and then a later translator came through and interpreted the Ethiopian as being black.
It sounds like even if
Correct
Rashi
me
thought
if
that.
I'm wrong.
Okay.
And that would probably
He
be
said that
Ethiopian
Rashi
from
said black.
a
Let's say
French
He said that
understanding
Rashi
of the
said black.
11th century.
Inflected
Let's say he thought that. So what?
Rashi,
Current Jews don't
Frenchie,
think that.
can we just have Caleb respond? Because I
No,
don't
I
think
want to know why this is so important to you. Because obviously current Judaic thought is not that they were black.
this up. We're just having the conversation for conversation's sake.
You're trying to say Jews are racist? Isn't that your whole point?
My lord.
I didn't bring this up. Like, what are you talking about?
Someone brought it up. Is that
Yeah.
the whole point of talking about what Rashi thought this
I think
was
you're
meant?
just kind of
to say that
you're
Judaism is-
distracting from the conversation.
No,
I don't
I'm
think you
trying
can add to this part.
Well, I want to know why you think Jews are racist if they currently do not think that Rashi was
No,
right about this.
I have not said
The people
that
have,
Jews were racist.
Isn't this the whole point of
That's
bringing
why
this
you're
up?
asking me that question.
And why was it brought up?
Bring it up. But the subject is on the table and we're talking
Someone
about
brought
it.
it
But
up,
you're
then.
stopping us from having a conversation.
No, I'm saying somebody brought it up, and they're trying to say Judaism is
here's a-
inherently racist, right? Isn't that
Look,
why?
my lord. Here's a rabbi from 1916 that actually confirms what I'm saying. This is his name is D. Rabbi, and his last name is Eliezer. He said Noah brought his sons and grandsons and blessed them in their several settlements and gave them inheritance of all the earth. He especially blessed Shem and his sons, making them dark but comely. He gave them an inhabitable earth. He blessed Ham and his sons, making them dark, like a raven, and gave them an inheritance of the coast of the sea. He blessed Japheth and his sons, making them entirely white, and gave them for an inheritance the desert and the fields, and these are the inheritance which are endowed to them.
All right, so 3 blessings, right?
proves that
So
that
white
rabbi
was
in 1916 got it wrong.
No, what I'm saying is that if the argument was, because in order for Rashi to be correct, that means that person had to be white to be turned black. I mean, it's just an easy equation. And the folks had to be black.
Maybe they were purple.
Maybe we shouldn't.
Maybe they were Arabs.
But there has been theology that has been baked into the entire world saying that blackness is evil.
All three were blessings from God.
You can't argue with him if he's in mid-sentence. Like, let him land.
There is theology that was baked into Judaism by the rabbis, pushed by the rabbis, that has this narrative that black is evil, black is this, black is that. And that narrative is incorrect, because when you look at the heritage of people, when black people are coming and saying, hey, we're Shem, we're melanated, and but I believe our heritage is of Shem, and then you have this whole anti-Semitism argument to say, no, you're just hating black Jewish people, you're hating this, when it's actually a reverse psychology thing that is happening, and they don't want to admit that their own people, their own rabbis, they celebrate. They won't. You will argue me down, but you won't be authentic to say that, hey, Rashi was Rambam, this guy, they were wrong, and we don't know. We have to question what they said because they had hatred in their heart against these people, and not even that they did something to them. They said that. They said that. So why is it that they can't admit that, but you have intent on telling other people who they're not? Go sit in the corner. We don't want to hear from you. And then when we say something, it's anti-Semitic. You just hate Jewish people. No, let's have a real conversation.
Okay, so
man up, woman up. Have a real conversation about rabbis that say these things.
Jews today don't have the right to complain about anti-Semitism from Hebrew Israelites, because back in the day, Jews were also racist. Is that it? Did I say
that's not what he said?
You're right out. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that the mechanism of white supremacy, it inhibits you from listening. The mechanism of white supremacy inhibits you from actually being to put your guard down and actually listen and hear what I'm saying. To listen, because you are defensive.
What did she get wrong about
your
position?
You talked about a rabbi in 1916. Did you not? That's what I meant. I said
we started the argument with a fourth century.
Are you a follower of Rashi? Frenchie does not believe in none of this. So you're arguing with someone who does not even care.
I also said
you need to have a conversation.
Christians.
You need to have a conversation with Miguel, or you can have a conversation with Caleb, because they are the ones
who
hold Rashi to authority. It's no point. Frenchie does not believe in the Talmud. She don't believe in the Bible. She don't believe in the Quran. She don't believe in none of this. So
why she running her mouth so much?
Because what I want to say is just one more thing. Christians also believe this, and Christians use the curse of Ham to justify slavery. So why are you singling out the Jews?
We'll get on them next. We'll get on them next. Okay, we'll get on them next. Caleb, Miguel, can you guys answer the question regarding Rashi? If he is incorrect in what was written and what was being interpreted, and so were these other rabbis who interpreted in a similar way, why are you guys holding them up to such a regard? That's the question.
Your question is why we value the insights of Rashi, who wrote a commentary all of the Old Testament?
Do you agree with this particular scripture or Talmudic interpretation?
Well, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Rashi on this one is citing a midrash. I think there's an even older story that Rashi's actually citing with the curse of Ham interpretation. Like there's a midrash which I think obviously earlier than Rashi, a few hundred years back. But I'd say like what he's doing there is scholarship to say this is how this has been interpreted at different times. But, you know, if you wanted to meta-analyze Rashi as a person,
he was a Jew of like 11th century Europe in between France and Germany. He wrote very often about what the meaning of a Hebrew word was in the French of his time. So much so that, interestingly, to develop the modern understanding of French, people sometimes look at his commentary to know how French was spoken at that time. He tracked a lot of old Hebrew words and translated them to what was then modern French. But so I'm saying he is a product of his time. He probably didn't interact with many Africans or Ethiopians or South Africans or Somalis or Moroccans. I don't know what exposure he had to much of Africa or Egypt from deep within the Rhine Valley of like mainland Germany and France.
So here's my other
He was a
question.
scholar.
In regards to the Hebraic writing not having those words there, where does this, extra biblical information comes from? Like, I know you said something about the...
I'm saying, yeah, there's an earlier midrash. I don't have it offhand, but if you research it, you'll see he's citing an earlier interpretation that rabbis had done. Because, your question is, why would I regard Rashi as valuable? It's because he's an excellent scholar.
Not necessarily that. It's more so where...
I'm unpacking it.
Okay, go ahead.
And in terms of my respect for him as a scholar, in this particular interpretation or commentary, which seems like racist, I'm saying, yeah, it does seem pretty racially charged. I wouldn't write that. But he's even citing something earlier. So this is a demonstration of his good scholarship, that he's finding a midrash that I wouldn't otherwise find, and linking it to the very specific biblical passage. That's the work of Rashi.
Okay, so
yeah, it's still good.
Let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say. Hold on, let me just say this, and then I'm going to go and mute, and y'all can have a conversation. When I read something in I'm going to just say Bible for Christian purposes, in something in the Bible that is in the New Testament or the Old, and it says something, and I go back and I see that the translators added words to what is being said, it makes me question the translators, which means that every time I read something that's in the New Testament, and if those words aren't written according to what the Greek says, or if I read something in the Torah and those words aren't written according to what the Hebrew says, I question the translators, so I don't really trust what they're saying unless it said it's from the manuscripts. So my question is, you guys don't do that? You guys just go by what the commentary says? Is that what it is?
I'm not sure what you're suggesting we do. The commentator is separate from the verses themselves. The verses are preserved and kept separate, and people debate over what they mean, and they give their different explanations, usually in the Hebrew language, to keep it as a singular language of commentary and analysis, rather than like multiple languages in English, Portuguese, French, German, Spanish. They don't want multiple languages. There's one scholarly language discussing the commentary of the verses, but I'm not sure exactly what your question was about evaluating the commentators.
Let me hop in there real quick. So if Rashi is quoting somebody from under the midrash, this makes the argument even worse.
Correct.
Because now that means that if people are just, because the earlier argument was that it just shows up in the 11th century. But what I'm saying is that the professor and the other scholars have said that, hey, no, this verse is charged towards the color of skin, because if you take Tacitus, you can throw Tacitus out the window, but Tacitus said that this is first century, or I think that follows first century. Is he saying that let me get the quote for it. He said that many say that he's talking about the Yahudim, right? Because Jews is not a real word in Hebrew, but Yahudim. He said that many people that thought that the Yahudim were the race of Ethiopia. So now this is first century. So this is not 4th century. So if this is what is being said in the 1st century, that people believe that the Yahudim are the race of Ethiopia, that's what kind of the world consensus is at that time. He's reporting that. Then how is it now that this commentary from this 4th century is saying, well, it's linking Ethiopia with this false curse thing, and then rabbis come later and double down on it, right? That's why we're saying they didn't just interpret that; they doubled down on that, and now this thing is in the air now. And then when we say something about it, we don't actually have a constructive conversation about it. It's no, you're trying to be anti-Semitic. So I think that's disingenuous to always have a crutch or always have this violin to play when you actually don't want to have a conversation. I think that's very disingenuous, and that shows that it's not, that is something is being hidden to not be able to sit there and say like, well, let's hear it out and let's go through it. And what I'm saying, my thesis is that just like what the rabbi said in 1916, is that's what, similar to what I'm saying, is that Yefet cannot come now, like what Paul said or Shaul said, and now, just like the Romans, and say, but Noah prophesied about it. He said that Yefet would dwell in the tents of Shem. That prophecy stands to today because everywhere Shem is, somebody dwelling in your tent, meaning that you have your own dwelling place. But guess what? Shem is coming now to dwell in this tent. And that's part of the manifest destiny doctrine that says, because you were white and you were given this blessing, now you get to steal and you get to inhabit all these different places. And that's what we're saying that the Jews do, and that's what colonization does, is that you feel like you have the right to go bomb these people's stuff, go take their stuff, go kill people, go murder children in the name of, oh, we're chosen. But if you're chosen, you would also know the Torah, and you would also know that Elohim is not going to bless you for hating your neighbor, right? So these things, and thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. So it's very disingenuous to go back to the argument and say, no, we're just God's people and we get to do this. Like, no, you have to have a constructive conversation to be able to talk about issues.
Okay, you ready for a constructive conversation? Wait, give me 1 minute. It's very interesting to me that you're using the argument of racism to say nobody can argue with you, and then you turned it into manifest destiny and claiming bombing people because they're chosen, which no one ever made an argument. But if I tell you that, then obviously I'm just a racist and a colonialist and all the other things that you used. So that just listen to the actual words that you're saying.
Yeah, if I could just briefly interject, I don't know why we listening to Rashi, whether he's quoting earlier Midrash or not, commenting on the book of Genesis chapter 9 and saying, well, this is the blacks and this is the whites. Like, oh, that's ridiculous. The Bible doesn't deal in terms of race. That's a socioeconomic construct that came centuries later. The Bible actually deals with nationality, not raciality. And raciality is a word that I just made up, but I hope that you understand the pun I was going for on nationality and raciality. It's my made-up word, but the Bible doesn't deal in raciality or issues of race. The Bible doesn't define people according to their skin color and differentiate. The Bible does so according to nations, which is why Midrash is problematic. We have to critique it and analyze it carefully, because the Midrash is talking about a curse of Ham, but the Bible doesn't say anything about a curse of Ham. There's nowhere in there. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 25, Noah says, cursed be Canaan. So it doesn't say, cursed be Ham. See, you see how they completely fabricated that? It says, cursed be Canaan. And it talks about Canaan being subjugated, because this is later used in the narrative of the Israelites taking the promised land from the Canaanites. See, you see that?
That is correct.
How that happens? Yeah, so like when the Midrash is talking about curse of Ham, that's not a thing. When the Rabbinah is talking about this is
right, Canaan was the one that gets cursed.
This is
talks about the curse of Canaan. That's made up by
the curse of Canaan. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. Curse of Canaan, as I quoted Genesis chapter 9, verse 25. And so
meaning the Jews are justifying their occupation of the land of Canaan.
Well, of course, that's why it's in there, right? That's why it's in there. God gave us this land, right? That's the whole argument. Is that Canaan is cursed to be subjugated, and the Israelites come later on and subjugate Canaan to take the promised land. It's a conquering. So that's just what the biblical narrative says. I mean, we don't have to get cute about it. That's just what the text says. You can believe it or not.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with the whole thing, as far as Christians using it, all that stuff. But what we're specifically talking about is how even the writer to not be specific to say Canaan, right, already shows you the bias, because even that 4th century, it doesn't say Canaan, it says Ham. So that already shows you that the writer is biased to lean to what we're saying, that this writer had an inherent bias against melanated people. Naturally, we can talk about the words we want to use, but we can use any word you want to use in exchange of nationality, race, color, whatever, right? But what we're saying is that this writer had the inherent, and if this is an authority in this culture, in Judaism, then we now have to question, okay, if that's like saying, okay, if we find one of the leaders that is on this tip of hatred towards another people, then, and if they co-sign it, and they're not coming against it, and there's no writings of denouncing this person, then that means that the populace agree with them. Now, people can secretly agree, but what we're saying is if this narrative has been used and has not been corrected, and then when somebody says, hey, it was another one of your rabbis that said that Shem was dark, right? But when somebody says that now, that the rabbis say, okay, well, no, you have no inheritance with Shem. You go over there. As a matter of fact, you're being anti-Semitic. So that's what I'm saying to the gentleman that said earlier that yes, we do need to talk about colonialism and all these things, because you cannot separate. I think sometimes it's just because this is the Bible. This has nothing to do with the politics of racism or nationalism. Because there was definitely some nationalism when it comes to who we deal with, who we don't deal with. They do that. They impose this. There was some definite ideology of that. Now, of course, in the century we live in, terms have changed, but that world is not too much different from this world, meaning that their people have their biases, they have their hatred, and that's what we're talking about.
You're just outing yourself. You just came with a whole vile hatred. You brought nothing to the table. You just claimed that there's an idea and you threw in manifest destiny. And then you're saying, which no one ever made an argument today. If you tell me I'm wrong, then you're just using anti-Semitism as a weapon and you're a racist. So yeah, but will you denounce Rashi? Will you denounce Rashi? Why would I denounce Rashi? Okay, exactly. So then my argument is finished. No, your argument was stupid from the very beginning. No, because people that say they have love and they have Torah, the Torah says to love your neighbor as yourself. That's what it says in Leviticus. But these same people that say they believe that will co-sign people who are blatantly racist and then say, because he's a scholar, because he's blatantly racist, and you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite, and I don't believe anything you can say after the argument, because you won't be genuine to say, hey, that person we have him over there, because they don't actually have the fundamental. They don't have the fundamentals of what the Torah actually speaks of. The Torah actually speaks of love, and they don't actually have those fundamental things, so we can't listen to them. You won't do that, so it's nothing you can say.
Can we agree that certain, they may have maybe not a great interpretation on this thing, but this thing over here might be good, and you can pick and choose what you want to follow when it comes to an interpreter of the Bible. They don't have 100% right, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're always wrong. But if we see something that's wrong, we call it out for being wrong. Can we just agree to that?
No, is he not denouncing it because he doesn't think it's racist? I can't agree with that, because we're talking about spiritual matters. And if somebody, let's say somebody in this society, this community, you hear a racist statement, right? And then you are saying, well, he says a lot of other things correctly. Let me go bring some other people to him. Let me talk about this guy, right? He doesn't even have the values and the morals of what he's even talking about. How can I listen to this guy? How can I even, there's no statement he can say that is even maybe correct on this end that I would co-sign, because the fundamental thing that the whole scriptures is about love, he doesn't have. So why would I negate that? To me, it shows a lot about somebody's character. Now, there might be some other things where we say, okay, well, he said that thing correct.
Aren't you a Hebrew Israelite? Don't you think that God is going to privilege people with dark skin over white skin?
No, that's not the Hebrew. That's not even a Hebrew.
No, you just made an assumption. You just made an
That's
assumption.
what I asked you. I asked you that question.
No,
You just made a huge assumption.
I know. I'm asking you. I'm not making an assumption. I'm saying, don't you? Isn't that correct?
That's incorrect.
No, that's not correct.
It's not
That's
about
not
skin
correct.
color.
That's not correct. So don't come back with a misconception.
God won't people with the dark skin over white skin later on when it comes to
It
heaven.
has nothing
That's incorrect.
to do with skin
We're not talking about this. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the
The initial argument that we were having was you are who your father is. That's what that goes to when it talks about his.
Yeah, we're
talking.
talking.
That has nothing to do with skin.
Yeah, if you don't get confused. We're talking about the matter of what it was when people. This is a classic argument of people that fall under the white supremacy construct. Is when you bring up an argument to say, hey, this is what it. No, hey, look, this is what it is. They also go and say, well, you're talking about race. Me just stating the facts of what it is, get into race. When I'm talking about what it is, if the facts of the matter is that the Messiah was melanated, now it's it's not about race. I'm just stating a fact. Why are you offended? If you're offended, that means that you have some Hey, if you're offended, if you're offended about the facts,
but it's not your view that God is going to privilege
argue about the
different colored skins over.
I'm not going
to view. Is that? Are you going to deny that?
Not my view. It is not my view. You came with.
Okay, great. Okay, good. That's all I wanted to hear. That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is quite. This is a funnier conversation a little bit. We got the. I'm not even gonna do that. I was gonna troll a little bit. I mean, I was gonna say we got the fake Jew and the real Jew. I was gonna troll.
Right now, the argument is not about fake Jew and real Jew. The argument is about a verse in the Talmud or a scripture in the Talmud. I don't know what you guys call it. That is being. Some nameless author.
Tractates. It's all right. Continue.
She's not talking about a tractate. She's talking about something stated. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
How about you say what's stated that it's offended you? That's offensive.
And we're also talking about why. Just like.
Hold on. The woman is explaining to me what's going on. Please hold on.
So this is not a Jew verse. It's not a who's the Jew. This is about.
That's what it was sounding like.
I know, but
okay, let her talk. Oh my God.
It was something written in the Talmud that indicated a racial aspect that we were trying to get understanding as to first, why was it written, since it wasn't written in Hebrew, and second, why is it interpreted in that manner? That's all it was.
Wait, so state
what is it? What?
Y'all want to go back to that?
It was we can go back to it, but the issue is that Jews or people that sympathize with Jews, just like the guy just came on here earlier. I don't know his name. I think it was somebody else, but it was just didn't want to you hold this.
Bro, can you tell me the statement, please? I'm trying to hear the statement.
Sanhedrin 108.
All right, can you read it to me? Can you read it to me, please? Thank you.
No, I think you can go look it up because I'm
at work right now. I can't. Yeah. I'm saying that's why I wanted to hear you read it, if you don't mind. I thought that's what the sister was gonna do.
I am driving, so I'm not gonna be able to read it. And Brandon, why do you sound like a guy named Andrew or somebody else?
There's a brother called Andrew on here, but that's not me. That's another guy.
That's somebody else. This is not you right here. This is somebody else. But
what do you mean?
I don't know. I know it's been a while since I've been on it. But anyways, it has. Are you familiar with the writing in the Talmud about? It says something along the lines of Ham was inflicted with blackness. That's what we're talking about. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with it. That's why I want him to read it.
He didn't ask you. Vaguely. Not well enough.
The curse of Ham? You guys don't know the curse of Ham?
Well, I've heard that from Christians. I don't know.
Do you feel just like superiority right now? Like, because like this is like I've been listening for like 2 days, and I think it's like the 20th topic that most of the people in these rooms don't know what you're talking about. But they're like, how do you not know the curse of Ham type shit? You know?
You know, I just think that
she's not asking about the curse of Ham. That's a colloquial thing.
Oh, Nicholas, I was just.
I just think that there's some things in our writings that we hold to be true that and when I say we, I'm just saying in general that, you know, even in the world of Christianity, like we don't really want to talk about the Amalekite babies that are being slammed with their heads on the rock. But we have to stand on what our verses say. I mean, and even if you are a Jew or Jewish, you have to stand on the Amalekite babies got slammed with the rocks. That's what was written.
Yeah, I'm stand on that.
With all that being said, we got to hold those who commit to the Talmud. We have to hold you to your writings and ask questions about it, right?
Not everything in the Talmud is authoritative. Like that's the wrong conception to have.
I wanted to correct something earlier too. It's Sanhedrin 108. It's Sanhedrin 108 and 15, and also why they coined it. This is in the 4th century. Why they coined it the curse of Ham is because first place he didn't say Cain. He said the raven was punished that it spits, and Ham was afflicted that his skin turned. He didn't say Canaan. So the issue is that the writer already has a racial bias, a nationality bias, or whatever.
Can you read it to me, please? Do you mind? You quoted it. Can you read the full thing to me? If you don't mind.
Yes.
Please. I'm genuinely asking.
The sages taught 3 violated the directive and engaged in intercourse while in the ark. All 3 of them were punished for doing so. They are the dog, the raven, and Ham, the son of Noah. The dog was punished in that it is bound. The raven was punished that it spits, and Ham was afflicted that his skin turned black.
Okay, thank you. Where's the problem with that? Like, you generally got a problem with that? I don't see a problem with that.
Well, it may not be a problem for you.
No, explain to me what the problem is. Hold on. Before we get to the problem. He has to explain what the problem is. God made a person black. Hold on, please, bro. God made a person black. Is that a problem?
No, the problem is affliction, meaning something like a disease, is blackness.
And
that's
now,
what we got.
And now we
that might be
hold on, wait, real quick. The same thing.
Are you familiar with the
yeah.
I'm very much not familiar, but now that you do it out, hold on. I've listened. Just please, I just listened to what you just said. I just listened to what you just said. The consequence of Adam was death, right? So are you now gonna say death is a bad thing?
Are you calling black death? What are you talking about?
I'm not making them analogous. I'm not making those 2 things analogous. Get my point. What you said was that a bad thing for God to give that consequence, correct? That was your point.
Brandon, please stop. First of all, let's get back to what we're talking about.
Why am I stopping?
Brandon,
interrupting.
We don't understand where you're coming from.
You just said I'm not. See, this is not about me right now. You just told me. Like, damn, you lot are just going so crazy. I'm asking you a question. You just told me that when you read that verse, it seems to you. Well, it's not even a verse, but you get what I'm saying. It seems to you like blackness is a punishment. It's a consequence of someone's actions. So I asked you, do you see the same thing with Adam and Eve when Adam was told that he was going to die?
The problem is
No. Is that in Hebrew it doesn't say that at all. No, it's not like the Hebrew.
Turn black. It doesn't
exactly.
Say that.
It doesn't say.
So if that's the only problem you have, then cool. I mean, it's not really a problem.
Okay,
Brandon, it is a problem.
Let's read what it actually says. Let's.
I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna stop. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Let's see what it actually says. It says the rabbis taught there were 3 that had intercourse on the ark, and they were all punished: the dog, the raven, and Ham. The dog was tied. If you know exactly what that means. The his punishment, and then Ham was inflicted in its skin. That's all it says, inflicted in the skin. We don't know what that means. Rashi explains that to mean that he had Cush come from him, which is the grandson of Ham, who gets punished. Why is Cush punished? He doesn't explain why. We have to go further and see why. But it says the punishment of his skin was he had a descendant that was problematic.
Hey, see, and that I should have asked him to finish it off. I hear what you're saying now. That's why you kept on telling me to.
Do you agree, Mayor? Also, that the translation that says
Rashi didn't say
the translator is translating according to Rashi? One second. Mayor, do you agree that many translations translate according to Rashi, and that's where that Davidson translation gets and became black?
But they're composed. It says Cush. Cush is a company. Right. That's all he says. Now Canaan, who gets punished again for what he does to his grandfather, is the land of Canaan, and he gets cursed. They want to take that to say all of blackness is cursed. Like that's just not.
Well, Cush is not a country; it's a people. One of the sons of Ham.
I meant the nation. I stand corrected. I meant the nation.
I mean, it's both. But
No, Brandon. No, he's talking about the
Genesis 11.
No, I meant the nation.
He's talking about the nation before they had. Yeah, before there were countries.
They don't necessarily have borders and lands.
Yeah,
It's the way we know it.
It's a lineage of Cush that was,
And I don't know who they are.
You don't know who Cush is? That's the Ethiopians, man.
You decided that based on a Greek translation. That's possible, very possible. Totally wrong.
I hear it. It's quite interesting, though. I mean, even if it did say that they were punished with black skin, I don't see the problem with that. I really don't.
Well, it does make it sound like blackness is a negative, does it not?
No, not really.
No? Okay, you're going to be punished with having long hair. Does that mean I like long hair, or long hair is a punishment?
You might not like long hair. Someone else might like it.
Okay.
I'm saying. What I think happened is Ham didn't like blackness. So Ham was the first racist. So when he turned black, he was annoyed. And then, all these black people, they're annoyed at the Ham thing. Maybe that's what it is. Self-inflicted pain. I hate being black. From the ancient forefather.
Well, even though it doesn't actually say that, right? To me, it looks like a progression.
They quoted Bhakti and they didn't quote the whole thing because they're trying to summarize.
Well, no, to me, it just looks like a cultural progression.
There's no confusion about what Rashi is saying. There's no confusion about Rashi saying that black is legend. There's no confusion about it.
To me, it just looks like a cultural progression. Like the person just afflicted.
It's not a cultural
That
progression.
sounds like. Can you let me speak? I have barely spoken. For fuck's sake. So to me, it sounds like a cultural progression. It says afflicted in the skin. That could be a rash. That could be a sunburn. That could be a whatever. And then it goes on to, it's Cush. Well, that just means separated out, right? You're a different people than us now, right? You're just over there. And then some guy comes along in the 5th century and whatever, and he's like, oh, Cush, that means Ethiopian, so they must be back. Like it's just a freaking cultural.
No. The correct thing is Canaan was cursed, right? So the person that's writing, if you're the scholar rabbi.
I'm talking about this one specific text.
Exactly, and I'm talking about the 4th century passage. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It says that Ham skin was turned black. The curse, the Noah pronounced the thing on. It was about Canaan. So for the writer to not understand that, when he has the text in front, when the writer has the text in front, when the writer is writing, when the writer of this commentary is writing, he has the text in front of him. He knows that if anything, Noah said the thing against Canaan. For this writer to say Ham is an inherent bias to start something. Has an inherent bias.
Why was Canaan cursed?
Huh?
Why did Noah curse Canaan?
No, we're talking about what I'm just talking about. Don't look.
No. I ain't talking about what you're talking about.
Is the writer? Don't deal with the fact that.
Why did Noah curse Canaan?
We all know because Ham had He saw his father's nakedness. We know
Who
that,
saw his
right?
father's nakedness?
I just said him.
Right. So that's what and
No. But what I'm saying is Noah said.
Bro, you gotta listen to him.
In Sanhedrin, right, are the raven, the dog, and Ham cursed.
Because they had sex on the ship, so there's a
Totally different.
Totally different thing. That's his point. Yeah.
So you're in the wrong. You're barking up the wrong tree. Different curse.
No. I'm barking up the right tree because I'm saying that the writer was racist. The writer was a hate monger. He was a bigot. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
There were a bunch of racists in the 4th century. Who cares? That's not how
we know that's what you think, bro. Let's just chill out a little bit.
Okay,
you said you care, and that's exactly my point. You're proving my point.
I mean, that's the beauty of Judaism is that they adjust with the fucking times. And they recognize racism. They say, that was back then. It doesn't serve us any purpose. Why would we interpret it that way? No. That's why they have all the commentaries.
And that's why some of the biggest racist rabbis are still celebrated today. Yeah, okay, we get it. You know what I'm saying? So
Stephen Hawking likes looking at little holes, but that doesn't mean I don't like his physics.
It's invalid. The argument is invalid. Somebody just on here said that they still would hold to Rashi, even though he said that.
Noam Chomsky kissed up to Jeffrey Epstein, but that doesn't invalidate the universal grammar hypothesis.
Okay, but you want to be authority on the book talking about love, and you're going to tell me that you hate somebody, and we supposed to believe you. Get out of here. Get out of here.
No one ever said that. No one ever said that they hated anyone.
Rabbis
He just added that. He just added that.
Are not an authority.
To me, it sounds like you're reading it through a lens of internalized racism.
That's what I'm saying to you, and that's why Ham was so upset. Ham was so upset because when God said you're going to be black, he internalized it. This is an internal thing.
God did not say that.
You can see it in Ham's. You can see it in Ham's descendancy right now.
God gave him a fucking STI. Like, come on. You must be trolling. That's what it is.
Listen, I have to be trolling at this. I actually can't understand that a black man is so annoyed that, according to someone's history, that they were cursed with black skin. Why are you getting so mad, bro?
That's
it's all made up, and you guys stop taking the shit so seriously.
Yeah, jeez.
No, I believe it. I'm not even gonna lie. I believe in that.
Okay, I'm not running around being incensed that.
Okay, so we're not gonna get
Hera fucking beat up a bunch of Greek women because her philanderous fucking husband. Like, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, man. I like being pushy.
Brandon comes in. He don't know he's dipping and dabbing. Don't know what's happening. He's just out here like saying words.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
You was not listening.
No, I was listening. That's why I asked the questions I did based off of my faulty knowledge.
Nah, you came in guns blazing, trying to slap people, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
I ain't trying to slap no one.
Have we moved on?
I think we have. Thank God. Look, you cursed and that's it. Let's move on.
He left.
He left that.
Nameless, you like how I was putting smack down on those Christians yesterday?
I don't. Which Christians? I don't particularly like smacking down Christians. Which ones are you talking about? No, I think in America Christians need to be supported.
Nah, man, chins are a bit crazy in the head. Gotta be careful.
Brandon, are you an atheist?
I got a question.
No.
If somebody of your status, if somebody, a Jewish rabbi, says something racist towards us, and the Jewish nation has not yet closed the gap, should we respect y'all?
as a people?
I don't think what she says is racist.
Question.
I'm asking the question. You said
all the time.
but answer the
Just
question.
like some
Should
some
we
Hebrew
respect-
Israelites say all sorts of shitty racist shit.
Yeah,
I don't,
No, I don't turn it on us. I asked you a direct
as
question.
individuals,
We can
not like
deal with
me.
Hebrew Israelites. We can deal with Hebrew Israelites when I ask that question. I asked you a question. Don't misdirect. I said if a number of your prominent rabbis have hold to racist statements and have not closed the gap to denounce these people, should we respect you as the people?
Do whatever you want. You're gonna anyway. You came in with white supremacy, and like you're just a bigoted racist who hate white people. So go ahead, continue.
Yeah, man.
So you won't answer the question.
To be fair, look, I'm gonna answer the question.
Brandon, are you white?
No, I'm not white. No.
Okay, no, I'm not talking to you then. I'm not talking to you. The question is not for you.
Oh, damn.
The question is the question is not for you, so you can't answer. It's for a Jew that wants to.
I'm a Jew. Hold on, stop. I'm a Jew. Hold on, stop.
Why are you guys so obsessed?
There you go. I have to fill the category.
The question is for a Jew that says that
that's white. A white Jew.
That black people hate him and all this other stuff. But my question is, what I just asked: should we respect them if they're leaders and the people that they still hold in high regard and they have not denounced, just like how people were denouncing these Confederate soldiers and all these other people? Should we respect you as a people? Should we sing Kumbaya and hold hands with you?
I mean, I don't fucking think all Portuguese are racist just because most of them were slave traders back in the day.
Notice this.
I don't
issue.
I will answer.
Only can answer if you're Jewish, right?
I am Jewish, but hold on. I am Jewish though. That's what I'm saying to you though.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I'm black though.
No.
I'll answer. I think if you look over history, right, especially modern history in the West and in America, for sure, many prominent Jewish thinkers, writers, theologians have pointed out and said, yes, we have some of this stuff in our traditions, and we keep it in there to learn how we'd like to progress. Right? I think Horace had it right. We are progressive. We are a very progressive culture. And just because we continue to learn Rashi, we're going to continue learning Rashi, right? But we could say, yeah, that comment of Rashi doesn't sound that great. It kind of sounds kind of racist. It's okay to admit that, right? But we don't have to stand on the street corner. And say we repudiate the Rambam. If that's your expectation, that's not going to happen.
No, wait. I want to say that when we started this conversation, Caleb was not on board. Now that we come to this place, he said that part, other people have rebuked it, and we don't have to agree with it. So we have come to some sort of middle ground.
I agree.
You got King to say something. Good job. Jesus.
I agree with that statement.
Now I have, in all fairness, I have seen those rabbis that have said something. Here's my issue again, what you just said at the end of your statement. If this person has a church, let's say they have a church, and they say they're authority on the scriptures, but they have said a racial statement towards a people, but they're saying, unless you just say that black people are not included and we're not in the conversation, then that's cool. But if you're saying that, hey, everybody's included, this and that, what I'm saying is you still won't renounce the people. This book is the Torah about love is the two greatest commandments hinge upon love Yahuwah with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength, but love as your neighbor as yourself. Do you agree with that?
Depends who your neighbor is. Depends who your neighbor is.
Listen, I don't.
No, I was asking. I think it was Caleb. I was asking him, does he believe that?
How do you pronounce your name? How do you pronounce your name?
Yahoo Chesed.
I'm gonna just say Yak. Here's the thing.
Hey, that was a good attempt at Hebrew though, bro. That was a good attempt.
Brandon, come on now.
Yo.
Here's the thing. Do you denounce Nat Turner? And he preached and he did what he did. Do you denounce him?
Do I denounce him?
No.
Right? Did he kill the people to get out of slavery?
Yeah, he did.
Do you denounce him because he
And he was
read the Bible. No, he wasn't racist. He was.
Look what he done to the white people.
He was not racist.
Man, look what he done to the white people. He was racist.
No, I only denounce people that did not hold to what I hold to, which is love you with all your mind, soul, and strength. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Do you denounce Nat Turner? Because he wasn't loving people when he was out there taking them out. I don't denounce.
I disagree. I disagree. He loved his people. So if you look at the Bible and say, well, David didn't love these people because he killed these people over here, you saying that too?
What you're saying is that you expect the Jewish people to denounce one of their favorite guys because he said something racist.
No, this is what I'm saying. If they say they are authority on the scriptures, right? And they're talking about the Torah, which says in Leviticus to love your neighbor and all this other stuff, then if they're going to come and tell me this, and the very person that they still will co-sign, I'm not talking about doing another whole bunch of stuff. I'm talking about racism is not just racism, it's hatred. So if a person has hatred towards me, how are we supposed to even have a conversation? How are we supposed to even?
It's kind of like if you're a Christian Republican and you don't denounce Trump after he posted that video with the monkeys, and you say, "Oh, well, it wasn't great, it wasn't this, it wasn't that." It's just constant apologizing and just not holding your leaders accountable. I think he's just making a simple point. I'm really not sure why.
Because it's crazy to think that they're not gonna denounce Russia.
Because he's full of hate. He came in with justification and he's saying you're supposed to be the pucker. You guys have been doing this for 2 hours.
Sully, okay, you still haven't told us about these Dungeons and Dragons, so you gotta
should have announced Malcolm X and Martin Luther.
It doesn't have to be we're talking about race or nothing. You understand there are
Sully,
more
we
interesting things to think about.
And it's boring. Y'all have the same conversation every
I know, but you've been since you came back, you've been trying to fucking run the rooms yourself for the past
Well, you can help. You can definitely help when they're over talking. You can definitely step in and say, "Hey, you guys, let the other person finish," because that's all I've been doing.
No, you've been guiding the conversation towards things you want to talk about, like the Jews and black people all day.
Sully,
okay.
Would you rather talk about white people all day? Let's do that.
No, I would rather have a non-racial conversation about something interesting.
Okay, so put something on the table, Sully. Go for it. I'm listening.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this is really not that hard. So I don't know why you're going this challenge. It's difficult. Okay, how about we talk about literally anything? We could talk about Newcomb's problem. We could talk about Zeno's paradoxes. We could talk about the fish paradox. We could talk about fucking internalism versus externalism. We could talk about philosophy. I can literally list basically any other subject.
Start
would be more interesting.
Start the conversation.
It would be easy if you would stop doing that shit you're doing right now.
Any other conversation?
You came in.
Wait.
You know what? Stop talking.
Sully,
are you stop talking?
Are you still on the everything's a bullying, Sully?
I've never said.
Oh my God, Sully, stop! I wouldn't even start with him.
No, Sully wants to talk. We're all ears.
We can have a problem with that.
You stop the conversation.
It's recognizable that I'm hearing what people are saying. I didn't say I want to talk. I just brought up fucking 8.
There's all these other people on the stage that can change the conversation. Nobody's stopping them.
What you could do is stop talking. Oh, all right. And then the conversation will naturally shift into something else.
What do you think about Jack Harlow's new thing that he named it Monica, which is just like my nigga? Is that racist? Oh wait, oops, we can't talk about race.
We can't talk about race.
But Monica is that. Monica,
you know what? Have fun with this one.
Look, he's leaving. Look, going right out.
No, he just should change the conversation. He
let him leave, man. Let him leave.
He doesn't have to leave. He can just change it.
He said he's out. He said he's out. He said he's going to leave.
Anybody on the stage can change the conversation. We are not stuck on one topic. So I'm just waiting. We'll give it a few. Let's give it a few minutes and let's see what they want to talk about. Because it's for the people.
I'm not the people. I thought I was one of the people.
You are one of the people, so you're free to change the conversation, but it can't be about black stuff.
So is there sin in heaven, or did?
Hey, I can't lie. That sounds bad. That sounds crazy. We really can't be about black stuff.
Okay, anybody got time for reflection? Let's talk about something else.
That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy to say that it's Shabbat. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Wait.
So was there sin in heaven, or did sin start in the garden?
I think sin started.
Sully doesn't want to talk about the Bible, God. So let's not talk about the Bible.
That's what it started.
Conversation.
No, I think he just said not racism. So
no,
yeah, he said. But I also don't really care.
He said he don't want to talk about the Bible.
Can you exegete Genesis 8:21?
Sully, are you okay with that? Because I know you're tired of my voice.
Why are we even listening to his authority, man? What do you mean?
I am trying to. He says I'm running. I'm just trying to allow everybody to speak. Usually it's Bob who wins, but Bob hasn't said anything.
This is their sleeping hours.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry you stuck with me. I'm just trying to keep the room cool. Nameless, what verse are you referring to?
I have to leave in 2 minutes. I want to hear your take on Genesis 8:21.
Can you read it out loud? Because I'm driving.
Oh, yeah. But that's not going to be interesting. Maybe I can't read it out loud. What's going on here?
Oh, man.
And God smelled a pleasant odor. This is when Noah gets out of the ark. God smelled a pleasant odor, and God resolved, never again will he doom the earth because of mankind, since the testing of the human's mind and evil from youth, nor will he ever again destroy every living being as I have done. So the part that I wanted to hear your take on is the human mind are evil from birth.
Okay, evil from birth. I would need to read that.
Damn, man.
I don't know how long you're going to be here. If you're here by the time I finish driving, I can definitely.
Well, I'm going to take a minute. I have like a 15-20 minute meeting, and then I have to finish the spreadsheet, so I'll probably waste some more time, 2 times.
Well, we appreciate it because we appreciate it. Anybody else?
I think that's a good verse, man. I think that's talking about how when you're young, you're evil. You got evilness in your heart and your mind and your brain. You know what I'm saying? And they act upon that evil, you know what I'm saying? And they grow up doing that evil, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's why God had to flood the earth in the first place, because he said that they were evil. There was filling the earth with violence. That's what it says, it's violence.
Well, yeah, that's because he made a mistake.
Let me welcome Necro to the stage. Necro, you are welcome to talk about anything. It just can't be no black shit. Okay?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no black stuff. If you're black, get out of the way.
Well, everything's black. Everything's black.
No.
Black traders, you can't talk about it.
Don't want Sully to be offended. Like, I'm not going to allow for it.
I think Sully is secretly black and he just hates himself. I think that's
I'm telling you, that's the curse of Ham, man.
Sully's not black.
That's the curse of Ham, man.
No, he's not. He's not black. What's his credit score? He has red hair. He's white.
What's his credit score? What's his credit score? It's a damn shit.
For the record, black people have red hair, but I don't want us to talk about no black shit, so we gotta talk about
let me go back to that verse.
He's white.
Let me go back to that verse.
I always thought he was, but
well, also God is black, so we can't talk about God.
Right, that's what he said.
Oh my days, did you hear this guy? Somebody come look at this.
Tana, you're a Christian, right?
I'm gonna say so, yeah. Why not?
Oh, she no Christian, man. She why not?
One thing I would never do is deny Jesus Christ and him crucified. So, but when you say Christian, that comes with a lot of colonization and
here it goes.
That stuff. So, you know. But I will not deny Jesus Christ and him crucified, but we can't talk about the Bible. So, Necro, what would you like to add?
I'd just like to add that Jesus is coming up as being his almost 2,000 years #1 hide and seek champion.
My days.
Well, you know, a grace period is a grace period. He's trying to allow for everyone to have the ability to get it together. You know.
Hey, man.
You know what?
I need that. I need that eternal life right now.
Because they've gone from having about, like 500 million people on the planet to 8 billion. And then, seems like you're losing more than you're gaining with that.
He went from 12 disciples to 7 billion, 2 billion Christians. You know what I'm saying?
You are called, Cora, and many are called and people are chosen. It's not going to be a lot,
Many are called, few will answer.
You would answer.
Yeah, few will answer. Hey.
But, to our Heavenly Father, a day is worth 1,000 years. So technically, it's only been 2 days.
God, nice. You like
that?
Hey, that's a nice quote, man.
Takes longer to do things.
He's not always there when you call, but he's always on time.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, he's always there when I call. I don't know about you. He there. Yeah, I don't know about that. He don't see, if you call him, he can't miss a call. Because if he misses a call,
if God's not answering your prayers, you need to brush your teeth. Oh, good. So we can talk about.
Yeah, you brush my teeth.
You can talk about black shit. Sully's gone.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Snoop Dogg.
Okay, what about you? Like Snoop Dogg? What's your favorite?
No, Snoop Dogg likes the next episode.
Black, we can't talk about it.
I was like,
Sully is gone. We can talk about black shit now.
Yeah, I like Young, Wild, and Free. I was like.
Can you give us your favorite verse? Go.
So what we get drunk, so we smoke weed. We're just having fun. We don't.
Yeah, that's the chorus, right?
Negro, you like to do hood rat things with your friends, don't you?
That's right.
What?
I say you like to do hood rat things with your friends, don't you?
It depends.
That's why they call him the Caucasian cushion. That's why they do that, man.
Christian, you had you were given high praise after you left. Let you know.
I did not hear the high praise, but I'm so glad people were able to get
to me. About high praise. Your voice is deeper than mine.
What'd you say, Necro?
I just said that Christian's voice is deeper than mine.
It's like me, then Necro, then Christian.
What happened?
But Converse said that you have so much information to share and that you're very well-versed in Hebrew.
Converse was the one who was shitting on the Muslim.
No.
Yeah, we don't like Muslims.
Yes. That's great. Well, I'm glad Converse thought so. To let him know I said thank you. I don't know if he's here or not, but that's fantastic.
We learned today that the Muslims don't believe that they in the same God as the Jews. That's why.
Yeah, you didn't know that? I mean,
it's literally based on the same God, though.
But
no. See, this is the problem.
Yeah, it is.
Right? You think about everything, don't you?
They go. Listen, I know my stuff. Look.
Brandon, have you ever read the story of Isaac and Ishmael?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're aware that Muslims believe in that as well.
Well, they believe in the opposite way. They think that Ishmael was the chosen son.
Well, they don't know that.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
You ain't had a conversation with a Muslim before.
I have.
If you look in my feed, all you're gonna see is Amir, right?
The name of the kid.
If you ask Amir, if you go ask Amir, he gonna tell you the Hadith say that it was Ishmael who got the promise. I swear to you, go ask the Muslims.
It's unnamed, but yeah, there is scholarship that says it's Ishmael, but it's unnamed ultimately.
Well, Necro, the difference that I think he's explaining is that, and this is the difference of the story from like Judaism or Christianity, is that both the sons are honored, right? But Ishmael is important because he's considered the answer, right, of the Arab, and then he's part of the lineage leading to the Muhammad, right? In Christianity, In Judaism, it's a little bit different on how Isaac and Ishmael are viewed, right? In terms of how they play that role. Now that doesn't mean though that there is not a big similarity and a big point to a large sharing of story, right? It just means that it's viewed differently in terms of how their roles played. On top of that, there's also the sacrifice story, but I don't know if you want to get into a whole.
Well, I understand. Like, the thing is, like, yeah, the narrative does change because of, like, I mean, I guess Arab-Jew rivalry, but specifically, I mean, you know, the fact is they believe in, like, the prophets that the Jews believe in. So, I mean, they believe, yeah, they do. They believe in Moses. They don't believe in Jeremiah.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I'm trying to tell you, these people don't believe in Jeremiah, bro.
Brandon, have you talked to any Muslim?
Bro, if you go onto my profile page, right, and you look at my conversation that I had, all you see is them with Muslims, bro. I talk to Muslims frequently.
Okay. I've never met a single Muslim who said they don't believe in Jeremiah.
Bro, I was in a room yesterday.
Brandon, can I ask you a slightly different?
So most likely both things are true, not the one person who just says, well, I've never heard of this. So both, you know.
No, I hear
If I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Do you recognize Jeremiah?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. So you recognize Jeremiah, you just don't believe in Jeremiah. And
I'm not Muslim. Hold on, I'm not Muslim. I'm not.
No. I know. I'm just.
Christian, why are you asking the question?
Well, the point of the question is that he's saying that he doesn't. I mean, you were trying to make the point that he believed in Jeremiah. It sounded like
No, I'm saying that Muslims believe in Jeremiah.
Yeah, kind of important fact of the conversation.
Does anybody know, is there any documents that talk about Ishmael, between Ishmael's lifeline until Muhammad gets here? Is there like a
There's some historical books, yeah, that you can, but when you deal with that history, it's more like trading, you know, paganism, the Kaaba, and how they believed in multiple different gods.
Ishmael fell into paganism? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, facts. Even in the Bible, the prophet Jeremiah speaks about their paganism. Yeah. He tells the children of Israel to use them as an example. Go to Kedar, which is one of the settlements of the sons of Ishmael, and see did they ever change their God.
Is there a separate book that documents the life of Ishmael?
Not a separate book.
Or do they get their information from the Torah and the...
well, they have hadiths and stuff like that.
I'm talking about not the hadiths, because the hadiths explain supposedly the Quran. I'm talking about, so you know how we have the New Testament and we refer to the Torah. Does the Quran have enough outside of the Torah that it refers to? Because it doesn't really speak about what happens to Ishmael.
No, it doesn't. It only refers. No, it doesn't.
The Quran doesn't, but there are historic genealogies that were written.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. But the way
independent of Islam,
we all Brandon.
I was asking for, I thought.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Were there, you know, that kind of. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm listening.
Now there was another guy who wanted to speak.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna comment on that. Right, is that in the Hadith, right? It's the sayings of Muhammad, right? It adds more detail about his life in Mecca, but it doesn't he doesn't independently speak of himself, or he's not independently talked about. And in the Quran, it kind of just mentions him more as a prophet, so it doesn't really get into him as much. And the genealogies that they write about him,
you have to just come through. You're just gonna have to come through.
Brandon, go on mute. Your hot mic.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
And the genealogies that they connect the Ishmael to through Muhammad, right, was done through oral tradition, right? And there was historians that record these lineages, like bin Ishaq and then bin Hisham, right? And my Muslim's terrible, or my language is terrible, but please forgive, right? And they trace, right, Muhammad's ancestry through the tribe of Quraysh back
to Ishmael, right? That's how they get the genealogy, right? But even in the scholarship, right, this lineage is just well known up to the figure of Anan, right, which is the ancestor Muhammad, and it's not really served between Anan and Ishmael, which is why when we see the genealogies being wrote of him, and then how he is talked about within the Hadith and then the Quran separately, it becomes something that's kind of like a gray area in terms of the viewpoint. I find that funny though, because do you think that lineage is authentic? That's the most commonly recognized genealogy, and then the actual lineage that's recognized with it. It's usually the most.
Because like Ibn Ishaq is one that Muslims generally don't consider to be as trusted. Like when they quote to sources about Muhammad's life, they're usually referring to Al-Bukhari or to Sahih Muslim.
Yeah, Al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim is the two prominent ones. They like to deny the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even have what Ibn Ishaq actually wrote. We have an abridged version that's suitable, so.
Yeah. Hey man, but according to the Muslims, you should trust the student because they're very good at oral tradition and remembering stuff.
Well, actually, no. I mean, like I said, Ibn Ishaq is one that they don't trust.
Oh, they don't. Oh, yeah, they don't. For real, you're telling the truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows, though, man? Who cares? It's just another guy in the desert.
Yep. Who very likely suffered from seizures.
Listen, look, if a guy in the desert came up to me and told me he went into a cave and he saw a being and the being told him to squeeze, the being said to him, read, and then he squeezed him when he didn't read, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think I would listen to that guy. I'll be real.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like he suffered from epileptic seizures.
Not only that, you know what I'm saying? He was by himself. If he was with other people, I maybe believe him. But I still have to cross-examine him. The 3 people, let's say 4 people.
Yeah. No,
I wonder what Wadaka thought, because Wadaka is the one who told him it was Gabriel. Wadaka, the Khadijah's uncle. That's where Muhammad went. He ran to Wadaka, and he said,
no, that was, what's his name? That was Muhammad's cousin.
Yeah. Khadijah's uncle, Muhammad's cousin. They've got 2 stories on. But anyway, I don't really care. You get my point. Whoever that person was, I wonder what he was thinking. I don't know how he told him that was Angel Gabriel and you never seen the angel. Hey, that's like someone coming to me right now telling me that Tom just spoke to me. Pardon me. That's like me. That's like me going to. That's like me going to someone on the stage right now. I can't see my phone and saying, "Yo, hey, Alex just spoke to you. That person you was just speaking. Yeah, his name's Alex." You know what I'm saying? And then he's like, "Yeah, that guy. His name was Alex, man, and he was a smart guy." I don't know, man.
Yeah.
If there ain't 3 million people there to witness it, I don't believe it, man. I'm just being honest.
Well, Brandon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's going on?
So, we know that, like, up to Anan, right, with the lineage from Muhammad back to Anan is, like, well preserved, and it's pretty well, like, widely agreed upon of that lineage. But it's uncertain between Anan and then Ishmael, right, because there's different versions, and the scholars, say that the section is not always reliable, things of that nature. So, what certainty or what belief do you have of the genealogy between Anan and Ishmael, in your opinion or in your viewpoint?
Hey man, I'm just being honest. I don't have an opinion. And the reason why is because there is at least some piece of evidence
to prove that he may be of the genealogy, even if some of them contradict in manuscripts, or even if some of them say that this part of it is inauthentic. So who knows? But if you really want to know, personally, what my belief is, without the evidence, that guy wasn't an Ishmaelite. He wasn't from Ishmael. I don't believe that.
Well, there's different people who offer different ones, right? There's, Banashak, right? And it basically is the genealogy linking Muhammad and not an Ishmael, right? And then there's Bin Assam, right? Which is kind of editing his earlier work, so removed some of the genealogy details. And then there's Al-Tabari, right? Which wrote the history, including the genealogies, and then he included multiple versions of the lineage, so not one. So when he included multiple of those, right, the versions kind of contradicted each other in a way.
Oh man,
because he offered multiple, but then here's where we also fall into another one, is that a lot of it is passed through oral tradition, right? Because the pre-Islamic and then the early Islamic Arabs, right, preserved the lineage through poetry, and then the tribes, and these were later written down. So when we try to look at this genealogy and lineage and say, okay, well, where does this uncertainty come from? What's the explanation for this uncertainty? Where can this gap be filled? Well, the problem is that there isn't. So it's kind of up to who do you think wrote it the best? Who do you think, preserved it the best? And where can we fill that gap in? And it seems like, in your opinion, that we don't really have evidence for.
Yeah, we can't. You see, if there was, it's not like the Bible, right? If it was like the Bible, then we can do textual criticism and reconstruct the original manuscript. That's what textual criticists do to this day when it comes to the Bible. You can't do that with the Quran, respectfully. You can't do any of that type of information. It's too small. It's not enough of it.
But what I see, Brandon, is that this is what a lot of scholars say, at least Muslim scholars, is that, like I said earlier, the lineage is accurate up to a non, right? And beyond that, they have to base it on the traditions from the Torah or other earlier sources. So that's my question to you, is that should we base that gap or that uncertain part of that lineage of the Torah to be able to say, no, you don't think? No.
Oh no.
You don't think so?
Nah, man.
Well, I mean, that's what a lot of Muslim scholars say is most logical, because as we know,
that is dumb as hell.
People.
Yeah. This is the question that I would have. What is the last name that they have in their records that is authentic, right? And if we can find that name in the Bible, then maybe we can do that. But if we can't do nothing with that stuff, man. Because you can find a lineage from Muhammad in the Bible, but if you can't authentically connect it to the lineage that you already have, then who is this? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
They'll say Deuteronomy chapter 18, or they'll point to
that's not a lineage.
They'll say that they'll rise from among you a prophet. They'll think that that's talking about Muhammad. The people who Moses spoke to at the Kaaba was Muhammad's ancestors, apparently.
Moses spoke to Muhammad's ancestors?
Yeah, that's what they would have us believe.
That's what they said?
In Deuteronomy chapter 18, they say it predicts Muhammad, when it says the verse where it says, "I shall bring from arise you a prophet shall rise from among you." So the people that Moses is speaking to at Mount Horeb, that those are Muhammad's ancestors, is what they would expect us to.
Yeah, that is crazy.
And Brandon, in terms of Ishmael's lineage in the Bible, it usually includes his 12 sons. Yeah. And that's usually what it includes in terms of the lineage, is his 12 sons. And then it will go along, to other ones, but it doesn't really have that. But that's based on the scripture, right? It's usually him and his 12 sons, like Adar and Nebiah, right? But what's not in the Bible is any line after that leads to Muhammad. That's not in the Bible.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's where there's the disconnect.
You know what I was thinking as well? I was thinking for a second, how can Ishmael be the Arabs? That's another thing. Because when you look at the story of Genesis, Ishmael was living in Beersheba. You weren't living in the Arabian Peninsula, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that was another little red flag for me. I was thinking, how does that connect? Unless they went down there and conquered all those people and took the land from them.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, it's like when I read about all the prophecies that they say that were of Muhammad, like when they talk about John 14, where they insist that the Comforter was Muhammad, they say.
Hey, premise. What's going on, premise?
But wasn't Muhammad sent by Allah?
I don't know you was hiding here. You hiding with the folks today, yeah?
He left. Oh no, never mind. He's here. Still there.
Yeah. Long time no see, though, bro. What you been studying recently?
Long time no see.
Yeah, it's on this one.
What you been studying? Hey, promise, what you been studying, bro? Damn. Free it up, man. Hey, give me everything in your pocket. Tell me everything you learned, man.
For some of that Mishnah.
You ain't reading that Mishnah, bro. You ain't even got one.
Okay.
Plus, look, premise, you can read that all you want, you know, but that's written. The sages, the Tanaim, they wrote it in such a way that you won't be able to understand it because you're a Gentile.
So they would say.
You didn't know that?
Gentiles can't read Mishnah, don't understand the Mishnah?
Yeah, man, they don't understand.
You think the Tanaim wrote it in some kind of code to keep the Gentiles away?
Yeah, that's code, bro.
Interpretation, Caleb.
No, I'm playing Caleb. He knows I'm true to the show. Oh. You know what I'm saying? They read that stuff in code, so when they read that stuff, right, they get confused. What they're talking about. Oh, I don't even want to be rude, yeah. I don't know if you know the people, but premise, but there's that guy called Bands. He be on that other app, Clubhouse. I'm going crazy. You know what I'm talking about, right?
You talking to me? What was that?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. There's that Muslim guy called Bands that's on that other app.
Yeah.
And he says that to me all the time. He's like, oh man, I can't do it. I really can't do it. The same thing I said.
Oh, they're going.
Yeah, the whole. Man, the guy's just a flipping joke, man.
Yeah, that's so funny.
But that's like my go-to. If someone asks me something about the Talmud and I ask them, have you read the whole thing before? And they say no, I say that's good. Because, you know, it's punishable by a death penalty to read the Talmud. And when they ask me, where do you read, where do you get this understanding from? I said, look, the Talmud is written in a way you can't understand. Oh, I started dying. Oh. And then after I say that, that's normally when the guy he starts saying, you know what, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I believe what you're saying. I can't read that stuff, man. Oh man.
Jacob's coming for you.
Jacob do. Oh no. Jacob wrestled with the angel, man.
Nah, Jacob.
I don't know. I think he should come up on stage.
Oh, I was just about to say, man, y'all ain't gonna acknowledge my hand.
We in trouble. We in trouble.
Man, who this guy
This you know what this is? This is Superman himself.
Is you asking about Jacob?
Yeah, man, look, Jacob wrestled with an angel. You know what I'm saying? And he prevailed.
That's what
okay, so what's that supposed to mean to me?
Well, the interpretation of Hosea as the tradition we stand by, he does say that angel is Adonai. So.
Oh, it's not God?
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. It is.
Oh no, you're going crazy.
You say that's not?
Brandon ain't even right.
Hosea.
Anyway, who's this guy?
Nobody named Brandon in the Bible.
Interpretation.
There was no apostle named Brandon.
No, yeah, that's facts. Do you know why? Because my name is a Norse, Irish name. Yeah.
Right.
It means
because we already know that's not an Israelite name.
Yeah, I just told you it's Norse, Irish Norse.
You didn't have to tell me that.
Yeah, man. And do you know what it means? It means.
So why did you tell me that Jacob?
It means chieftain. That's what it means.
So why did you tell me that Jacob wrestled?
In trouble.
Because he did. I was just saying he wrestled with the angel.
Okay, so what does that mean? Why would you wrestle with an angel?
It means that he's a prince with power.
What in the
power with God and with man? It has to fail. Amen.
That's right. See, look, he finished it off. See that?
See, that's what it's all do.
Yeah, see, look, he don't want to attack. See that?
Nah, he definitely has a different interpretation.
You're only in trouble when you don't know what you're talking about by Jacob.
That's exactly. And see, I know what I'm talking about. You see that?
Nah, he definitely has a different.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a deeper question. Why did Jacob grab the heel of Esau?
Because God had already told Rebecca when they were wrestling in the womb why they keep wrestling. He told her that the oldest is going to serve the younger. I was just letting you know, hey, Esau, you may came out first, but you're going to serve me.
Yeah,
hey, that's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Their rivalry began in their mother's womb. So
that's right.
They're fighting.
What were they doing?
Fighting over who got nutrients first from the umbilical.
Exactly. Hey, see, this is why. Hold on, Jacob. Hold on, Jacob. Let me say something to him. Hey, he got that exactly right.
Read that. No, he did.
And this is why. Nah, this is crazy.
I need one of y'all to read that to me that they was fighting over nutrients.
Premise, I know why you brought his ass up here.
Read that to me in scripture.
You know what I'm saying?
No. Don't you run.
Here it goes. I already know this crazy guy, bro.
I need you to read that to me.
This is the same. I haven't even looked at the screen yet. Hey, Premise, this is the same Jacob, ain't it? This is the same
one. I need you. You talk to Jacob like Jacob here. You ain't got to talk to other people or Jacob here. All you got to do is ask Jacob, are you?
I already told you a long time ago I ain't talking to you, bro.
Do not try to run away from that
This is a
2v1.
This
is came out your mouth and necromancy. That nasty, evil conversation that came out, it was a lie. That's why it's nasty.
Jacob,
okay? So
Jacob, back out of this. Back out.
If you can show me a scripture that Esau and Jacob was fighting over nutrients, I'll close my mic again. Okay? So, book chapter verse. Ready?
Back out of this, bro.
I'll give both y'all an opportunity. Show me one place.
You're so great. I love that.
You're so amazing, man.
Yeah. Jacob,
I love the entertainment, man. I actually do.
If you can't, then you should find the nearest link.
Well, we can't give you book, chapter, and verse.
Of course you can. Okay, so therefore
it was already.
You shouldn't say that out your mouth.
Hey man, Jacob, you gotta listen for a sec, man.
No, I'm just saying you shouldn't say that out your mouth.
Oh my days, man. You see, you're not even gonna listen.
I'm gonna follow you when you say things wrong.
Okay, no problem.
Alright,
yeah, the reason why we can't give you book, chapter, and verse is because it's not in a book, chapter, and verse. It's actually a part of an oral tradition. So that's why we can't give you book, chapter, and verse.
What does that don't make sense to me? What does oral tradition have to do with you qualifying what you said that Esau and Jacob in the scriptures was fighting over nutrients?
Because there's something called Midrash.
I'm not finished.
Please
I'm not finished. We see that Jacob gave Esau food to eat in exchange that he sold his birthright. We can see that. We can read that. Read to me where Esau and Jacob was fighting over nutrients.
I told you I can't read it to you because it's not in a book, chapter, and verse. I said that.
So therefore,
it's in an oral tradition. Can I finish my answer, please? It's in an oral tradition. You know, like, if you look up Midrash...
In the oral tradition?
Yeah, if you look up Midrash Agada... I'm trying to... Listen, I'm trying to show you something.
I'm trying to understand. You said in the oral tradition or it is an oral tradition?
Hey... It's both. It's in an oral tradition and it is an oral tradition.
So there is a book called Oral Tradition, you telling me?
No. There ain't a book called Oral Tradition. There ain't a book called that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. So you said it's an oral tradition for y'all to think stuff that you don't know what you're talking about and can't give book, chapter, and verse.
Oral is without book. Oral is without book. Hence why you use the word. Hence why you use the word oral tradition. Or oral means, verbal. That's what that means. Speaking words, not writing them down. Totally different thing.
There's a guy down in the audience called Empty. That should be your name.
To be fair,
no, guys, no, just don't instigate, don't get into this, don't.
I'm not even instigating, man. I ain't instigated.
You guys are no. You guys are.
For the record,
going to be a referee.
For the record, BCB is the way to go. Jacob is actually correct in this situation. It's all about the
what's BCB? What's that?
Chapter.
Oh my days.
BCB. You can't just be
I'm not gonna lie, that sounded crazy.
BCB, buddy.
BCB.
That sounded like ATV, you know what I'm saying? Or some other stuff.
On this stage, the rule is BCB, okay?
Or either SU. That's short for shut up.
Oh, short for short. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Jacob's one of a kind, man. You need to leave that old tradition alone. Hey, Premise, you do too.
Hey, Tim. How you doing, Tim?
Yeah, you got to get on some other stuff.
You want to add to this conversation?
I just came in right now, so I'll have to get up to speed. What are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about nothing.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about the reason why Jacob and Esau were fighting in the mom's womb? Does it have anything to do with nutrients?
Oh, wow! I never really thought about that. Never thought about it. What's your?
Esau grabbed the umbilical cord. Esau grabbed the umbilical cord of Jacob, and Jacob said, "Hold on, bro. You can't be grabbing my umbilical cord. That's where I get my nutrients from. If you squeeze it too hard, I won't be able to eat." And Esau said, "I don't care."
Did y'all make this up for real?
Yeah, that's made it up. You can't
that part. That part there about the umbilical cord, I made that up. But the rest of the stuff is
I made it up.
We'll read that. Read that then. If the rest of the stuff is accurate, then you should be able to read it. You should be able to bring it forward. We're waiting.
Oh my God, this guy is hilarious, you know. I love this guy.
Anyways, Christian, I've also wondered why I say God damn it, like, my God, because I don't have a God. Like, I've just been wrong religious epithets.
Nah, that's not programming.
I just say, God damn it.
You know there's a God. See that? You know there's a God. You're testifying against yourself. That's what that is. That's what we call testimony against self. No, because when imagine you're in front of a judge, right, and you committed a traffic violation. You're going to try your best to lie and tell the judge you didn't, you know what I'm saying? I didn't commit that red light. I didn't speed.
I'm saying,
where's the correlation between what?
I didn't know. Just say you gotta hear the end of the analogy and then you get the correlation.
Keep going.
I ain't do none of this stuff, right? Damn, you made me forget the analogy now. How you doing?
Were you gonna say, I swear to God? Is that what you were gonna say?
Oh,
I didn't kill him. He just fell in that.
Yeah, hey, and I swear to God, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
fair enough. But Jesus himself to not swear by anything.
Well, Jesus, he don't really mean anything anyway.
Oh, you're about to break all the Christians.
And the book say in Genesis 25, it said, and the children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people,
That's
and
right.
the elders shall serve the younger. So God didn't give no explanation to Rebecca when she asked him, why is these children fighting in the womb? He told her. At least it wasn't no explanation that they was fighting over nutrients and grabbing each other's umbilical cords and stuff like that. That's not him.
Oh my God! Hey, bro, you're taking it too serious. I'm not. That wasn't serious, bro.
I know, but I take it serious.
Oh man, no.
You just ruined all the.
These 2 men are real men. This is not a cartoon book. This is not a fairy tale.
No.
Esau exists and Jacob exists.
Do you want to hear this though? The first Esau and Jacob was Cain and Abel. They were the first ones. And they struggled outside of the womb, right? And their struggle was Abel didn't really struggle, it was really Cain. But you get the point. Cain struggled, right? Why? Because he was not accepted. So he had a little bit of ego. That's what that was. You see, he was egotistical because he thought that God was going to accept his offering. Now, if you take that story and you flip it back into Jacob and Esau, you know what I'm saying? You can see that Esau made a sacrifice in the womb of his mother that was unpleasing to God. But Jacob, he made a sacrifice that was pleasing to God in the womb. So, ultimately, Jacob got the blessing and the birthright. See that? Just like Abel was accepted. See the parable? See the link?
Jacob
has nothing to do with it. There's no
determined to get the birthright prior to. It was prophesied for him to get it before they were even. Yeah. So it had nothing to do with what they were offering. That's just part of the storyline.
Esau threatened to kill his brother Jacob when Jacob got the blessing. He threatened him.
Yeah.
But see, Cain, he killed Abel. And Abel didn't do nothing but just be righteous before God. He didn't do nothing to him. God didn't accept Cain's offering. He didn't have respect to it. You know what I'm saying? Because he just picked up off the ground and said, here, God, here you go. Lord said, he don't really.
Wait, hold on, where you get that from? Hold on, Jacob. Where you get that from? Hey, Jacob, that ain't in the verse.
That's not in the verse.
You said that he picked up the whatever off the ground and he gave it to God. That ain't in the verse.
It's not in the
verse. It don't say that he picked up anything. Yeah. See, look at you with your oral tradition. Look at you with your oral tradition. Nah, that's your orals.
No, I don't. That's not a tradition.
That's your oral.
Now, the oral tradition here, and where I am, is that when you correct it, you accept correction and keep moving. So you corrected me. I stand corrected.
Nah, that was your oral tradition. Nah, that's your oral tradition.
Brandon.
Yo.
Conceded.
No, that's his oral tradition. He can't concede.
It's not his oral
He conceded.
And Necro, why is Elmo in hell? Like, what's going on with that?
Oh, because Elmo became a Nazi. I don't know if you heard about that.
Oh, yeah.
When PBS cut his funding, he became desperate to make more funding, so he became a grifter.
Did he actually?
Yeah, and basically, Like, this is what happens when you go too long without take one little red guy.
Hey, yo. But Brandon, I got a question, if I may. No, quickly, I got sure right now. I need to go and. What's your question? I see. Oh yeah.
Go.
I was just saying, I know that in the Quran, it doesn't really explain that story as in depth as it does in the Bible, but I know that in other related texts, it kind of mentions the similar struggles. So, like, from your point of view of that story, like, what exactly happens? Because I heard a little bit, but I didn't really grasp the concept that you were putting.
Oh no, I was trolling. I've been trolling.
Oh, you were trolling here? Oh my God.
I've been trolling a lot on the stage. Please forgive me. But if you actually want to understand my position seriously, I'm converting to Orthodox Judaism.
Oh.
And I haven't learned a whole lot when it comes to that story yet. So
you're converting to Judaism?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Now I already know, so I don't even need to ask.
Oh, wait, you Jewish? Okay, so you know.
Wait, you're converting to what?
I'm converting to Judaism, Orthodox Judaism.
Are you gonna receive the moil?
So you're gonna circumcise your kid?
You're gonna receive the moil?
Good question.
The moil? What's the moil? Explain that.
You're converting to Orthodox Judaism. You don't know what that is?
Moil. I've never heard of the word moil. No.
Look it up.
Another question.
Moil. Do you mean a mohel? Do you know
mohel? It means moil. It's just a Jewish person who cuts off the tips of kids' penises.
Right, so that was another.
No, that's a mohel. Hold on. That's a mohel. It's not a moil. That's confused.
Are you gonna receive that, sir?
Yes, I will receive that. Yes, I will receive that.
So in return, are you going to circumcise your children?
Yeah, I am going to circumcise my children. Yeah.
Wait. Is the rabbi going to suck the blood out of it?
He could do. I don't know.
Be careful. You don't want to get gonorrhea.
Oh my.
Oh, what?
He's trolling.
I'm not even. No, see, for that one, I'm not even actually. Brandon. No, listen to me. I don't know because he may ask me, do you want the Brit Milah? Oh, okay, cool, no problem, Brandon. Do you want me to bow hell? No problem. Okay, then he does it. But
seeds of a penis.
Not seeds, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So what takes place during your conversion? What happens?
I read. To be fair though, bro.
The conversion process. What happens within it? What are you doing? What happens?
Wait, Jacob. I want him to finish telling me about this experience.
Oh yeah. So basically, I don't need to. Like, it's not a necessity for that to happen.
Why you don't need to? This is orthodoxy.
Yeah, but that's not a binding law that you have to go and get your penis. You know what I'm saying?
What?
That's
what?
That's literally part of the covenant that God.
Hold on, stop. So you think
cut out?
Hold on, man. Hey, bro. Man, you're not even listening. So you think that it's a binding, obligatory law to get your penis sucked after it's been cut? You really think that?
According to
No, it's not. Hold on, stop. Stop. No, it's not. Most Jews today, even Orthodox Jews, most Jews today do not do that practice anymore.
Those just the ones that are rebellious. So
it's not bullshit, bro. That's facts.
Abraham a Jew?
Was Abraham a Jew? Do it to their kids.
Was Abraham a Jew?
Bro, yes, we know that some Orthodox Jews still do. Not every single Orthodox Jew.
Wait, what's the argument about? What's the argument about?
They're trying to say every. Hold on, bro. I told them.
He's converting.
He's trying to say that every Orthodox Jew.
He said that he don't have to be circumcised, but he's going
I never said that. You're not gonna fucking listen. Jacob, I didn't say that.
Hold on.
Jacob, I didn't say that, bro. Stop lying.
Let Brandon speak, please. Can
you just like not lie on me?
I want to hear what Brandon said. Then I'll get to you.
All I was saying,
after you finish
they
that,
asked me,
then I'm going.
flipping out.
We just control on the stage. I'm trying
All
to.
right, I'm gonna control this stage. I think someone will allow me to.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty
You
simple.
ain't Brandon, then close your mic.
Bro, then you shut your mouth, bro. What the hell's wrong with you?
Hey, I'm talking for you. I'm helping you out.
I don't need you to talk for me, bro. What's
You
wrong
don't
with
need
you,
me
bro?
to talk for you? So next time come out your mouth that's wrong, I'm gonna break your leg.
Bro, you're some old man, bro.
Okay, Brandon, continue. Brandon, stop. Continue.
This guy talking about breaking legs, bro.
Continue. Get out your emotions.
You got it. I can't even put nobody in the audience because I'm driving. So can we allow the conversation to happen? Brandon, go ahead.
What's it called? They asked. I said I was converting to Judaism, right? Then they asked me that when it's time to come, will you get circumcised? I said to them, yes. I mean, what kind of question is that? Then they asked me if I'll get my penis sucked. You know, that little ritual that they do to take the blood.
Yes.
And I said to them, that's literally her question, bro.
Jacob,
shut up.
I asked him if he's gonna have the royal experience.
Bro, this guy.
Orthodox experience.
Did you
I said to them,
that's part of the Talmud.
Jesus Christ. I said to them that, first of all, most Jews today don't even do that practice anymore, and they ain't proceeded to tell me that's a lie. That's all that we got to.
That ain't never been Israel. God ain't never told Israel to do that.
He's not, but he's following the Talmud. He's not following just Torah.
Well, then how's you converting over to Judaism then? Jew is Israel's son. He did the same thing his other 11 brothers did. So what are you doing? What type of Judaism did you convert over to? Brandon?
This guy is just ridiculous, bro.
Explain this. You're ridiculous with what you're talking about.
So here's what I know. And I'll tell you, at least to my extent of what I know, Brandon, is that this tradition was done when this started becoming the command, right? So the circumcision and then the actual process of what's called metzasah, right? Which is basically sucking the blood from the wound, right? And the purpose of it, and this is in the text, is that it was supposed to prevent the infection and promote the healing from that wound, right? But as we know, there's better ways to do this now. That's
exactly.
required. But wait. Let me finish. The circumcision itself is required. This is
exactly. I agree.
So I don't know, and the majority of Jews do not participate in the actual after process, which was mentioned earlier. They don't practice that anymore. But what they do practice still is the circumcision. So there's definitely ones that still do, but that is not at all required, and the majority of them didn't really used to do.
So you've got another person.
What they knew medically.
There you go. And so you've got another person who is not Brandon telling you the same thing. It's not.
You need to go all the way.
Hold on. It's not a majority practice custom anymore. It's you're only required a circumcision.
But you need to go all the way.
Why are you telling me what I need to do?
You need to half it. Don't be a half stepper. You need to go all.
That's not half stepping. You're getting crazy.
Wait, TA, I don't know if you're trolling or not.
No, she's trolling. She's trolling. She's trolling.
No half stepping, sir. You gotta go the full.
She's trolling.
No. Listen, if the Christians are able to half step about what they believe in, then the Jews should be able to half step in their tradition. I think.
Well, that's sad. The Christians shouldn't half step either. You don't want to be like the Christians.
Well, do you want to be? I'm not even.
What you say?
I'm not even gonna get it.
Hey, listen, you better mind out, cause I might start moving like Jacob. Listen, I'll take everybody's foreskin. You might want to, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, I put Jacob out for a reason. Like, don't be like Jacob.
No, that's a real story. When Jacob went to Shechem.
No, I'm just playing about Jacob because I put him out.
Oh, yeah.
He don't know how to control, like, he sometimes he has really good information. Like, he don't know how to control, like, his temperament. It gets annoying.
Hey, Christian, this is my PTR.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna tell see the rabbi.
You know Revelation 3:16 says.
Yeah, Brandon, get ready for it.
Nah, the rabbi that tells me he wants to bite my penis, I'm gonna tell him no.
No, you have to say yes. You have to do what your rabbi says.
No, see, look, you trying to make me do something I don't. Come on, Brandon.
No, Brandon.
You know that's force. That's force. You know what I'm saying? That's force. You can't force me to do stuff like that, man.
Well, you're not gonna be a real Jew then, sir.
That ain't true.
Cosplay. He's gonna be like one of the cosplay. He's gonna get.
And you know what? To be fair, look. Look. Guess what? I'd rather be a Shabbat Goyim. Than anything else, man. How about that?
I'm back, Andrew. I'm back.
Huh?
Where's that bag?
That's what happened when you played with me.
Brandon. Yo, listen. I didn't want to say this because I was trying to provide this information, but you can't half-ass it, man. You just gotta do it, bro. You just gotta go all the way.
Oh, look at him. He trying to get me. He trying to get me to get my. You trying to trick me.
No, that's what you signed up for.
You trying to trick me. No, you trying to trick me.
No. That's what you signed up for. You can't. You want to be.
Yeah, look, both of you trying to trick me.
You gotta do what the Talmud says to do this. You do it. That's what.
Nah. Okay, so then I should kill you then.
Whoa, hey.
No, because you should. Hold on, stop. You said that I should follow what the Talmud says. The Talmud says by Rabbi Yochanan that if a Gentile studies the Torah, is punishable by death. You're a Gentile and you study the Torah, so I should kill you. Yeah. Follow that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, okay, well, what's considered studying the Torah?
Yeah, see?
I mean, is it following the Torah?
I'm gonna come to your state. You know what I'm saying?
Well, have fun, because she's only found either in New York or she's across, water. So it's either or. Okay? I'm just.
Hey, I'm gonna get you too.
You don't want that Harlem smoke.
Listen, I'm gonna get you too, bro. I'm gonna get you too.
Okay.
I'm gonna get your ass too.
Hey, go find me in a fry parade.
Hey, listen, that's the best place to catch you because they're gonna think that gay guy.
Brandon been trolling this whole time, y'all.
I know. This is.
Oh, is he one of those Jews that don't believe in the New Testament?
Yeah, I don't believe in that.
Oh, here we go.
No, we cool though. Like Jesus.
Another day, another dollar.
Jesus is cool. He in heaven right now, so he cool, man.
You don't believe in Jesus. If you don't believe in the New Testament, you don't know who Jesus is, man. Jesus don't exist in your timeline.
That's not true. One of my historians called Josephus said that Jesus was a righteous rabbi. That's what Josephus said.
Was he the Messiah in your eyes?
No, he wasn't. No.
I think the Bible is written by a bunch of stuff.
What do you mean? You said why not?
Yeah.
I mean, do I really have to answer that?
Yes, please. Big man saying.
Well, the reason why is because he's a liar. He lied.
What did he lie about?
In Mark chapter 12.
Wait, hold on, wait. Before you say that, did you say he was a righteous man? He's in heaven?
Yeah, I think, we believe, you didn't know that we believe that?
Oh, so Jesus is a righteous man.
Yeah.
But he lied. He's a liar.
Well, I've got to preface it like this. Maybe I should have. I should have informed you. So my position is that whoever the New Testament writers are writing about is a fake Jesus. Like they've got the real Jesus and they put in. So that's why I say that. That's why I say that he's righteous, man. You know,
What's a lie though? Mark
chapter 2:26. Mark 2:26.
Yeah, go
he
ahead
said
and read that
that
for me.
David. Well, I'm not going to read it. I'll paraphrase it. He says that David.
Okay, hold on. He said Mark 2:26.
Yeah. Mark 2:26. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna read it because you can't say paraphrase it because then that's your own interpretation.
That's not an interpretation.
26. It says how he entered the house of God in the time of the high priest and ate the bread of the presence, which is not lawful for any but priests to eat, and also gave it to those who were with him. What about it?
Yeah, that never happened during the time of Abiathar the high priest. It happened in the time.
How do you know?
Because you can go back to 1 Samuel chapter 20, and you can read where that actually happened in real history. And the priest, the high priest, was Abimelech, not Abiathar. So Jesus lied right there.
Are you sure about that, buddy?
Yeah, read 1 Samuel chapter 1 Samuel 21. I think it's 1 Samuel 21, not 20.
Wait, okay, I'll read it. You said 1 Samuel chapter 4, 21, right?
No, not
I wanted to cook himself. I just want to
not chapter 4, not chapter 4.
Okay, what is it?
Yeah, chapter 21, if I remember correctly. Hold on.
21 verse what? 21 verse what?
I'm a look. Hold on. Give me a sec. 1 Samuel 21. You can start from verses 1.
Through what? What do you want me to read through to?
You can read it. I mean, you can read the whole chapter if you want. But
how long? Well, I'm not going to read the whole chapter. I'll go 1 through 5. How about that? 1 through 5.
Do 1 through 6.
1 through 6. Okay. Is there a particular book you want me to read in, or
I
a particular Bible? Sorry. Okay. Sure. I will read that out to you. 1 Samuel 21, 1 through 6. David went to Nob, to Ahimelech, the priest. Ahimelech trembled when he met David and asked,
What's the name of the priest? Hold on, pause. What's the name of the priest? So we know that everyone's following.
Ahimelech. Yes. Okay. When he met David and asked, Why are you alone? Why is no one with you? David answered Ahimelech, the priest, The king has ordered me on a mission and said to me, No one is to know about the mission I am sending you on. So I've brought neither food nor weapon for the journey because the mission is secret. The priest answered, I don't have any ordinary bread on hand. However, there's some consecrated bread. Provide the men have kept themselves from women. David replied, Indeed, women have kept from us as usual whenever I set out. The men's bodies are holy even on missions that are not holy. So the priest gave them the consecrated bread. Some time later, David said to Ahimelech, Don't you have a spear or a sword here at hand? I brought neither my sword nor my weapons with me because the king's mission was urgent. The priest answered, The sword of Goliath, the Philistine, whom you killed in the valley of Elah, is here. It is wrapped in a cloth behind the ephod. If you want it, take it. It is yours.
So look, Abimelech is the person that was the priest at the time when David went to him. But the New Testament says it was Abiathar. This is a big problem.
Because if you go to 1 Samuel 22:20, what does it say?
22:20 speaks about.
I can read that if you want.
Yeah, you can read it. Go ahead.
Sure, I got you. Just that verse alone, correct?
Well, it's kind of the whole chapter, but that kind of just gives you the point.
Yeah, I'll read that verse alone. But one son of Ahimelech, son of Adon, named Abiathar, escaped and fled to join David.
Big problem. Who is he the son of? Yep. Not you, AP. You're answering the reader. It says he was the son of. Who was Abiathar the son of?
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
No, you didn't.
I just said who is the son of who? That's what I just said. Did I not say that?
AP, can you relax, please? I'm asking the reader. I just said that already. Whoever was just reading.
Yes, Christian.
When you read it, who was the father of Abiphar?
It was
Alamech. I don't know what his name is. That's who his son is.
No.
Or he's the father of Abathar.
Amalek is the son of a dog named Abathar, right? That is what it stated within the verse.
Hold on. So am I getting it backwards? Am I saying it backwards again? Yes, it says, but one of the sons of Alamech, the son of Ahitub, named Abathar, escaped and fled after David. By the way, if you read this whole chapter, Abathar becomes the priest. Hold on, real quick. If you read the whole chapter, okay, then. So why isn't it this is the time that he's talking about?
I've asked you a specific question. The reason why is because when you read Mark chapter 2:26, it's speaking about when David ate the shewbread. David didn't eat the shewbread in 1 Samuel chapter 22. He did not do that. He ate the shewbread in 1 Samuel chapter 21. This is the biggest problem that you lot face. You always try to do this. Answer my question. Who is the father of who? Is Abimelech the father of Abiphar, or is Abiphar the father of Abimelech? Please just answer the question. It's ridiculous, man.
Okay, what does 4:6 say, right? It says the priest Abimelech gives David the consecrated bread, right? He eats it. Dang, it's like he interrupts me. It just like doesn't give me a chance to clarify what you said.
I want you to clarify what you just said. Did you just tell me that Abimelech is the person who gave David the shewbread?
Okay. It says in the days.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
Hold on, bro.
I need you to clarify. Did you just say to me that according to 1 Samuel chapter 21, that Abimelech is the person who gave David the shewbread? Do you agree?
Yes, but it doesn't say. Hold on. Can I speak? Can I speak, bro? Because you keep interrupting me. And then, according to Mark, who gives him the shewbread? Nobody does, right? Hold on a second. Does it say who gives him the bread? Hold on.
Read the rest of Mark.
Does it say who gives him the bread?
This is so ridiculous.
Does it say who gives him the bread?
Read the rest of Mark.
Does it say who gives him the bread?
Read the rest of Mark.
Yes or no?
Read the rest of Mark.
Yes or no?
Read the rest of Mark.
Does it say who?
Read the rest of Mark. Read it in context. Read verse 25, read 26, and read 27. Please, because you're going to sit here and try to tell me that because it says in the days of Abiphar, that it's not explicitly saying what priest David went to. This is
I never said that. I never said
that. That's what you're trying to do.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I never said that.
With the question that you asked me, that is exactly what you're trying to do.
I didn't say that, but he's not letting me talk. I'm simply asking, does it say that anybody gave him the shewbread?
I can make this very simple. I can make it very simple.
Go ahead, brother.
In Mark chapter 2, you go to 25 and 26. The bread is given to David and the men that are with him. Jesus refers back to 1 Samuel 21, where David is the one who receives the bread along with the people who are with him.
He receives it. I agree with you, but who gives it to him? Does it say?
In Mark is the one who gives or receives it and then gives it. If I have that correct.
Bro, that's
no. It just said yes. The priest.
Jesus.
Now go to first. Okay, he's not listening. He's not listening.
I'm not listening. I'll be real. I'm not listening to you, AP.
Which is why. How do you think anybody's going to listen to you if you're not listening? No.
AP, I didn't assume.
Yes, you did. You said I'm trying to assert who was the priest at that time, and I know I didn't. I didn't say that.
AP, you said that the name of the priest wasn't given. That's what you said.
It says right here how he entered the house of.
AP, can you be
quiet? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet and let me read the verse? You don't want me to read God's word?
That's what you said.
Is that what you don't want me to read?
Clarify if that's what you said first.
Hold on. That's not what I said.
AP, can you?
I didn't say that.
No, AP, I'm going to restate your statement. Clarify if that's what you said or not.
I said no.
That's the name. Okay, listen, I'm going to re-clarify my question and then you can answer. The question I asked you is, did you say that the name of the priest that David received the bread from wasn't given in Mark chapter 2:26?
According to that, no. It just says he ate the bread. He just ate the bread. It doesn't say anybody gave it to him. It just says how he entered the house of God in the time of Abiathar, the high priest. And it doesn't say who gave him the bread. It just says he ate the bread. It doesn't say Abiathar gave him the bread, and then in 1 Samuel, Alamak or whatever his name is gave him the bread. It doesn't say who gave him the bread. It just says he ate the bread, right? And it doesn't give you a specific time period in the days of Abiathar in which he ate the bread. It doesn't give you a specific time. It just says in the days of him.
It says when he's high priest. It says
and when he became
Abiathar, in the days of Abiathar, the high priest.
He's not listening to me.
I just listened to you. I hate people like you that I just listened to you.
You're not letting me.
You can't take your time out to listen to me. Hold on, Christian, because I just listened to AP.
Nah, because he's not going to let you break it down. He doesn't want to listen to
AP, I just listened to you. Please listen to me, right? You said that when it says in the days of Abiathar that this does not designate what particular days of Abiathar's life is. That's a complete lie, because the statement high priest on the end actually tells you what days it's specific to. Otherwise, it wouldn't mention high priest.
Brandon's partially right. I'll explain why if I can, Brandon. Or Brandon, sorry.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, but I can't.
So wait, hold on, AP. Let me break this down, because I think both of you are at lack of information here. So,
I'm not lack of information if he's not letting me talk. I'm not even finishing my statement for you to even know if I'm lacking knowledge. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
I haven't even been able to speak for 5 seconds.
Let me get my point off at least.
Oh, now you get to get your point out, but when it comes to me, everybody's gotta cut me off.
Yeah, because what you said, you
don't even know what I'm saying, dude, because you keep cutting me off.
I already did. AP, I'll be quick. I promise. I'll be quick. Right. In the first book, David receives it. Right. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ refers to that same event to make a point about the Sabbath day. Right. So the event itself matches. Right. David ate the holy bread when he was in need. Right. It says Abiathar, the high priest, because Abiathar was a more well-known priest. Abiathar, which is Amalek's son, became the major high priest later. He stays with David. Right. He's more prominent in the story overall in Mark 2. Right. So Jesus is referencing the event by more famous figure associated with that period, but not the exact moment.
That's wrong.
Right?
Yeah, but that's wrong.
It's not wrong. You have to admit that's wrong. Abiathar came after Amalek in the time of the high priest Abiathar. In that time.
But it never happened. Hold on. It never happened during the time of his priesthood. It happened before he was elected as priest. Do you see the
Hold on, real quick.
While I'm speaking to him, real quick.
You're not speaking. Let him finish.
Let him finish. He did finish, but me and him are having a conversation.
I'm not necessarily done yet, but this is why, though. So when we look at it in Greek, when we look at it in Greek, sorry, I thought someone else was speaking. In the days of Abiathar, right, the phrase in Greek is around the time of Abiathar. It's not saying he was the acting priest in the exact same time. It's kind of like saying, wait, hold on, I'm not done. It's kind of like saying during the time of King David, even if David wasn't involved in that moment. And the third and final point is that Amalek and Abiathar, father and son, and Abiathar later escapes and joins David, which we saw in 1 Samuel. So the story is tied to both of them historically. So when we read this, when we read any verse, and this is for future reference, when we read a verse and we're connecting it between two different books that tell the same account or a similar account of the same story, we have to go off based off the time period and the indifference of what it gives. We didn't do that. We immediately jumped to the conclusion that, in the time of Abiathar, that means that it was Abiathar, wasn't Amalek. Well, we just saw right here that there's a family connection. It's in Greek, it's around the time. Bro, right? There's multiple. I'm done.
Bro, please. I want to ask you a question. If I say during the time of Obama, the United States president, am I talking about before the time? Am I talking about Obama before he was president or while he was president?
While he was president.
So why do you now make an error with the statement in the time of Abiathar the high priest? I'm gonna ask you the same question. When it says in the time of Abathar the high priest, is that before he was high priest, after he was high priest, or while he was high priest?
Okay, Brandon. What was? Hold on.
No, it can't see.
Hold on.
This is the problem.
What is okay, hold on. Let's break this down, okay? You realize that the timeline between 1 Samuel 21 and 1 Samuel 2, there's no time gap, right? You realize this is like verse 22 is like days later. You realize that, right? So it would follow if Mark 2:26 says in the times of him and his days, because you're literally talking about a couple of days before and after.
High priest. So
yes, exactly.
High priest.
Bro, Brandon, shut up, please, because you're not giving me not a chance to speak. This is ridiculous. Literally, 1 Samuel 21 and 1 Samuel 22 are days apart. It would follow what Mark is saying if it says in the days of Abathar the high priest, because Abathar the high priest became the high priest during those days.
He's not high priest.
He became a high priest in 1 Samuel 22.
Read that to me where he became high priest in 1 Samuel 22. You just lied. You just damn well lied. Show me where he became high priest. The woman don't even know that. Bro, AP, you don't even know that he actually became high priest in the book of Samuel chapter 2. He became high priest in the book of Samuel, in the second book of Samuel, not the first book of Samuel. You know who was high priest before him? Zadok. This is ridiculous, bro. Absolutely ridiculous. Just to make your point right. Rather than just listen to what the hell I'm saying to you and acknowledging it.
Okay.
I know you want to defend your position. I know you want to defend your
You don't
position.
even know what you're talking about, dude. This is it right here. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it all to you, okay? Because you're that slow that I have to read the entire chapter to you. And I'm going to show you where. David departed from there and escaped to the cave of Adullam. Then he said to his brothers, and his father's house heard it. They went down there to him, and everyone who was in distress, and everyone who was bitter in soul, gathered to him, and he became the commander over them. And there were with him about 400 men. And David went from there, Meseph and Moab, and he said to the king of Moab, "Please let my father and my mother stay with you. Till I know that God will do for me." And he left with them to the king of Moab, and they stayed with him. And all the time that David was in the stronghold, the prophet Gad said to David, "Do not remain in the stronghold. Depart. Go to the land of Judah." So David departed and went to the forest of Hereth. It says, now Saul heard that David was discovered, and the men who were with them Saul was sitting in Bia, I'm guessing, under the tamarisk tree and a height with his spear in his hand, and all his servants were standing about him. And Saul said to his servants who stood about him, "Hear now, people of Benjamin, will the son of Jesse give every one of you?" I'm just going to scroll down where it even mentions him to begin with. Okay. It says, but one of the sons of Amalek, the son of whatever, named Abiathar, came and fled after David. And Abiathar told David and Saul killed the priest of the Lord. And David said to Abiathar, "I knew on that day when Doeg the Edomite was there, and that he would surely tell Saul, I have occasioned the death of the persons of your father's house. Stay with me and do not be afraid, for he seeks my life, seeks your life. With me you shall be in safekeeping." Is David not a priest?
What? Read that again and ask me that question again, please.
I'm asking you, is he not listed?
Go on, say that again. Read it again and ask me that question again, please.
I'm asking you, is David not a priest?
Read that verse again and ask me the question again.
I'm sorry. Was Abiathar not listed among the priests within David's reign?
Can you read the verse again? Can you just, bro?
So do you not know the verse yourself? I just read it to you.
I just want you to read it again because there was loud noise when I was walking up.
No, there's loud noise. See, you're lying to me.
I'm literally working. Hold on, stop. I was literally working coming out of the building. It was a very loud noise. I'm asking you to repeat the verse again, and you're having a problem with that. Can you just Just read the verse again. Stop being emotional. I don't know what this is.
Okay, so in 1 Samuel 22, it explains how Abiathar joined with David.
Verse. Why are you telling me? Just read the verse. Bro, I'm not asking you to.
Y'all, this dude's gonna get on my nerves. He's about to get on my nerves. I said, stay with me, do not be afraid. I read a whole chapter. Which verse do you want me to read? Which one? The last verse?
The last verse you just finished.
Stay with me, do not be afraid, for he seeks my life, seeks your life. With me you shall be in safekeeping.
So where does it say anything about them being priests?
Okay, now when you go to 2 Samuel, which is right after my guy, right? Hold on. Right after, hold on, I'm going to continue. Right after, it says in chapter 8, verses 17, it says, and Zadok, the son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, were priests. Were priests, right? Were they not priests or were they priests?
This is the problem with people like AP.
Were they priests or were they not priests?
AP.
Does it say they were priests or were they not priests in 2 Samuel, bro?
Listen for a second. You gotta listen for a second.
Yes or no?
I told you this 10 minutes ago that you're not gonna find it in book 1. You're only gonna find it in book 2. I told you this already. Like, this is ridiculous. You made the claim that in chapter 22 they were priests. It's a ridiculous claim.
Where is the timeline? What's the timeline between 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel?
You failed proving that.
What is the timeline between 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel? What's the timeline? Do you know? Do you know? What's the timeline between 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel?
I don't answer questions.
Because that cooks your point. It's days later. It's a continuous timeline. Are you a retarded?
2 Samuel chapter 8 isn't days later. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Continuous storyline. It's still within the days of him being a priest. You realize that, right?
You better prove to me 2 Samuel chapter 8 is a couple days later 1 Samuel chapter 21. You're going to have to prove it to me, explain it to me. Because right now...
Because at the end of 1 Samuel... King Saul dies, correct? Yes or no? At the start of 2 Samuel, David finds out about Saul's death, which means this happened right after, correct? So this is recent timing.
No, it's not.
Oh my God, dude. This dude's about to get on my nerves.
Do you know how long Saul reigned for before he died?
That's not what I said. David found out about Saul's death after he died, yes or no?
It's certain stuff that I'm talking about.
That's not what I asked.
Do you know how old Saul was?
It does not matter. I said in 1 Samuel, King Saul dies.
Woman. Well, I'm
1 Samuel, King Saul dies. 2 Samuel, David found out about his death. It doesn't matter. I don't care how old he was.
It wasn't a day later. This is what you're getting.
I didn't say a day later. I said it was days later.
It wasn't even
recent events.
Days.
So when did David find out? When did David find out that Saul died?
Again, I'm going to say this to you one more
time. How long?
1 Samuel chapter 21 is dealing with Abimelech, the high priest, giving shewbread to David. Saul kills the high priest for this, right? And years later, we get to 2 Samuel chapter 8, and that is when we see that Abimelech's son, is instituted as high priest with Zadok. I said this earlier. You're not going to find it in chapter 1. Book 1. You're going to find it in book 2. It took you a while to realize that.
You're so slow. This man is so slow.
Okay.
I'm gonna state my claim again. I'm gonna state my claim again.
Brandon. From 1 Samuel chapter 22.
Brandon. I'm not though, because I'm showing you how it connects. 1 Samuel at the end, Saul dies. 2 Samuel, the first three verses, it is days later. How do you know that? Because it says this. After the death of Saul, when David had returned from striking down, David remained in 2 days in Ziklag. On the third day, after Saul's death, on the third day, behold, a man came from Saul's camp with his clothes turned and dirt on his head. And when he came to David, he fell to the ground and paid homage. David said unto him, where do you come from? And he said to him, I have escaped from the camp of Israel. Then it goes on to say how the man told him Saul was dead. Are you that slow
days later, Samuel dies.
No.
I mean, not
Oh
Samuel,
my God,
Saul.
y'all!
Saul.
Does anybody listen?
Saul.
Does anybody
Hold
listen
on,
to
AP,
what I'm saying?
relax.
That's not what I
So you're
said.
saying 3 days later, Saul died. That's what you're
That's
saying?
not what I said. That's
So
not
what
what I
are you
said.
saying?
You
So what are you
idiot.
saying?
That's not what I
Before
said.
we-
Did you not read hear the verse that I read to you? I said in 1 Samuel, the last part of 1 Samuel, Saul dies. At the beginning of 2 Samuel, David learns that Saul died 3 days later after Saul died. So I'm showing you that the timeline of 2 Samuel and 1 Samuel are days later, which is still during the times of Arbither. Are you crazy? Are you slow in the brain?
Listening to my question, and it's ridiculous that you.
No, it's ridiculous that you even said Samuel died. You didn't even know what you were. You don't even know what you're saying before you say it out of your mouth. You said Samuel died. Then you said 3 days later Saul died. You didn't even hear a word I said. That just shows that you're cooked.
I accidentally said a different name. Well done.
Yeah, and then you said 3 days later Saul died. I didn't say that. You're not tracking anything.
Myself.
I said it
And
so slow.
I asked you a specific question. You said no problem. So I'm going to reiterate my question. How many days after 1 Samuel chapter 22 did Saul die? How many days after?
I said at the last part of 1 Samuel. Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
My question.
Why?
Because our conversation is about. I'm gonna tell you why it matters. Because our conversation is about when does Abiathar become high priest after his father Abimelech? That's the conversation. My claim is that Abiathar becomes high priest when David was king. David wasn't king in chapter 22, chapter 23, chapter 24, chapter 25, chapter 26. Why? Because Saul was still the king. Saul dies in chapter 26, if I remember correctly. So this is why I'm asking you this very fundamental, important question. When does Abiathar become... I don't. Sorry. When does Abiathar become high priest? Is it after the death of his father Abimelech? Answer, yes. Question, how long after the death of his father? The answer is pretty simple. It's when David becomes king. Because that's the only time David can institute him as a high priest. Otherwise, he couldn't.
You can have
It's very simple.
This is getting on my nerves because you're not tracking what I'm saying.
Anyway, it was nice having a conversation with you.
Of course you're gonna run. Go ahead and run. Go ahead and run away like the Jew you are. Jews love to run. Because you didn't listen to anything I said.
We do.
You didn't listen to anything I said. You literally kept saying things that I did not say and trying to run from the point so you could chat GBT shit. Like I know that. I know how people work. And it's crazy. I read to you a whole chapter. I read to you the first part of 2 Samuel, and you say, "Oh, so David finds out 3 days after the fact Saul died. So 3 days later Saul died." What are you talking about? Saul didn't die 3 days later. You didn't even track anything I said, which shows that you're not listening, or you're just trying to jumble up words so you can go on ChatGPT and give me an answer. That's the crazy part, because you kept saying shit that didn't matter. How old was Saul? How long did he reign? That shit doesn't matter. I asked you, when Saul died, how long after did David find out that he died? 3 days later. You didn't track that. You didn't track that at all. You ran from the point, and you're going back on another point that doesn't follow the point that we're on. You're on ChatGPT, my guy.
You need to repeat yourself again, because it cut out, so I couldn't hear your response, if you don't mind. Did you hear me,
I
AP?
don't mind, bro. Miss said if I don't mind.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can you repeat yourself again?
No.
Too bad, man.
I just want me to repeat myself, man.
promise. Good night.
Yo.
Mr. Egan, what's going on, man? Show me some of that orthodoxy.
How you doing, bro?
You know what's crazy? Yeah? There's this one church in Ethiopia that they carved into the mountain. You know, at the top of the mountain.
Top of the mountain.
Yeah. That, I'm not gonna lie, that's a cool little church right there. I gotta go there.
I'm trying to visit that, bro.
Bro, we should go together, man.
Yeah,
I'm on going there.
I'm down, bro.
Send me your number again. I'll go. We set that up still. Then you can come Israel with me. You can come Israel with me, partner in crime.
No, don't do that. These are the synagogue of Satan. Don't do that.
Oh, AP, man, shut up.
No, I'm not going to shut up, big man Satan, yeah? Nobody's going to shut up. I'll stick a crumpet in your mouth. Big man Satan. Eat a little kumquat, alright? Little kumquat.
They're chatting, bro. I'm gonna take your brother A Mizzle, yeah, and I'm gonna take him to Israel. I'm gonna convert him. I'm gonna force him.
Yeah, and then you both gonna go into the fiery pits of hell, and y'all are gonna be the synagogue of Satan, yeah?
You wish.
Yeah, and then y'all are gonna be a part of the fiery synagogue of Satan in the pits of hell.
I'm gonna hold you down and circumcise you.
You know who fellas come out.
Yeah, you the same you who's gonna go into a church and suck the blood off of the circumcise you. That's what you do.
You come to Abraham was on the UDT also.
What was the point? What was the point of that argument about David and Samuel? What was
He's trying to say, all right, Mark chapter 2:26, where it says he ate the bread in the time of Abathar.
AP, she asked me.
She didn't ask you. She just asked what your argument. She didn't ask
my God, she literally said my name.
Hold on, Brandon. I said, what was the point? So I just want to get what was the point.
Yes. Okay. So he said in Mark 2:26, Jesus lied.
Brandon, let the lady go first. Be a gentleman.
Why is she speaking?
You don't know how to.
Why is she speaking for me?
I didn't ask a specific person. I just asked what was the argument.
I don't want her to. I'm saying I don't want her to speak for me.
I know, but
if she's gonna say anything,
you gave us the argument, so we can speak for him. You gave us the argument.
Listen, AP, relax, please.
Just don't say he.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, the argument.
You told me what you said. That's what you want to do.
The argument is that in Mark 2:26, the argument was made that Jesus was lying when it says that he entered the house of God. It says so the verse says how he entered the house of God in the time of Abathar, the high priest. He's arguing Abathar wasn't the high priest during the moment that he ate the bread of the presence, right? That's the argument, right? So he's saying that the argument was made in 1 Samuel 21, where it says that his father was actually the high priest when he ate the bread, not Abathar, and that Jesus was lying about it. That's what he's saying. And I said it doesn't give you an exact pinpoint date. That's the first argument I made, is that it doesn't say the first pinpoint date.
It says in the days
of when it had, no, just because it doesn't say April 21st, 1999, during the days of Abathar. It just in the days. It doesn't give you exact year. It doesn't give you an exact moment.
In the days of Abathar, the high priest. That means when Abathar was the high priest. That's what that means.
That's what you think it means. That's what you think it means.
When was Abathar the high priest?
That's what you think it means.
Abathar was the high priest during the time.
That's what you think it means, my guy.
No, that's literally what it means. I can show you multiple verses where the writers of the New Testament and Old Testament use this language to denote actual time. They say in the book of Jeremiah, in the book of Isaiah, in the book of so many books, in the days of the king Hezekiah of Judah, in the days of they do it all the time. No, hold on. Let me give you an exact reference, so you know that I'm not chatting nonsense out the side of my bum, right? Look, Isaiah chapter 1, verses 1. The words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, one of the priests who were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of the Lord came in the days of who? In the days of
Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign. They literally do that.
I'm sorry,
right?
can you repeat yourself? I wasn't
Let me
listening.
give you another one.
I wasn't listening, my bad.
No problem. I'll read it again. It came to pass.
No, please don't.
It came
Please
also,
don't.
It came
Please
also in the days.
I don't want to listen to it. I don't care.
So then come out the room. If you don't want to listen to it, come out the room. It came also in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, and until the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, until the captivity of Jerusalem in the 50th.
So it gives you an actual time period something was going on. When underword in this moment, mind you, hold on, bro, because you're talking about a whole other topic now. I gave you the argument. I gave you the argument. Hold on, bro. I don't care. I don't care about what you're talking about right now, dude. Because you're going off another topic. You're going off another topic. You're on another topic. You're on another topic.
Example.
Brandon, you're on another topic. It's not the same context. It's not saying it the same way as Mark 2:26 says.
Hosea is another example.
Nobody
the
can
word of the Lord that came to Hosea, the son of Beeri.
Nobody's listening to you, bro.
Joshua, Ahaz, and Zedekiah, kings of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam, the son of Joash, king of Israel.
Wow. Gives you a timeline. Gives you an actual timeline, doesn't it?
People that write the Bible
know
how to write.
It did not speak like that in Mark.
Chapter
it didn't
1.
speak like that in Mark, bro.
Okay, no
It didn't
problem.
speak like that in Mark, bro.
And that's
not how it said it in Mark. That's not how it said it in Mark.
No problem.
We can't word fallacy, bro.
Yeah, that's what you
word
believe.
fallacy.
Amos chapter 1 verses 1. The words of Amos.
Word fallacy.
You know what's so crazy, right?
Word fallacy. You just did a word fallacy. You're doing exact word fallacy. Nothing you said compared to Mark.
You don't want
Nothing you said compared to
Mark. I'm reading the words of God and you want to interrupt them and be loud. You want to be a loud woman.
Because you're making a point. That has nothing to do with a point. That's annoying. No, you're just annoying.
If you loved God, you would shut your
mouth.
No,
I just don't like you.
You would shut your mouth.
I just don't like you.
I'm reading His word. I'm reading His word, and you want to interrupt.
No, you're perverting the word.
I'm not perverting nothing. I'm reading the verse. I'm reading the verse.
Starting to get annoying. Nothing you guys are like.
I need to shut up. That's all you need to do.
No.
I'm trying to say
she's interrupting me. I'm reading the verse. I'm reading the damn verse. She's interrupting me. Tell her to shut up. I'm not filibustering. I'm trying to finish my reading. That's what I'm trying to do.
Brandon, the only on this app right now that's talking to you, unless I'm wrong, and correct me if I am, is AP.
I can care less. Listen, to be fair, I said I was going to go.
Brandon.
So if it's going to be a thing where I can't read the verse, if I can't read the verse, I'll just leave. It's not about me. It's about God and His word. God said something. I'm trying to read it. This woman keeps on interrupting me.
You're not listening.
Because I don't want to listen. I'm trying to read the verse, man.
Go. Just go then. If you don't want to listen, all I'm saying is there's no point in y'all arguing. It's just
I ain't trying to argue. Tell her to shut the fuck up. I ain't trying to argue with her.
Wow, you speaking like that over God's word? Crazy word.
Nobody's gonna talk to her like that. What I'm saying is
you don't love your Lord talking to her
on the stage. If you and her are the only people on the stage, if y'all should have a conversation and
tell her to shut up. I listen to her.
How about you stop letting that foul mouth come? Stop letting that foul language come out your mouth.
Tadar, real quick. I'm very nice. I've been very nice.
Don't sound like you're telling me to shut the F up and let foul language come out of his mouth when he's talking about the Lord.
Just shut up, bro. Just shut up, baby, please. Just be quiet. Tadar, do you know what the funny thing is? When you asked the question and you asked me to be quiet, I went quiet. I never explained myself. I did. It took me a while. Oh my God, be quiet. It took me a while, but I went silent. I let her finish her point.
It took you a while.
I said, hold on, stop, AP, you're doing it now. I went to read my verse. She immediately interrupted me, which I allowed her to do.
I interrupted you because you wanted to give 10 examples that had nothing to do with the point.
Here it goes again.
Completely lying right now. Let him say what he wants to say. It's fine. The point is that we're trying to have a back and forth where somebody is being edified, be it someone in the audience or someone listening to you, but nobody is being edified if you guys are just arguing. So, Brandon, what are you trying to prove right now?
Right
no, I was reading verses, like I said in my statement, that the Jews, when they write their book, they're very smart. They know how to write. So if they want to refer to a certain time, they will say during the time of this king, when he reigned, so on and so forth. And I was given sheets of Tekoa, which he saw concerning Israel in the days of who? In the days of Uzziah, king of Judah. Same thing. In the New Testament, it says, in the days of Abiathar, the high priest. In the Old Testament, it says, during the days of Uzziah, king of Judah. I'm just demonstrating that this is a very normal way of us Jews talking, and we know what it means. It's a time reference stamp. What AP wants to do is say it's not. That's what AP wants to do.
Okay, and AP,
now that you finally needed this, bro. So again, I gave the argument, right? Because he's saying Mark chapter 2, 26 is referring to 1 Samuel 21, okay? Like 1 through 6 or whatever, 4 through 6, whatever the heck. I asked him, what is the timeline between 1 Samuel 22 or 1 Samuel, 22 or 21 and 2 Samuel? He said, what does it matter? I said it was days later. This was a days later thing, right? So it would still refer to being in the days of this man, right? So when you look at what Mark says, it says how he entered the house of God in the time of Abiathar, literally days within him being a priest, right? He's saying because this happened before he became priest, that it's a lie. That's what he's saying. 100% what he's saying. He said this happened before he became priest, therefore it's not valid. And I said no, because it's not, this is a year, 4 years, 5 years before. This is days before. Days before Abiathar became a high priest, because he joined with David and became a priest during David's reign, okay? That's what happened. So in 1 Samuel, we're going to read it. It says that basically Abiathar's father was the high priest at the time, and Abiathar is the one that gave him the bread. He's the one that gave him the bread. Then as 2 Samuel comes in, right, that's when he finds out, I'm backtrack. 1 Samuel, at the very end, Saul dies. 3 days later after Saul dies, a man comes up to David from his camp and lets him know Saul is dead. So again, this is days later, okay? You could tell because the man's all ripped up, he's dirty, he's frantic, he's telling him something just happened. So, like, I hate when he's trying to, like, make this, like, portraying image that this was years after the fact.
Okay,
no.
So let's see if we can get a consensus. Brandon,
Yeah.
when she reads that verse, and it is speaking of, do you believe that it's speaking of days, or you believe it's speaking of years, or does it matter to you whether or not it's days?
I mean, whether it's days or years means nothing to me. Because the reason why is because she already admitted that David ate the shewbread before he was high priest. She already admitted that. She just admitted it. So this fundamentally means that the statement in the days of Abiathar the high priest is wrong. Because it never happened when he was a high priest. It happened before he was a high priest.
So who was supposed to be in the Torah, in the Tanakh? You're talking about the Tanakh. Who was supposed to be the high priest at the time?
Abimelech.
And Abimelech is the father or the son of somebody else? Is that what you're saying?
Abimelech is the father of Abiathar.
And then in the New Testament it says that this is the time during Abiathar. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Are you saying that? Okay, so Abiathar is Amalek's son, and you're saying that even if she's saying days, you're not making any space for it being days.
Yeah, because it happened before he was high priest. If I said something happened during the time when someone was high priest, and that thing never happened during the time he was high priest, that is literally a lie. It's contradiction.
Okay.
Yeah, for example, I'll make the statement right now. David ate the shewbread in the days of Abimelech the high priest. And then I can make the statement, David ate the shewbread in the days of Abiathar the high priest. Question, which one is the correct statement? Everyone is going to agree
agree that the correct statement is he ate the showbread in the days of Abimelech, the high priest. The other statement is incorrect because Abiathar became high priest after that event happened.
Okay, so your conclusion is this why you don't? Did you ever? What is your overall conclusion?
That this is a lie. He lied.
That Christ lied.
Yeah.
And so have you ever been a Christian prior to deciding to take on Orthodox?
Yeah, I was a Christian. Yeah.
And so you would understand why you saying Christ lied would, be very offensive to AP, right?
Yeah. I know.
So you have to give her space for that. You have to give her space. Like if you
I gave her space. Listen,
Okay.
listen. I'm a very hold on. See, this is what I don't like people doing. You said something while I was speaking to another man, and I was answering his question, and I said I'm not going to listen to you, AP. I didn't say I wasn't going to listen to you in general.
He cut me off when I was speaking. That's the point. He cut me off when I was talking to try to correct the situation.
Listen, it doesn't matter. I was listening to that.
It really doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But I would like to show him an example, right? Because his argument is it can't be in the days of something if something happened prior. That's what he's arguing. Is that right? Yes or no? Just say yes or no. I don't need you to go on a long rant about it.
Repeat.
If something happened,
I'm saying if it happened days before, or even just, it doesn't matter if it was days before. If it happened before he became priest, and the days wouldn't be applying to that. It would have to be when he was priest exactly for it to be.
How about this, AP? How about this? In the Greek, when it's talking about the time frame, is it a time period or is it the actual day?
No,
it's just a time period. It's a time period. It's not the actual day.
So Brandon, if it's just a time period, why wouldn't you make space for a little bit before and a little bit after?
A couple of days.
Reason why I can't give space is because it clarifies what days it's speaking about. And the clarifications, yes, it does. The clarification.
It just says in the days of
on AP, man. Relax. What's wrong with you? Damn. Can I finish my answer, please? Can I finish my answer?
Well, let me just tell her what you're gonna say. Because she's not gonna receive.
Bro.
He's saying the reason why it is framing a specific time frame is because high priest is the point of where it should start, is what he's saying. Correct?
Yeah. If I say
and what AP's saying is that you don't become a high priest overnight. It's a process. So it's not like tomorrow we anoint you. It's like as you're studying to be a high priest. So
no.
That's not what I'm necessarily saying either.
AP,
I'm more so
like that. Because that's not true.
That's not even what I'm saying.
I just want to know.
I
just want to know. Is it because that's not how it goes. A high priest is when the high priest dies.
We know that
the high priest son gets set up immediately. This is ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, but that's not what I said. That's not what I said. She was just guessing.
I know you did it.
Okay, then let me clarify my point.
Why am I letting you clarify anything? I'm trying to say something, bro.
Let me clarify.
What's going on?
Don't become.
Oh, you know what? It's all right. I don't want to clarify nothing with you. Look, I'm going. But that's not the point. The point is the term in the days of his high priest. Is that specific to when he was high priest, or before he was high priest, or after he was high priest?
No. It's during the time he became, before and after. That's what in the days means. And I can prove it to you. Let me finish. No, you asked me a question. Let me answer it. You want the same respect, so give me the respect. You gonna give me that respect, or you can just leave. Honestly.
Wait.
You asked me a question. Please let me give the answer.
Wait, Brandon, so you guys can have a back and forth conversation.
I know his point.
No, I said, would you allow her to prove her point?
She can't prove her point.
I can though, but I can.
I can allow her to talk.
I can
we
allow
appreciate
to
that you
talk.
allowed
She
us
can
to
try.
talk.
Thank you for allowing me to talk. Thank you. So here's the point proven. In the days can mean a little bit before. It can, because it tells you how it happened, right? So number one, I'm going to give you an example. Daniel, I'm about to go to another chapter. So don't start getting scared. Daniel chapter 1, verses 1 and 2. I don't know how to pronounce these names, so you're going to have to bear with me, because in the third year of the reign of King Jehoiakim of Judah and Nebuchadnezzar, I don't know how to say it, I'm going to say it weird, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Lord delivered Jehoiakim into his hand. Okay? It didn't happen exactly word for word what happened. Okay? It says, so in the context of Daniel,
Please let her land, please. Don't cut her off.
In the context of Daniel, I'm just gonna say
Nebuchadnezzar,
yeah, girl, because Nebuchadnezzar's siege began before Jehoiakim's reign was fully established, not in the third year. So this happened a little bit before the fact of the reign of 3 years. And you're arguing that in the days of a certain point, it has to be during that time that it's happening. No, it's not. And even in Daniel, it shows that that's a proven point. In the days just means in the time period that something is happening and something began. It doesn't mean it has to happen exactly after. Hold on, I'm not done. Are you still talking?
Can we just let her?
This is ridiculous.
Bro, it's like,
no. Why does she keep doing this? No. Tada. This is ridiculous.
And I've given her Old Testament examples. So he doesn't say it's another lie.
She's not getting it.
It's not.
I keep on explaining to her the word high priesthood. High priesthood. We keep on leaving it out.
No, it's not.
What am I going to do?
Nebuchadnezzar's siege began before his reign, but it says in Daniel 1 it happened during his reign of 3 years. So is Daniel lying? Is Daniel lying or he not lying? And then when you go to Nehemiah, hold on, because you wanted to say your examples about Hosea and all these other verses, it's my turn. Hold on. Nehemiah.
Respectfully, you're proving my point.
Brandon, let me ask you a question.
You're literally proving my point.
Hold on a second. Tada, he was giving his examples about Hosea.
But it's bigger than this. My question is, Brandon, are you saying because you believe Jesus was lying that you should throw the New Testament away? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying, Brandon?
Exactly.
You see a contradiction, or you see something that's...
Yeah, he's saying that Jesus lied about the timeline or the exact date. It's a problem.
AP, I just want to see if that's Brandon. Is that what he's saying? Is that what you're saying, Brandon? Okay. So it's no point of, if he doesn't have a stance, then there's no point of arguing that.
He did have a stance. He literally was saying Jesus lied about this specific timeline and what day something did or didn't happen. That makes God a liar all of a sudden.
So,
when obviously it's that he's reading it wrong. He's obviously reading it incorrectly or interpreting in the days of incorrectly. Because if you were to take it as in the days means a timeline, it wouldn't be a lie.
AP, even if we go past that, the thing is that there's things in the Tanakh and in the Tanakh that show a difference, like how Goliath died. There's a description one way, it's a description another way. In Chronicles, the way the genealogies are listed, there's a description one way, there's a description another way. So it's no point of arguing with someone who thinks Jesus lied if they cannot, line up every scripture in the Tanakh or the Torah that may seem to have a discrepancy. There's no point in you arguing.
I understand. It's just like I think what was pissing me off this whole time is that
It's not really even about that. It's that like he would ask me a question and I would take a whole 5 minutes to answer, and he like completely changes everything I said into something I did not say, and it sounds like a completely different subject than what I said. And that's what's annoying me. He's acting like he wants me to listen to him, but when he don't listen to me and it changes everything that I say, that's not gonna piss me off.
Of course it's gonna piss me off because he's not listening to me. Like, if he were to interpret it as in the days of is a time period, it would not be a lie. But because he wants to make it exact to say, oh, it's an exact day, that's not the case. Because in Daniel 1, that wasn't the case because, like I said, what did he say?
I just thought
was that N-word name?
It's just a general statement. It's not necessarily a specific time point.
Yeah, because if I were to say in the days of my grandmother, when she had my mom, we could go before and talk about what happened prior, whether it was a week or two, and talk about what happened before, then get to the birth. There's no problem with that, and that doesn't make it a lie. If I say in the times of my grandmother in 1922, when World War this was happening, and gave birth to my mother, and if I go a little bit before and there's some detail, that doesn't make it a lie. It's just talking about a time period. Anytime it says in the days of, it's talking about a time period. It's not talking about the exact date. Now, if you were to say in the days of, and things were happening 5 years before, 5 years after, I'd get it. But that's not what happened. We're talking about days.
Well, we need to, for Brandon's sake, he should probably have an Orthodox Jew, because that's what he's believing in now, confirm what he's saying. Because I think he said he's new to it. He's in the process of converting, and just like days in Hebrew could be considered a time frame, could also be like that.
Exactly. That's why I feel like people who are nudings should not be up here acting like they know what they're talking up and down, left and right. They shouldn't be up here trying to give their opinion and then cutting everybody off and then yelling at them, telling them to shut the F up while talking. He said, I don't care about the Lord's words. I don't want to listen to him when he's reading the word, but at the same time of him reading the word, he's telling people to shut the F up. That don't sound like he loved the Lord to me. So at the end of the day, I'd be coming acting like you know it all, but you just started. That doesn't make any sense. Like, and then when I try to correct him, it's all of a sudden, I'm a woman, I'm not going to listen to you.
Is he still here?
No.
Yeah, that's pretty silly. His argument's pretty silly.
Exactly.
Talking about the contradictions in the Bible.
Well, whether there's contradictions or not, we can talk about that. But the one that he just tried to give, or the lie, that's pretty silly.
Sing with me, Andrew.
Kumbaya.
Sing with me, Andrew.
Andrew, you see what you left me here with all this.
Well, you know what's good? So what Abe's doing now is clever, right? He's like, you know, look at these believers fighting. You know? but you know what's interesting about that is that it was awesome. So we had this argument, we were debating. The theists weren't debating. We had this dispute about whether it's okay for a person to have sex with his own mother or not. And
when was this, Andrew? When was this?
It was within the last month. Okay. And what was beautiful is you know who was actually debating it, and the ones that were saying it was permissible? The atheist. And it was awesome. I was just sitting there in the chat, and I'm like, this is glorious. And I'm like, look, no, look, just let the atheist have their way. Everybody can have sex with their mother. If they get her pregnant, just kill the baby. Just murder the baby. Get it done. Right? And there was just it was beautiful to be able to sit back and just kind of revel in that. So I know how you feel.
Who are the atheists you're talking about?
Jose could probably remember because he was there when I was talking to him. I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, Deepak was arguing it was pretty gross. Of course, it's interesting because he'll rape somebody for a cheeseburger. But he was an atheist. Basically said...
He said he would rape somebody for a cheeseburger?
That was his old. So we did this little hypothetical. An alien convinces you that he's going to pop everybody's head on the planet if you don't rape somebody. Would you do it? And he's like, before the alien's even done speaking, I'm taking my pants off. And I'm like, okay. And then so after that, we worked it down to 4 people. I said, would you rape somebody to save 4 people? And he, again, before he's even done, he's unbuttoning his pants, for the aliens even done talking. So then I said, well, do you think we could get it down to 2? And he said, well, he's like, we might even be able to get it down to a cheeseburger. So his point is...
It sounds like he was just joking with you, Andrew.
Well, the cheeseburger part, here's the beautiful thing. The cheeseburger part was a joke. The rape for 4 people, that was not a joke. Now, the difference between somebody's worldview like that and somebody who's a Christian, they'll say something like, no, you don't rape somebody to save all the people on the planet. That's not permissible.
When you say saved, do you mean they're going to be murdered?
Correct. So to save their lives from the alien killing them, because the alien says, look, I'm a kinky alien, and I want you to rape this person. If you don't rape this person, I kill all the people on the planet, other than you. Do you rape that person? And a lot of atheists are down, and it's an interesting thing. What'd you say?
It's like
What'd you say?
the third person I've met as a Jew that doesn't believe in the New Testament. Like, Andrew, I find it crazy because never in my life have I ever heard of such a belief until now. Like, for the past, week or 2. This is the first 3 people I've met. I was like, where are these people coming from? Is this, something new?
Are you talking about people who only believe the Old Testament?
No. Just simple, Jesus is a liar.
Oh.
That you could throw the whole New Testament in the garbage can. I'm like, this is the 3rd person I've ever met that ever believed that.
Well, if you look in the Talmud, what it says about Jesus.
Does AP not know about Judaism? What's happening?
Yeah, there's a lot of Jews that are very vitriolic towards Jesus. Very vitriolic. It's not I'm not broad swiping them. I'm not anti-Semitic by any means, but I'm just saying there are a lot of Jews in particular, and by Tadah's light, the imposter Jews, that are very anti-Jesus. Well, even from her perspective, they're quote unquote real Jews.
Andrew, I have 2 questions for you, by the way.
A lot of them don't like Jesus either. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. First of all, I know you're not really necessarily a conspiracy theorist, but since you kind of talk about a bunch of different stuff with conspiracy theorists, have you ever heard of QAnon?
Oh, of course, yeah. I subscribe to it. I subscribe to the periodical, the QAnon periodical.
Yeah, but so you're familiar with it. Do you accept that it's likely true in some way or no?
I can't. What is all the what are all the propositions? What is it? They're getting identical babies out of the babies' minds and stuff like that, or they're sucking it.
Yeah, or there's a satanic cabal of elitists who are killing and eating children. I don't know.
Well, let me tell you something that's kind of interesting, Abe. Your Uncle Sully never really was a big fan of people like your Uncle Alex Jones, but your Uncle Sully, a very skeptical, analytical, reasonable man, just had his mind peeled back after learning about all this stuff that the elite have been doing. And
learning what?
All the stuff that the elite have been doing. Epstein, we got some jerky snacks for you, and we're sending them to you or whatever. Put them in the fridge.
Where's your position on this? Do you
So my position is that I already do suspect that there is not just pedophilia but murder of children by the elite. So that's not something that I think is false. I think that's true. But
systematic level?
I don't know. I don't know how systematic it is. It's definitely going to be like a new thing.
It seems to me that if you're looking for systematic murder of children, it's going to be like when they drop bombs on Palestine or on Iran or, et cetera, et cetera. Afghanistan and Iraq, rather than like, they meet in a smoke-filled room and they pray to Baal and then they fucking devour babies,
No, I got you there. I think there is that kind of just a total lack of consideration of life, for sure. But I do think they have specific rituals that involve children.
Why?
That's the crazy part.
Andrew, why do you think they would eat a baby? Why?
Oh, I don't know about eating the babies, but killing them, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Why would they kill the baby?
Because the devil controls them and they pray to Satan.
I'm curious.
Here's the thing.
It's adrenochrome, bro.
Here's the thing. I'm not on with it. You gotta be clear about what I'm saying. I'm not on board with the whole adrenochrome thing. I don't agree with that. There's drinking the adrenochrome. What I do think is there's some people that don't care about life, and they've got some weird fetishes and fascinations with children, and so I do think that.
Oh, they fucking silenced Andrew!
I was going to ask Andrew, since all this stuff is going on with Jeffrey Epstein, the Earth could probably be flat.
Look, I thought, I didn't think vaccines cause autism until, I saw the Epstein files, and then my mind was changed.
Yeah, were you in the room last night with Donald? We were talking about this too, and then he completely blew up for no reason and nuked his own room.
Donald often blows up for no reason. Why do you do it this time?
It was what was it, Sam? Do you remember? We were talking about conspiracy theories. I think somebody used the R word, and he got super pissed off at that. And then I forgot what it was. Yeah, but he just nuked his own room. It was really crazy.
Have you ever see when a black person calls him the GA N-word?
Calls Donald?
Yeah.
I don't think so, no.
He'll be talking to a black person that uses the GA a lot, in normal speech, and they'll say something stupid, say they're stupid, and they'll go, N-word, and then he'll react to that by saying, no, conversational, what are you talking about, bud?
You guys, according to Sully, we can't talk about black stuff anymore for the rest of it. Yeah, because he's
Noel, how have you been?
I've been good. Is that Abe?
Yes, I remember you.
How you doing, Abe?
Good. I didn't want to poison the well when somebody else was here. I forgot who it was. It was Honey Badger. And people said oh, don't poison the well against Noelle. Just have a conversation with her. But I didn't know if you still had the same position. Have you considered whether if God?
You and those Amalekite babies, boy. I tell you.
Yeah. Remember when we last talked? So what is your position on that still? Have you thought about it, or?
Yeah, why does it have to be poisoning of the well? It's just who was going to take care of the Amalekite babies? Even if
I'm assuming God would have a solution, right? He's all powerful.
He wasn't going to do that.
So hold on. God's powerful enough to murder them, but not to save them and help them?
No, he didn't want to do that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, why would he not want to take care of them, but he would want to murder them? Doesn't that seem weird?
Because he said you have to prepare slaughter for their sons and their daughters. So that's what he went with.
No, I know what he said. I'm saying, why would he say that as opposed to you have to prepare a nice home for them and adopt them?
Because in that time, in that moment, he was so fed up with the Amalekites, how he flooded everybody.
God gets fed up?
He was fed up with them.
Okay, God has emotions like humans. He gets fed up.
Yeah, he gets tired.
He's a man of wrath.
He gets tired. He has no rest.
Okay, but wait, Noel. You only get fed up when you don't suspect something and something happens and then you're oh, I'm surprised at this. I get fed up. But God knows the future, so how could he get fed up?
I can know that I have a child who's going to do exactly what they're not supposed to, and I still give them the opportunity and be mad about it.
Yeah, but does the saying God gets mad, does that really make sense for the guy who knows everything?
I mean, you can know something and still get mad. You can't be mad even if you know it. To be
so
not really.
So
so he designed it so that he would have an experience to get mad on purpose.
Yeah, like she's in control.
I don't know why. If that's how he designed it, that's how he designed it. But just because you know something,
Is God in control of his emotions? Yes or no?
I feel like he can have emotions.
Okay, but is he in control of those emotions?
I would say so.
Okay, so he could easily, like, even if he was angry, he could snap his fingers and just be completely happy, right? He's in control of his emotions. I mean, he's in control of his emotions, right?
I mean, he can do all things, right?
Okay, so then why would he allow himself to be angry as opposed to be happy and forgiving?
All right, you guys, Sully's on the stage. No more black talk. I just want to make sure we know that. Piper, go ahead, Abe.
So if he can control his emotions, why wouldn't he like choose to be happy and forgiving as opposed to angry and unforgiving?
Well, he can choose. He can be forgiving. He can give grace. He can give wrath. He can give friendship. He can give everything.
Yeah, but why did he choose in the case of the Amalekites? Why did he choose to say I'm going to be angry versus say I'm going to be forgiving?
Because in that moment he was sick of them Amalekites, so take them all out.
He could snap his fingers and not be sick.
Well, that's not what he chose to do in that moment.
Okay, why? So what?
I don't know. I don't know the mind of God.
The answer is
but I can only say this.
I'm glad to know.
I can only say what the book said. And I'm just telling you what the story said.
Because some
I know the story. Yeah.
Right. So that's so then you understand. Like it doesn't explain why he didn't decide to go in a different direction.
What I'm saying is, I think the story is unethical and immoral.
I mean, I guess you can. Hey, you
can say that.
I think the creator can destroy whatever he wants to and create whatever he wants to.
She's like a female Andrew, as long as God says it. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Andrew left me here with you guys. Oh my God!
I gave you a chance. I wanted before I poisoned the well. When if Honey Badger comes back, I wanted to give you a chance to kind of recant.
Please.
But yeah, if you're still saying that,
yeah. So I'm pretty sure there were babies during that time as well.
Yeah, did God kill them too? If that story happened,
he did. He definitely did.
Wait, isn't
that Abe, what is wrong with God killing babies, Abe?
What's wrong with killing babies?
I'm asking you, you don't think anything is wrong, right?
So I'm not in the mood. At least if we're going to have this conversation, wait for Andrew to get back.
Right. But you rep that view, don't you?
What, Abe? Abe thinks things are wrong, doesn't he?
Yeah,
no.
It's subjectively wrong.
Oh my God. You don't think that there's no responsibility and nobody's responsible for anything?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That is true.
What? Abe, did you back me in a corner where you don't believe in the same thing that you're trying to force me to believe in?
No.
Okay.
Look, you're the one who's saying you believe God is like loving and good, and then
I didn't say that. I said.
So you don't believe God is loving?
I said, depending on your perspective, because the taking out of the Amalekites, even the babies, from the people who, like the Israelites who were on the other side of that, they were like, yes, that makes sense. And they feel like that God.
You don't think God is all loving?
What do you mean all loving?
Meaning, like, if I talk to most Christians, they're going to say stuff like God is all powerful.
Most Christians don't read the Bible. They don't even know about the Amalekite babies.
Okay, so you don't think God is maximally loving or all loving then?
I think that it's subjective depending on if you're in the position of receiving that love or receiving his wrath.
Okay, so fine. If that's your position, then fine. But all I'm saying is a lot of Christians would disagree with you on that. They would not.
Well, a lot of Christians don't
say God is all loving.
A lot of Christians, if you mention the Amalekite babies,
nobody's going to say that it was wrong for God to drown babies.
Yeah.
Like none of them are going to
say that it was. Yeah.
They don't. Well, that's the Noah story. I'm talking about the Amalekite.
But they would all say that no matter what God does,
it's all of it.
It's good.
Wait, so to God, does God create evil?
I feel like he creates. Yeah. It says it in the verse. He creates
God
evil.
creates evil.
Yeah.
And did he create sin?
Wow.
He created.
That verse is debated.
I'm just trying to ask 3 questions.
Sin is an action that you do when you break the law, statutes, and commandments. He created the law, but just because you create the law doesn't mean you create the sin. Sin is an action, it's not a creation.
So he created us with the ability to sin.
He created you with the ability to have a choice.
So he created us with the ability to sin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, does he want us to sin?
No.
Thanks, bro. It's really cool to have a conversation with her through your
Yeah,
voice.
you can say no. I mean, I thought that. No. There we go.
No, he doesn't want us to sin, but he creates an environment for us to have the ability to sin.
He created an environment.
Oh my God, bro. Please, go ahead.
The answer is yes. But to elaborate, he created an environment for you to have a choice. So you can choose life or you can choose death. Those are your choices.
It's like you don't need to defend him. You know, he hasn't given you a critique. He's just asking you yes or no questions. They're very easy to answer. Right. Wait for him to actually give you an argument before you start going into defense mode, because otherwise you're just giving him a bunch of other stuff to attack.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm a yes or no. That's what I'm giving. Yes or no. Go ahead. I'm ready for you.
No, it's fine. Your knight in shining armor makes my dick soft, so carry on.
Are you calling Sully my knight in shining armor?
He's your black knight. He's your black knight in shining armor.
He will be my white knight.
Oh my God.
But we
how do you how do you go around saying
we're not going to talk about black stuff on the stage. You're not going to disrespect Sully like that. Okay?
But just like when you argue against theists, it seems like the vast majority of it is like some kind of like moralizing, you know? And if you're like this hard determinist, like, and you don't think anybody's responsible for anything, you know, then it doesn't seem like anybody's like morally responsible for anything, you know?
Yeah, that's contradictory. I could be a determinist and still say that I think something is unethical.
What does it mean to say it's unethical then? What does that mean?
It's that it doesn't lead to human well-being and flourishing.
And that's just like a descriptive state that you like are picking up.
Yeah.
Like you're just, when you say human well-being, you're like picturing a certain kind of set of circumstances, right?
Yeah, like understand empirically, like it is empirically true. Like if I want a human's life to go well, it is better if I don't cut off their arm.
To lead to like the best possible outcome. You know,
that's their claim.
Like what you would agree as like descriptively is like a good.
That's their claim, right? They claim like at the end all things will be renewed in Him and whatever. And, you know, and the
and like the people who go to hell, if you understood all the reasons why He put them there, you'd agree they like deserve to be there and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But all of this again assumes they have, you know, belief in free will. I almost think that like if I could destroy one thing in theism, I don't even need to destroy the belief in a God. I'd rather just destroy the belief in free will, because that takes away the whole point. Like you could still, they could give up their belief in God, but they'd still keep the free will. But if they give up the free will, well, most of them, like for sure the Abrahamics.
There's a lot of people who are compatibilists, right? So like they already don't believe in the kind of free will you're talking about.
Yeah. But I'm saying like people like Noel and other Christians, Jewish, and Muslims, generally they are not compatibilists. You know, they're at least compatibilists, but generally they're like, you know, libertarian in some way.
Well, you can't be both.
They truly believe, like to them in their whole framework, it doesn't make sense to praise like the patriarchs and the prophets and all these people for being righteous if they don't have freedom. You know, the whole point is they're praiseworthy because they're like virtuous and they chose to do X over Y. And
you talked to like Calvinists and stuff, right?
I have, yeah. Like Calvinists,
I think a lot of them are neutral. I mean, they are kind of a small demographic, but I think it's kind of hard to say, like, if you're just talking about like the vast swath of like Catholics and Muslims, like whether they have this kind of philosophical view about free will or not.
Certainly Jewish people and Muslims are very into the libertarian free will. Orthodox Jewish people and Orthodox Muslims are very much, I can't tell you how many times I've heard them talk about, you know, we're passing the test, God put us here for a test, you pass the test, and then you gain heaven,
yeah, but
avoid hell, like they're very into that.
That doesn't tell you that they're libertarians, though. You know?
Well,
because like the Calvinists say that stuff too. You know? I mean, they don't put it in the same exact terms, but I'll put it this way. What do you think is more likely? That the vast majority of very religious people believe in libertarianism, or they believe in compatibilism?
I think that it's hard to say that there's even a fact of the matter about that. Because, like, I think the vast majority of people, like, haven't really thought about it.
Can you
It's, like,
explain that? I would like to think about it.
Well, here's the thing. If you read
it's like a philosophical distinction when people talk about, like, libertarian free will versus compatibilist free will or hard determinism or whatever. Like, those are things that, like, most people in their ordinary lives, like, they never even encounter the discussion about those ideas. Like, so I don't know that most people have a view.
I don't know whether what you're saying is true, because I think that if you look at the religious teachings of the Abrahamic faiths, they all bring up verses from their holy books. In the Bible, they'll bring up, like, behold, God has set before you today good and bad, so that you might choose good.
Yes.
And then they'll say, oh, look, you chose, right? It's libertarian, like, you kind of chose, you can choose. They'll say stuff like that all the time.
And then everybody talks about choosing, basically. Like, you talk about making choices. So it's like, you can't just say, like, oh, because people use the vocabulary of, like, choices and so on, that they're libertarians. That's crazy.
Well, all I would say is this. The way they talk, I can't know, because, like you said, maybe they've never thought about it, maybe they've never analyzed it or broken it down or dialogued about it. But all I can say is this, that it would be kind of a bizarre view that God created a bunch of robots just to carry out, some cosmic symphony, as opposed to what they tell us, which is that you're in a test, you have to fight, and you have to earn your righteousness, and then you get, rewarded in heaven, and you get punished in hell. Like, that seems to be the dominant, at least, like, analysis, interpretation of when it says God.
I think you might be a little biased because you're an incompatibilist. Like, you view these two things as, like, the only two options, where it's like either we're robots or we have this, like, libertarian freedom. And it's like, that's your view, basically.
Well, that is a true dichotomy. I know you can make, like, it is a true dichotomy.
Because that's just it. That's just to say that or we are incompatible. You're saying incompatibilism is like a conceptual truth. Right.
No,
that's what you're saying.
Either are completely free or we're not completely free. That is a dichotomy.
Yeah, and that's not the relevant dichotomy between libertarians and compatibilists, right?
Yeah, it's very relevant, because the point I'm making is if you believe in God, you can believe.
You're saying either hard determinism or libertarianism, and those are both incompatibilist views. And you're saying that's exhaustive, which would mean that incompatibilism is a conceptual truth. It would mean that compatibilism is just, like, inconceivable. It's like a contradiction.
Compatibilism is just saying you believe in determinism, and you just think that there's, like, some other conceptual thing you want to keep in order to, like, retain some type of society.
That's your view. That's your view. Right? And I understand
your view. Right? That's your view.
No. Your view is this polemical, pessimistic one that says, like, well, compatibilists are just playing word games with stuff, and they're just determinists, but they're, like, playing word. That's your view. That's what you think. Right? I don't think
determinist. You're a determinist.
Oh my God. I'm a determinist, but I'm not a hard determinist.
See, look, this is like the problem with compatibilism, right?
Compatibilism means that determinism is compatible with free will and responsibility. That's what compatibilism is. It's saying that determinism and freedom are compatible.
This is just like 1984 thought speak. Say that freedom is, slavery is freedom, ignorance is knowledge.
So you didn't ever think that somebody could say, like, basically, like, compatibilism dumb? Like, you never, or, like, come on. Like,
I mean, you're just assuming that it's like a conceptual necessity that it's false. Like, it's like a married bachelor. That's how you interpret it. That's clearly not how compatibilists interpret it. So
okay, so maybe hold on. If you think I'm just completely missing some point here, show me how it is possible for there to be a third option. Because from my brain, I see either we are wholly free or we are not wholly free. Those are the only two options. It's a true dichotomy.
It's not the compatibilist incompatibilist dichotomy. That's a different issue.
Right. It's obviously a different issue. Now, if you're just telling me what you mean specifically by wholly free, I would just pick one of those two disjuncts, right? Like I would just, okay, according to your definition, no, we're not wholly free. If you mean something like if you mean like libertarian free will, which even that is not like quote unquote wholly free, right? Depending on because I have an idea of what you mean by that, which is like, oh, you're in control of everything.
There's a causal chain of events over which we can have control. Like I didn't.
You think we have to be in control of everything in order to be wholly free?
Yeah, that's what.
And obviously, no, we're not that.
Do we have liberty? Like,
I'll go with we're not that.
Like, suppose. Wait, no. Hold on. Suppose that. And this is not gonna be like questioning. I'm just curious what they'll say. That suppose we have libertarian free will. Does that mean like we can jump to the moon? In your view?
Yeah, see, that's a good question, but this is the reason I'm not a libertarian. It doesn't make sense to me. No, we couldn't jump to the moon, but this is why I don't.
I'm just asking if you think libertarian free will.
It's crazy how much you're like. It's crazy how much you love science, but then you make these like radically sweeping a priori arguments about like conceptual truths too. Like it's.
No, but so like, do you think libertarianism entails that we would be able to jump to the moon?
I would think in the way that they describe it when they say like God is like free, like utterly free.
No, but they also say we're free, right? Do you think if we're free in a libertarian sense, we can jump to the moon?
Well, again, I don't hold libertarian positions. Would I think that they would say no? They'd say no. They'd say no. You could be libertarian free, but
okay, so it doesn't entail that though.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't entail that. But then, what the fuck are they saying? Like that's kind of
wait. You keep saying stuff that sounds like you think it does entail that, and then you say no.
So I guess what I mean is they would still believe in libertarian free will, but they would say like, barring the laws of physics or something, like you can't jump to the moon, but everything else you should be able to be like completely holy.
Well, my point here is just like,
what if you just have complete control over something? Isn't that enough? Like I don't know, like this is kind of like insane to me that this is the line of thought. It's like, okay, in order to be responsible for anything, you have to be responsible for the entire causal history. It's like why? Why would anybody?
So at that point, we're just, I guess, the way I view it is that maybe you don't view it this way, Sully, because like you said, you're not even convinced that most religious people have a position, or you think they don't think about it. I am convinced.
Yes, on this question, on this like philosophical issue, I doubt most people think of it.
Yeah, I'm convinced we're living in a world with like where religion has basically like poisoned people for thousands of years, telling people that we have agency and autonomy and that it makes sense to be mad at people when they do something and to punish them harshly because they were thinking agents. Like this is the world that I
agree with all of those.
You agree with what?
I agree that like people are responsible for what they do and that they're blameworthy and that like
Yeah, but what does that do for you?
I don't believe in like retributive justice, but that's like retributive justice is like a secondary issue from this. So like I'm not really a fan of retributive justice.
Hold on? Do you support like capital punishment or the death penalty?
No.
If he doesn't like retributive justice, why would he support that?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think life in prison should be like a maximum penalty.
Okay, well that's good to hear. Yeah, but I'm just saying that a lot of times when people support like harsh punishments and this type of like capital punishment, they usually do it with like some type of like callous disregard for other humans by saying like, well, they had free will, and like that pisses me off.
Yeah, but I don't think like that.
Well, see, I'll be honest with you, Abe. For that kind of question about the death penalty, it's more for me like a procedural, institutional issue where I just think like the way the state should operate, makes basically the death penalty is like unethical because of its like being connected to the state in certain ways. But like I don't know if you get into that. But when you talk about people like just deserving, to be attacked or something like this, like I mean, if it's in defense of other people, right? Like basically, I think you should really only attack somebody if it's like self-defense argument, but like it could be that they're attacking somebody else,
No, someone's
So
attacking.
like in that situation, I think they deserve to be attacked, right? Because they're attacking other people.
Yeah, but we're talking about like after the threat is gone. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know that like I think there is a legal institutional idea of free will where it's like there's an idea of responsibility built into like legal structures, particularly legal structures defined by the rule of law, and even in many legal structures.
Is that the English common law or the French?
Yes, exactly. But
Magna Carta.
But like that's not like I don't know that most people like I don't know that if you act like it's not a matter of interpretation of the law whether like that reading of responsibility is a libertarian or compatibilist reading. Like you ask a constitutional lawyer or a lawyer in general or a judge or whatever about that, they're gonna not know what the fuck you're talking about.
But so Piper, here's the point. My position is tailored to respond to what I perceive as like a world that is, like I said, controlled and perverted by religious ideals. So when I'm talking about determinism, I'm going to talk about determinism in order to push back hard against like millions of people who have either libertarian beliefs or libertarian leanings. Or in the best case scenario, like Sully said, at the very least, they don't really know what they believe. Okay, well, I think it's still better to explain to them about the way the universe actually works.
You're just being determined to say all the stuff you're saying and all the
yes,
stuff
that's correct.
You're not responsible for anything you're doing.
You keep repeating that that's a problem.
It's not about it. See, this is where you jumped in too quickly because right now I'm just saying the thing you think, right?
You keep saying whatever you're saying is determined. I know, that's my point.
Yeah, but my point is that like you should question what you're saying because you're taking yourself to have like aims and goals and aims for society, right? You're saying like
they're subjective. They're generated by my brain.
But they're no better or worse than anybody else's.
No, that doesn't follow.
There's also
this is the dumb argument that religious people say. Oh, if you don't have objective morality, you can't have any morality.
I feel like you're.
Oh my God! You reject morality though, Abe. That's the problem, right? It's not that you can't have it as an atheist.
I reject
morality. But you don't think anybody's morally responsible for anything. More responsible, you can remove the morally responsible. You don't think anybody's responsible, not even just morally responsible.
That doesn't mean I can't comment on people's behavior. Like that doesn't.
Yeah, oh my God! Of course, you can still comment on people's behavior, right? But you're making a bunch of moralistic value judgments, though, right?
They're subjective.
Then you're basically a moral nihilist, though.
Yeah, I think
you don't think anybody's responsible for anything. So what is morality?
What is morality? It's the behavior. It's the way we treat each other.
So it's just whatever way we treat each other. That's it.
No, it's like we call things that if you treat people fairly and leading to well-being, then we call it moral or ethical. And if you treat
what does that mean?
Like if I walk down the street and I punch someone in the face, that's unethical. It's harming them because it's harming them for no reason.
Okay, so is it just descriptively like harm reduction is what you're after?
You see, again, not wholly, because there are times when it's okay to harm someone, like if you're doing surgery on them.
Maybe that's because Sam Harris simplifications don't really work, but
But the point is,
it's like one can still ask you, like, why should we value harm reduction, right? Somebody can still ask you that. You're not just going to say because it's harm reduction is harm reduction.
Everybody does that. It's not just me. Every single person does that. And if you don't do it,
you're just saying harm reduction is harm reduction when you say that it's good.
Yeah, everybody acts that way. Everybody gets up in the morning and they like.
It's a tautology game.
It's not a tautology. It's just the
harm reduction is harm reduction is a tautology.
No, what I mean is this is as silly as saying like when people say when the presuppositionalists say how can you trust your senses? You use your senses to justify your senses. It's the same thing. This is not just
no, it is not the same thing. I mean, like it usually like it rhymes.
You can go back in 2 seconds. Mods, Greg is like doing slurs in the chat, so somebody should do something about that.
Yeah, I got him. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Piper, I was mad that you didn't like my French or English logic, but never you.
I normally, just to be clear, I'm not normally kicking people. You guys know that, but that guy's right at the threshold. So you guys
just tell me, I'll gladly boot him. Greg is on the one foul, you're out. Yeah, I'll just boot him right
Anyway,
now.
the point I'm saying is when I say harm reduction, all I'm saying is living organisms, right? Forget about human beings. Like, I've watched animals in the forest, right? You look at, like, squirrels or whatever, or deer, right? They're all looking for food and shelter. No squirrel I've ever fucking seen thinks like, oh, let me cut off my arms and legs. That'll be good for my life. Just doesn't fucking happen.
Yeah, but Abe, that's not, like... So the reason, what makes us different from squirrels is that we can ask, like, is my behavior good? Should I be doing X? Whereas squirrels just do X because they feel an impulse to do X.
Right, but I'm saying number one, they almost never think to cut off their arms and legs because that would be insane.
Okay, but I don't know what's the significance of that.
So what I'm saying is, when I say harm reduction is the principle that I'm commenting on, when I say even
but it's not a principle is the point, because you don't think that there's any like responsibility to reduce harm.
No, but I'm saying subjectively, I can commentate and say, I think this person who has no free will, right, is an agent, right? I can still give that commentary because I'm inputting something. I know it sounds crazy, but just hear me out. I'm inputting into the system certain inputs that can have effects, even though there are no agents or, actors. Because by
what are the inputs?
The inputs are my commentary. Let's say I'm commentating.
Why does your commentary have an input?
Because let's say I'm in a room full of Christians and I say, I think this story of how God said to kill the Amalekite babies is unethical. That is an input into the brains of all the Christians who might hear it and go, oh yeah, you're right, maybe God's not so good. Like, that's an input.
If the idea is like, well, none of these moral claims are actually true, but by just saying those mouth sounds, I influence other people to do
yes.
I mean, what I want. I mean, then you're basically just saying that it's all an illusion and you're just like being puppeted by the forces of the universe and there's not really any.
That is true, yes.
Yeah, but then that means that there's not any moral significance to any of it.
Yes, technically that is true.
Okay, then what's the point?
There's a point from my point of view. I would like to live in a world.
Wait, but no, what's the point from your point of view? Because you just said it's all like wrong. You're basically being puppeted by an illusion.
No, the point is I would like people in the audience to kind of become non-religious, and then I think the world
Why? Why does that matter?
I think the world would be better.
Better according to what?
According to my subjective criteria.
How does what we
Are those criteria not illusory?
They're not illusory in the sense of, no, I mean, they're still
Abe becomes God. He sets the rules.
I do set the rules, that's correct.
Let's see if you'll be a good, fearless
I set better rules than God.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, you just said that all the moral criteria you could ever have are illusions, so I don't know why you're so lying.
When you say illusions, what do you mean? I said they're subjective.
You said that all moral statements are strictly speaking false.
Well, I didn't say they're false, I said they're not true.
What's the difference?
The difference, I'll tell you the difference. The difference is you can still subjectively hold to certain criteria and values, like I said, right? I think.
What is the word subjective doing there?
Because I'm.
Abe, you are confused, God. True and false are not third.
I'm a confused God.
I mean, the other option, if they're not true and they're not false, is that they're not true, then you're like a non-cognitivist, right? So they, you could think like they don't even explain things.
Specifically, I asked him before, right? I said, so basically all the moral statements are just not, like, they're just like, you're saying all these statements which have meaning that are influencing other people, but they're all illusions because the reality that they ascribe doesn't exist, right? So he's like,
and they're all just telling each other that harm reduction is harm reduction. Like if somebody goes, this leads to harm reduction, they're like, why should I care about that? And they're like, well, just to inform you, sir, harm reduction is harm reduction.
Hold on, wait. Sully, do you agree with me that it's better to like not kill innocent babies than to kill them? You agree with me on that, right?
You don't agree with that.
Yeah, the point is that we think that and you don't.
Yeah.
I subjectively do think that.
What the word subjective? It's not doing anything.
I am a subjectivist. Like that's literally the view that I hold in that.
Abe just
doesn't mean like not real. Like that's not what subjective means.
I mean, I don't think. Look, even if you think that my position is like kind of absurd, in the sense of like the whole universe being absurd, I don't think there's anything in my position that's contradictory.
I'm not sure like what the pushback against Abe is here. Like, isn't it like kind of
pushback? The pushback is criticisms of like moral
gentlemen and ladies,
like a moral nihilist.
Yeah, I know, but like sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but like I'm an emotivist or whatever, right? Like, or like something like that. But I can still insist on my preferred normative standards.
Yeah, subjectively, your preferred standards.
Wait, but when you say insist on the normative standard, right? That's not an ethical standard, right?
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, an ethical standard.
No, but then you're not a non-cognitivist. You're thinking that there's a standard that actually applies.
No, I'm not saying that there is a standard that applies. I'm saying
you just said that there was.
Oh, well, okay, so maybe I'm just confused again here, but when I'm
hold on, let me see. Wait, Piper, are you saying, or Sully, are you saying that if you believe there's a true moral nihilist, that they're never supposed to comment about any type of moral or ethical?
There's no supposed to. It's all false.
Okay, but the point is this: if they did, would you not listen to what their critique is, or would you just say, "Oh, you're a moral nihilist"?
Yeah, but the point is,
the point is that your critique is like you're asserting this thing and that thing are wrong. This is wrong for God to do. This is wrong. It's wrong when people do this. It's wrong when people do that.
Yes, moral nihilists can say.
But then we unpack the semantics of that, and it turned into a descriptive account where you said it means that it leads to harm.
Yeah, correct. I mean,
that's a different. I feel like it's a different arm of the confusion.
How else would a moral nihilist be able to talk about it? How else?
No, but the point is, look. The point is this, right? I might an error theorist might say the Holocaust is wrong, right? My point to the error theorist is, look, I agree, Mr. Error Theorist, the Holocaust is wrong. But if you think the Holocaust is wrong, it contradicts error theory, because error theory says that, strictly speaking, nothing is wrong.
So how would a moral nihilist say that they don't like the story when God said to kill the Amalekite babies?
That it wouldn't have any moral significance. There's no moral significance.
Are you saying
you can say that? It would just be you can do whatever you want, right? It's not about allowing people to do things.
Yeah, you can just make whatever mouse sounds you want.
When you think you're saying when you say something's wrong, that it leads to harm, right? But if somebody asks you why is that bad, right? You would just say, well, because it leads to harm, because that's what bad means, right? And that's just a descriptive statement.
It's a descriptive statement, correct?
Which is not normative.
Yeah, I'm not trying. I literally said I'm not going to convince people that there is objective morals or values.
I didn't say anything about objective. I'm just saying, on your view, there's no morals or values. Period. It's an illusion.
Yeah, what I'm saying though is that after all that, and after we're all moral nihilists, right? We're still living on planet Earth.
And
I still need to explain to people what behaviors, the consequences of certain behaviors are, and what they're not.
Why?
I mean, the point is that on your view, you could drop all the normative vocabulary, right, and all of the moral vocabulary, and just go around telling people this thing leads to harm, this leads to harm, this leads to harm, and you'd be saying true things, but you wouldn't be saying what they should do, right?
But
you wouldn't be telling them what to do about it. You'd just be saying, hey, this thing leads to harm, just so you know.
But there's another leg of the confusion though, because harm is normative also.
Well, I don't know. If it is account, I think it just means
listen to what I don't know, when the chemicals firing or whatever, right? If you're not if it's not supposed to say that something bad is happening to somebody, something that they don't deserve, something that makes their life worse, etc., etc. If you empty the word harm, empty all those connotations out of the word harm, right? Then literally all you're talking about is serotonin and oxytocin. That's what you mean by harm. So what you're saying is well, you shouldn't rape babies because serotonin and oxytocin or whatever. It doesn't have the same significance that harm normally does, or that the Sam Harris argument wants it to have.
So what is the point? When I get in a room and I hear Christians say God said to kill the Amalekite babies, and this is good. And I say, no, that's not good. That's actually bad. That's harmful.
You're saying something false.
No, actually, he's saying something trivial, which is that, there's like oxytocin or whatever the hell. There's like C fiber firing happening in the baby's head. Like that's what he's saying about it. He's saying, hey, God is planning to do something that generates C fiber firing, and it's
that's why I'm saying.
Yes, he is doing that. Why should anybody care about what you're saying? We know that.
No, but look, that's why I'm saying there's two arms of the confusion, right? Because on the one hand, he told me that all this normative moral stuff is basically just an illusion that we all entertain, right? Because the forces of the universe tell us to, right? And so on that's basically just an error theory, view, right? Whereas, then when you ask him what it means to say something is good and bad, he just gives some kind of T-jump style, it means that.
Right, that's why he's not a narrative theorist, because he's.
No, but I'm saying he's giving two contradictory answers at the same time.
Yeah.
How could I possibly explain that there's no objective morals or values, and also
objective? Take the objective out of it. That has nothing to do with anything. There's no subjective, doesn't matter, right? That's not the point. The point is whether there are values or not, and whether when you say there are values, you're saying something besides, oxytocin is oxytocin or whatever,
But the point is this: when I'm in a room, right, when I'm talking to a crowd of people, many of them religious people, it's not going to work if I say, I think your God is immoral because he caused cortisol to be released in a baby.
Right, and that should give you a reason to rethink your position here.
No, not
yes!
You're basically telling me my position is not rhetorically strong to convince some people. That's all you're saying.
The reason that they're not going to be convinced by that is because you're using this language of moral significance, right? But if we investigate what you're saying there, it doesn't actually have any of that significance, either because you think you're saying something that's actually false, or because you're saying something tautologous that's purely descriptive, right? So the reason that they shouldn't take your argument seriously is because it's confused.
Okay, but the point is
not because it's rhetorically
if you're gonna levy this type of criticism on my worldview, this goes for their worldview too. They can't fucking get away with it because they say God told me to murder babies. Now it's okay. Fuck that.
I agree. Yes, look, I agree with you. Look, I'll give you this.
He didn't respond to it demoralizing it yet.
No, yes, look. I'll give you this bone, right? That Andrew, if you investigate Andrew's view enough, you will get to something we've done this before, you'll get to something well, it's good because God said it. And what that means is that God said it, right? You'll get down to that you'll whittle down to that fucking nub, right?
And I say it's bad because the universe said it.
Abe, listen. Your position doesn't get better because Andrew's position also sucks.
No, my position is better. I'll tell you what. When Andrew says it's good because God said it, and I say it's bad because the universe said it.
Okay. Yes, and you're both saying dumb stuff.
The universe actually fucking exists.
I have no mouth, but I'm a scream.
Andrew, are you there?
I am here, and I want to say that I appreciate that glowing review from Piper of mine.
Have you followed the whole conversation of my worldview on trial?
Yeah, I was taking notes, Abe. So next time we have that conversation about those Amalekite babies.
Yes,
please tell me your notes, Noah.
To Dawes, I'm not even into philosophy and whatnot. But I
Andrew told me she doesn't think God is all loving, so that explains her view.
Well, that
Andrew knows that. He knows I think that.
Yeah, them Israelites are hard. They go hard in the paint. The Israelites go hard in the paint.
So funny.
But let me just say this. As far as what you're saying, a little bit ago, you reminded me. Do you guys remember when William Lane Craig was asked, are you certain that God exists? He goes, no, or something like that. The way he said it was the way you responded to Piper. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that was pretty harsh, Andrew. I hope I've never responded to anything like William Lane Craig.
You could only hope to be a tenth of the philosophical genius that William Lane Craig is. But anyway, go ahead. I love you.
I'm still trying to get over how
I responded to my 3 points here. I have a checklist of things you haven't reached to.
But what's wrong with my like? So is it the case that you have to have like, a theory of moral semantics? Is it the case you have to have a theory of moral semantics that's like emotivist in order to like insist on like normative claims around ethical subjects?
Yeah, like this type of criticism.
The point is that you're showing up to a room full of people who believe something, and you're like self-admittedly just emoting at them. Like, so it's like that's what all your criticisms become.
I'm not gonna pretend that like the
but then you're just
is giving me some authority like they do. I'm not gonna pretend that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say that look, in the same way that my senses, when they say like how do you trust your senses to validate your senses or whatever. I don't do that. I don't.
You know what like a reactionary is?
A reactionary?
Yeah.
No, how
you know what? Let me just explain what I mean. Right. So like you're shaping all of your views in response to what like crazy apologists are saying. Okay? So like everything you think about philosophy is directed at like refuting the apologists. Okay? But the point is that, like, if you step back and just try to construct a philosophical picture of your own, and forget about the theists for a minute, right? Like, it'll help you in the conversation when you go back and have it with them. Because at this point, like, you end up all over the place. Like Piper's pointing out, where it's like, on the one hand, you're saying something that's like error theory, on the other hand, it's like non-cog, and then you're like a subjectivist too, and it's like, if you knew, like, about these positions, you would pick one that, like, you think fits you,
Well, when you say,
You're breaking up.
What?
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
No, sorry, was breaking up.
Oh. When I go in a room and, like, a Christian room, let's say, and they say, like, I think God was right to murder the Amalekite babies, right? That's kind of like the highlight that I'm trying to highlight. I'm not trying to start talking about whether I'm a moral nihilist and whether you can, like, point out
claims. But the point is that, like, making a bunch of, like, more critiques of them, right? You could do other arguments that are like, I don't know. You could do other arguments that don't involve that, I guess. Like somehow, a lot of the arguments are going to end up being like problem of evil style.
How am I going to say that their God is wrong or unethical or immoral without you thinking that my worldview suddenly has to go on trial?
It's just aim. It's just like it becomes kind of like what you're saying becomes empty when you realize showing up and telling them like,
are you saying I
cannot? By bad, I like don't really need any of this.
Are you saying I cannot critique what they're saying when they say God murdered innocent babies, right? And I'm not allowed to go up there and say that.
Actually. They don't actually say God murdered them.
God killed them. God let them die.
Yeah.
However you want to say.
And they'll say it's good, right? And you're just saying, when that's not good. That's bad.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why you're doing that.
If you look, Sully, this type of critique, if you want to talk about my worldview about non-cognitivism or whatever, we could do that. But in another room. But the point is, when they're saying crazy shit, like God is allowed to kill babies, and you're saying, well, you can't critique them because you don't have a foundation. You're a moral nihilist. That's crazy.
No, it's just that like crazy. What you're saying, what you're saying,
quiet.
Abe, the point is that like what you think the things you're saying to them mean, right, is important, right?
I want them to reflect on their religious beliefs and say, I don't think it's good that God murdered babies.
Yeah. So you just want to have some kind of like verbal impact on them to like, you want to like verbally punch them in the brain.
Yes, that is correct.
By saying like you're bad.
Correct.
Well, so what are they thinking about? The significance of that is like, there's no significance to that on your picture, right?
So you just want to be able to use the word bad because you think it'll make them feel bad because you want like the pleasure of them feeling bad. You don't actually like try to communicate to them that like it is bad.
No, I didn't say that. It's an input. It's an input into
this. It's just bounty. Yeah, all that's happening is that like you're taking an action that you hope makes them like puts them under distress.
No, I don't want to solely put them under distress. I want them to think about their position and revise it. That it's a more
decision. Well, yeah, but like you're doing it by lying about your position, right? And I'm not sure why you want. It's not even clear why you want them to do that. But look, I mean, it's not even clear why you want them to do that, right? Like, unless you want them to agree that, like, what do you mean it's subjective?
I think we should say subjective. He just means like he has that disposition to want.
Yeah, that's my motivation. My motivation is I think the world would be better if they weren't religious.
We're talking about it be better, and suddenly you're like, it's the world will be better, and you're like, no, I'm a non-cognitivist, right? Like, what do you mean by it's better? That's gibberish.
Right.
Ridiculous. So you guys have
I mean, the problem is you're just not a careful thinker, Abe. Like, you just like Sully says, you like to go into these. No. You like to go into these rooms. Whenever anyone challenges you, you're like, oh, that's.
Go do your little moralizing to me, someone else.
Okay, see, so Andrew, this is the guy you made a mod, right? This is the guy you made a mod. Like, he claims he only wants to be a mod so he can block people that, like, do stuff to him. But it's really so he can control the conversation like he just did.
No.
Right? Like, that's what you like.
I'm not talking to you. Deepak, all you.
I know you're not, but I'm talking to you, right?
You gotta let him do.
When I talk to Sully and Millith and whatever, as long as they're actually trying to make points now and I unblock them, I'll talk with them. You're just nonstop ad homing, so I'm not interested in talking with you.
You gotta take a little ribbon from Deepak, because he's in charge of the AI overlords that are gonna like enslave us.
Deepak insulted you? You never insulted anybody.
Deepak, he has nothing of substance to say to me. He can't point out any type of like contradiction in my position. So all he does is just like do little pot shots in the chat, like, oh, hey, you're not a deep thinker.
So Bob, I just want to understand, like, you complained about Abe being a mod before. Like, is this just how it's going to happen? He's going to get on stage, whine till he gets mods, right? And then, like, claiming that the only reason is because he wants to block people he's scared of or some shit. And then, like, he uses it to abuse people. If that's the case, then just let me know. I'll go back to, like...
I mean, I think you're wrong that he's lying about it, though, because he is just openly telling us that, like, he's going around and making, like, sad sounds in people's ears so that they, like, will...
Wait, can we resolve, like, can we resolve the meta thing since I was actually sent down and sent back up, right, and brought back up by Bob? Like, can the mods, like, figure out, like, what they're going to do about it? I mean, the answer is, like, yeah, let run loose, that's fine, right? Like, I'll accept that. I can deal with that. I'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah, please go somewhere else.
Andrew, you have to stand up for Deepak.
You're leaving
Deepak hanging in.
You don't have to stand up for me, right? Like, Abe is definitely more entertaining, I admit, right? Like, I like listening to Abe's trash fire stuff sometimes too, so, and...
No, but, like, I want to hear you both yell at me.
Deepak, if you leave...
Like, Abe,
if you leave, I'm going to kill Andrew, so that's on you.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not hearing anything from the mod squad, so...
They might not be a squad.
It's just Andrew. I mean, you guys can... I mean, Andrew's, like, policy is like, oh, each mod can do whatever he wants, so... I'll just go somewhere else.
No, I want you to yell at Abe, too. I want you guys to yell at each other.
No! Deepak's the only smart one out of
Hey, he, like, never yells at anybody. You gotta let him yell at you, because I never get to hear him yell at anybody.
Why do you think he's contributing anything to the conversation? He's just ad homing nonstop.
Because it's funny to hear him yell at you. Sorry.
He's just trying to be objective.
I was determined to say that. You're right. Yes, I'm a subjectivist. Yes.
Good.
No, it's objectively true that it's fun to fucking yell at you.
No, but first thing, Abe, like, he's just trying to have fun. He's a really good guy, like, legitimately good guy. You can take that into consideration if you choose to or not. But, like, to the rest of you, like, what is wrong with my being an emotivist and insisting on...
I don't know, they think that if you're honest and you admit that, like, you can't ground your morals and values in any type of, like, objective, I don't know.
The objectivity doesn't matter.
They think that then somehow, I don't know, they think you're either being, like, irrational or contradictory. They think when you go in a theist room
no, but Abe, the objectivity doesn't matter, though.
And you critique the theist, that somehow you should just be quiet and you should say, hey,
no, I'm not
about how I can't justify.
I think you should keep yelling at them because it's funny. But, I'm telling you, like, on your terms, like, what you think you're saying is, hey guys,
By your view, if I'm a moral nihilist, are you literally saying I just shouldn't come in rooms and talk to people?
No, I want you to keep coming into the room, so I think you should keep doing what you're doing.
Then what type of critique is it to say when I say that it's bad that God said to totally not have babies?
Please, this be so good. Please, can I have this? I have 2 questions, Abe. They are yes or no. And if you don't want to answer them, you can make it pass or something.
I'll do my best. Yeah, hi, Alvito.
Hi. Is the problem and evil a reason for you to be an atheist?
Partly, yeah.
Okay. And do you think theism is a reason to be a moral realist?
Do I think theism...
Like, if you were a theist, would you be a moral realist, or would you continue the same moral position even if you believed in God?
I'm going to continue the same position, but some people might say it's a reason. I don't think it's it's not a necessary...
I'm just saying for you,
no.
If you were to be one.
No, I think I'd still be a subjectivist, even if I thought God existed.
Well, I thought you were like a motivist or something.
Well, I would just say that I think that when God says something, it's just him emoting, you know?
Okay. So I got one.
Yeah, I know. I noticed this. Yeah, I noticed that earlier, that it was the same thing you were talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's especially bad here, because it's like, look, it's like a descriptiveness mechanic, right? So, like, the point is, like, you could be, like, a normative eliminative. You could just get rid of all the normal language.
You could still.
And it would turn out that, like, you know, Abe is saying, like, when he says, hey, God commanding them to kill the babies was wrong, you know, what he's really saying is, like, when God did that, it led to, like, sea fiber fire. Right? And they're just going to go, yeah. You know?
Yeah. But if God exists, no sea fiber fire. And they're like, nah.
When God puts people in hell, it hurts. And they're like, yes. Yeah.
All I can say is this, though. Like, regardless, I don't mind dissecting my worldview about moral nihilism and stuff like that. I find it interesting. But all I'm going to say is this. If you think that I'm going to, like, cede the stage to crazy religious people talking about how their God...
Nobody's asking you to do that.
Yeah. Well, that's the point if you say that you think that moral nihilists can't make any type of, like, claims or, you know...
It's not about, look, you can go around saying to people, blah, 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 right? But, like, you're not saying anything.
No, but look, when I say blah, 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 I know that that's an input into the system that changes their brain.
So, yes, when you say blah, 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 by your drums are
yes.
Maybe there are, like, more, you know, delicate ways of putting these things. So
it might even, like, change their brain development to, like, become a moral nihilist themselves.
But the thing is, like, look, what are you pointing out to them by your own lights? Like, so basically you're just saying, like, I'm riding the wave of connotation. Right? So, like, when I say that, like, you know, God killing babies is wrong, I'm basically just trying to send them negative vibes so that they stop doing, you know.
I find that their brain should, revise their position. They should realize that it's something that they shouldn't call it.
Yeah, but, like, why do you think this is the best way of going about doing that? And then, like, before you say that, like, you're not responsible anyway for anything you're doing. So it's
what's the alternative? To not say anything? Then
I'm trying to bump into your brain with my words.
One which there isn't this, like, silly, like, nonsense. Like, that's the alternative.
Tell me a way that you think a moral nihilist can make a claim and talk about...
Drop moral nihilism! Stop being a moral nihilist. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but then what are you basing your morals on? It's all subjective.
It's non-existent. Right? So, yeah, the point is, like, you have standards of judgment, and, you know, you take moral claims to be true or false relative to that, right? That's like a relativist view version of subjectivism. Like, you can still say, like, God killing babies is wrong, right? But, like, the point is that, like, they don't find that kind of forceful either, right? If they don't, I know, right? Now, but, like, if you were a realist, it would be no more convincing, right? Like, somebody who's a realist could come along and say, yeah, God commanding that was wrong. and it's objectively the case, right? And they would still shrug, right? So the point is that, like, if you want people to stop believing things, it's better to give them like epistemic reasons rather than just like moralize at them, because it doesn't usually work, unless you can do it from other moral commitments that they have, right? Like if you can pick out other moral commitments that they have, maybe you can persuade them that they're being like, a bit inconsistent in their application or whatever. But that's like about
how would you epistemically convince them that God saying kill the Amalekite babies is bad?
Well, you could just convince them that God's not real. I think that would be like the better thing to do. Because I'm not sitting here trying to argue with them that their fictional character is bad, right? I'm trying to argue with them that he doesn't exist at all, right? Like I'm not trying to prove to Andrew that, hey buddy, Yahweh's bad. Maybe I get Andrew to believe it. It's like, okay, he's bad, fine, whatever, but I'm still a theist, It's like I'm trying to say God doesn't exist. Right.
Well, I kind of do agree with you on that. Like, technically, we should just go to the fucking foundation and say, like, there's no God. But I guess, like, when they say stuff about their God, those tactics of saying, like, God is not loving, God is not powerful, why would he kill the babies? It's designed to make it look more implausible to get them to the point where they get to the foundation, which is that, it's so implausible that God doesn't exist, but
then at best you get them off of like Christianity or like Abrahamic religions or whatever, because it's like you could still be like
I sort of the way that I sympathize with you is this, right? I also have anti-theistic motivations, right? I think religion bad, right? But like my approach to like trying to show people that religion is bad is more going to be like, here's why this is like a shitty theory of the world, right? Like here's why like the way that you're making sense of the world is harmful to you and also is just like committing you to a bunch of stuff that's untrue, right, in the process, right? Like rather than like, I don't know, just trying to find stuff in the Bible that's like, sounds gross or like whatever, And like that process of trying to show them that like a secular like view of the world is better is going to require like that the secular view of the world has more to offer than just like, like there's no values and we're all just like, puppets of the initial state of the universe, but like I'm still making mouth sounds at you for some reason,
Well, first of all, when I say that like I'm a moral nihilist, I just mean like in the sense of like ultimately the cosmos. I don't think that there's anything with the universe. The universe doesn't compel upon us to act a certain way over the other way. In the same
the universe is not an agent. That's not the issue about moral nihilism.
Yeah. But like from subjectivity, then maybe I should just say I'm a moral subjectivist, just like I am.
Yes. Say you're a moral subjectivist. Yes.
But that doesn't change the fact that like even though I could be a moral subjectivist, if you like push me hard enough, I'm going to be honest and say like, my subjectivity doesn't have any like cosmic significance. But that's not.
Well, I mean, I think that's another. I actually think that's like a religious shibboleth, right? Like I don't think our values need to have cosmic significance. Like I don't think our values need to have significance beyond the fact that there are values, right? Like that. Like why does the universe need to care? Yeah, why does the universe need to care that like killing babies is wrong? Like it's still.
What's good?
Yeah,
Bob, you might be interested in this.
Is like good for killing babies.
And what? I was just going to ask you the question I've asked this room 5 times, but no one seems to care about what I'm asking. Why is it wrong?
No, if we can explore your thing if you want.
Explain it to me quickly. Like,
explain what to you? What do you want to explain?
Like, why is it wrong to have like a semantic, an ethical semantic view or whatever semantic? Why is it wrong to have like a view of like semantics around ethics that's like emotivist, right, or whatever, and then to still insist that the emotes that you're making are like to be able to still insist on them, like still like go to people and say like,
I think it's like wrong to kill. Like, yes, I'm just saying killing.
Well,
but I insist on that boo killing. Like, that's,
the point isn't that. Sir, you don't understand. Boo killed. Okay.
Exactly.
No,
but like, look, the issue, look, the AJA model is just like, okay, well, yeah, you can go around saying murder is wrong or whatever, or like rape is wrong, but you're just saying boo rape. And that's not, the issue isn't that you're saying boo rape or whatever, or that like, if that's all you're saying, then you shouldn't say it or something. But like, the issue is more just like, if you, like, typically when you say rape is wrong, right, you're saying, like, that's like, you're expressing some sort of standard, right? You're saying like, oh, you should not do this, right? Like, you're saying like, this is like not good, right? Like this is a bad or evil act or whatever, right? And that carries this significance that like merely booing a soccer team doesn't carry. Like, so if you think,
I get that.
Yeah, so if you charge like your moral proclamations with all this significance, that's different than just merely like, we're fucking having fucking Brussels sprouts again, boom, like, then you're not really being true.
Also, like, how do you even like handle that like some of these emotions are like positive and negatively balanced, like boo and yay are like opposites somehow. It's like, well, does that mean like?
I mean, that's a bigger issue.
Boo is the boo one, right?
Yeah.
You can't cash that out, like.
Well, so AJA thinks like, okay, well, obviously when you say boo Brussels sprouts, you're saying you don't like Brussels sprouts, right, or something like that. Now, I mean, maybe you can sort of divorce it. Well, you could try to divorce it from normative considerations by saying like, oh, this is just about whether I desire X, right? But then there's a sort of higher level analysis of desire that makes it seem like desires have certain normative elements built into them. Like, basically a desire gives you a hypothetical imperative where it's like, oh, because I desire X and Y is conducive to X, I should do X, right? Then that's hard to make sense of on a view where it's just like, there's nothing normative going on because that's at least something normative going on. It may not be a categorical imperative, but it's at least a hypothetical imperative.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have worries about like certain subjectivists who want to do like semantic reductions down to preference top.
I don't do that either, but
yeah, that's always struck me as like a bad move, and that you should just say like, yeah, there are like normative concepts that are sort of like that have like primitive terms that express that, like should, and it's like that's just a concept, like don't be afraid of concepts.
Okay, so what's the right like ethical semantics to have?
I mean, there might be some daylight between my position and Sully's position. My position is just that there are like, there are the normative. This gets tricky because often normative semantics is supposed to model what the folk person is saying or whatever, and I don't really care about that part. I more just care about like, okay, what's the moral metaphysics, and then the semantics will just be developed based on the metaphysics. So what I think values are, right, are, these facts about conduciveness relations between, the goals of agents, maybe the fundamental goals of agents, their most constitutive beliefs and desires, the conduciveness relations between those and certain actions, right? So I don't know, resisting oppression is conducive to freedom, that kind of thing, right? And so it's like, okay, well, so for me, that's the moral ontology. there we're talking about like the goals that are constitutive of the human character. So it's not an objectivist account, right? But, you know, there's still something robustly normative there, and so the moral semantics is just going to refer to those normative concepts.
Yeah, I can give you a whole. So if you want to go into like the semantic account that I would give you, it'd be like, okay, we have like terms like should and ought. We have normative terms. We have other moral normative terms and so on, right? So I think that there are pre-theoretic concepts. Okay, so that means like we haven't theorized about. So you know, examples are
the concept of pre-theoretic concept. Silly.
Okay, all right. We're doing deep conceptual analysis. Okay, so people have different theories of normative concepts, right? So like a good person is a normative concept, right? And people have different theories of what makes a good person, right? So part of what constitutes your theory is a standard of evaluative judgment, right? And basically the way the semantics works is that the propositions don't get like semantically reduced any further. So they'll still say something like, you know, you ought to do X, right? And that's evaluated as true according to, or false according to that standard of judgment that constitutes the theory, okay? And then, strictly speaking, people are assigning different truth values, but to the same propositions, right? So when I say like cannibalism is wrong, and I say that's true, and you say like no, that's false, right? We disagree because we're considering the same proposition, right? But technically, the way I think about it is that the truth values are kind of indexical. So like they have like subscripts on them. Okay, so like when we do this like value judgment truth assignment, right? What we're doing is we're assigning truth values that have like our names in a subscript attached to them. So I'm assigning like T solid, and you're assigning F millith, right? But if you did T millith, then we would agree, and that's just like what agreement is, right? So that's like the semantic.
So it's just every like claim in this domain is indexable, and that's it.
No. It's that the truth predicates are relative to an appraiser.
Right, the index. Yeah, they're indexed to.
So yeah, you can say relative to or indexed to whatever. Like the idea is that like the truth value assigned
T millith
is the thing that
F solid or vice versa. Okay,
right.
That's interesting. Okay, thank you.
So it's kind of like when we are talking about like objective claims about the world, like you could think of a proposition as like a vending machine.
Right, the sky is blue.
And we all have,
is objective, whereas like killing is wrong is like, you know, true insofar as it's indexed to an agent.
Right, and so yeah, right. And so there's no such thing as it being true or false in some kind of objective sense, right? So the idea is like a normal proposition like the sky is blue, if you thought of that as a vending machine, in terms of which side of the coin is facing. Like which side of the coin is facing right? Okay, so it's either heads or tails, and we're all using the same coins, right? And these are like the truth values for the objective propositions, right? But for the ones that are stance dependent, right? We're using the coins that have, the coins have our face on them, so to speak. Right? But we can still match like heads with heads and tails against heads in terms of disagreement or whatever. But the point there is to say that like, you know, we actually are considering the same moral proposition so that we can disagree, because one of the big complaints about like this kind of relativist or subjectivist view is that like you can't accommodate disagreement, you know? So anyway. Did Andrew come back? Andrew. Well, CM, you want to tell Piper why everything is an internal critique?
What?
It didn't say everything. I said the way I talk about the problem of evil is as an internal critique. I'm not gonna start talking about there's no such thing as like, objective evil while talking about the problem of evil. It's retarded. This is Barth level retardation.
You weren't here for like the last fucking 30 minutes. They were telling me since I'm a moral nihilist, it makes no sense for me to say that like God ordering the Amalekite babies to be murdered.
Dude, it's the most. This is
Actually, not what's world nihilism? ACM, what's world nihilism? ACM, what's world nihilism?
Hey, we clarified that we were not doing that like 85 times. Well, no one said what he just said.
This is
CM,
what is world nihilism, CM? You're in the Matrix.
Just street farm. You can't talk about the problem.
Hold on. Can you repeat that? You're breaking up. You're breaking up, bro.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think.
I said, yeah, this is right up the street from you can't talk about the problem of evil if you don't believe in like objective evil or absolute evil or something.
Nobody.
This is so retarded. Who else?
That wasn't always.
I know Albedo was trying to do it, but I've heard Albedo say you can't. If you criticize the Bible, it's because you don't understand it. Like,
I don't think
he has.
Not what Albedo was saying.
He blocked me for this shit. So he literally blocked me.
Look, Albedo is
talking blocked you for other reasons.
He's saying like, listen, can I ask you something? When you make inferences, do you make inferences from things that you think are true?
Do you understand what an internal critique of the
internal
logic and consistency is? Right, you're analyzing the internal logic and consistency.
You don't understand. Like, I'm talking about when you were trying to form your beliefs and decide what
I'm not saying
what should I believe.
Even if I was saying I'm an atheist because of the problem of evil, I still don't think what you're saying is necessarily true. Like I can still.
But look, it wouldn't make any sense for you to say. It wouldn't make sense for you to be like, I get up in the morning, I walk outside, don't see any evil here. Don't see any evil here, right? And then you're like, somebody's like, why don't you believe in God? And you're like, well, it's because of all this evil.
Well, if you really think about it,
the problem of evil is not I look outside and I see a lot of evil. It's kind of like you're positioning a God.
Dude, do you not understand the point of what I'm saying?
And then it's doing that.
Dude, look, this is what I'm saying. It's that if somebody doesn't think there is any evil, right? Like if they think that like there's no evil in the world, right? So they go check the world. Hey, what's going on in this world? Okay, there's no evil here, right? And then somebody asks them, hey, why do you think there aren't any gods? And they go, it's because there's too much evil. There's like God wouldn't exist.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, really. Let me tell you why.
If there was a God, there would be.
Well, that's not. I mean, it don't really make sense. Look, because this is the way you go put it, right? If there is no evil that you can observe, then there's no true free choice. That's the way you should look at it. Maybe that would.
You guys don't think there is. They don't believe in free will. So again, they think there's no free will of any kind. They're not even.
So there's no free choice. You don't think you have a choice.
I know the problem of evil. One of the common responses,
right? This like specious weaponization of internal versus external.
Shut the fuck up. Are you gonna endorse this shit? Like you guys are shit. I have no idea.
Yeah, why do you think we're all trying to trick you, dude? I don't know why you think we're all trying to like. You're not even. Oh my god.
You can't talk about
Can you name one thing I said that was retarded, please?
You're like, you don't go outside and see evil. How can you not believe in God because there's evil? Wow, dude.
That was not what I said.
This is Barth.
You're just not tracking anything.
What to tell Barth? I wish Barth was here. He'd be proud of you guys. He'd be up here.
You understand? It's not about you completely misunderstood what I was saying, right? If you
misunderstood what I was saying, when I'm criticizing the internal logic and consistency of like fucking all good.
Do you remember what I told you that this is just free stuff?
I don't even think it's a great argument.
It's
a common response. It's not that great. I never talk about
I think look, I think this is a very fair look. If you want to talk about my moral nihilism in another room, I'm fine, happy to do that. But the point you were making is when like people say crazy fucking stuff, like God is allowed to kill the Amalekite babies. Sam's just saying it's an internal critique to say, yeah, that's fucking crazy.
But they don't think it's bad. So how is what's the internal critique?
I don't have to start.
They don't think it's bad. I don't understand.
In order to set.
Oh my God.
Wait, how is it an internal?
It doesn't even work as an internal critique because they're just going to say, no, yeah, it's good. So like, what's the problem?
I don't even say it's good.
They will say that because on theism, on many variants, evil does exist. So you can say on theism, evil exists.
No, but they're saying like
there's some internal.
The ontological status of evil, it doesn't matter whether God created evil or He just allows it to happen, or evil is the absence of good. Like however the fuck you want to define it, there's recognizable evil in the world. This is what's incompatible with God's nature of like being all good and all loving.
Okay,
you guys are lost.
Okay, all right. Listen, Chris. The point is that like if somebody's saying the other critique was that they're saying there is no evil, but like that's how they justify their own view, right? On the internal critique, right? They're saying like it's bad for God to command the genocide of the Amalekites, right? That's what. And the point is that if you're running that as an internal critique, how does that even work, right? They're going to just say it's not bad, you know.
It's incompatible with his nature, bro. Yeah. With how at least he's described as his nature. I know there's responses to it, free will, etc. Like God, He has to allow some evil because of free will for some greater good. Like there's very common responses to this, and you know what? Like I understand them. I think they're pretty good responses. The free will, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that this is again just an internal critique on the logic and consistency of the worldview. I don't run this argument generally, but I understand.
And then we'll believe you.
Yeah, but the point is that if you're coming to them and saying, well, this thing that God commanded, that's actually bad, that's an external critique, right? For one, right? But two, like, I mean, again, this is like what precepts do, right? You ask them, like, you know, how do you justify premise one of this, you know, God is a necessary precondition for intelligibility. It's like, okay, we'll justify that to me, right? And then they go, tell me your worldview so I can knock it down and I can pick it apart, right? And I'll just do that to everybody, and that'll somehow justify my position, right? That's the point is that it doesn't work.
Internal critique. Right? Again, what part of incompatible with his nature don't you get? Maybe you can say it's only on the surface incompatible with his nature. Like, you're going to have to do something like this.
But I love when I get vindicated in the same day because it's so easy to track already.
Thanks,
You know, I don't think, like, the other view doesn't fare any better against this then, because if you say, okay, I'm not saying nihilist, I'm just saying subjectively maybe evil just means harm, they would just say, that's not what I mean by evil. Evil
yeah, but I'm not
maybe feel good. So
that's not, I mean, that's not, it doesn't work against my position, right? I mean, it's a complicated position, but I laid it out a minute ago because no one asked me to. But like, they're not going to be able to say that to me. I'm going to go like, hey, look at all these things. Like I think they're evil. Do you think they're evil? And we're both going to go, yep. You know, the fact that they're wrong about normative semantics is like irrelevant, right? Like, so the fact that they're moral realists to me doesn't matter. Because actually, on my view, we're all subjectivists anyway, right? Not in terms of like having a position or believing in that position, but just like that's how it works. Like that's what we're doing. Yeah.
They may think, okay, they may think that you're wrong about what you think the good is and what good and evil is, and that's why you think that killing the Americans' babies are evil. When in fact it actually was good.
The point is that, like, I think whichever way we go, right? Whether their realistic account of evil is correct, let's say, and my like subjectivist account is wrong, it doesn't matter, because like we pre-theoretically agree that those things are evil. So it's like before you even like we agreed with these things being instances of evil prior to like theorizing about the metasemantics of evil.
Oh, okay. You mean like in a vacuum, the theist agrees that if somebody else apart from God was to like command the babies to be killed, that would be evil, right? Is that the...
Yeah, or you could just say like it's like proton to evil or something like that. That it's like it's evil in lieu of like some kind of really, really good reason for it or something like that. If you want to accommodate that kind of thing.
Yeah. I guess the one that's difficult is when God commands it, because if it's just maybe like one human doing that to another human without God specifically commanding that, that's the one that the theists readily agree is evil. If one person just like kills another person for no reason, right? There's not going to be any argument that they'll agree with you that that's evil, and then start using all these free will defenses things. But when God is involved, when you try to claim that that's evil, that God killed all these babies, they're gonna like make another move on that and say, well, they're not gonna say God did it for no reason. yeah, it's true. Like that's what I mean. Now, when God does it, it's a little different, so they can maneuver. Saying that God has reasons and that becomes more difficult.
Yeah, but then if you do the inference blocker, look out. Because all of these fine-tuning arguments and harmony arguments, they're coming down with...
Yeah, I heard you discussing that over the last few days.
Hopefully he finally gets that.
Yeah.
I really think it is kind of problematic. Like, I think there is a way to sort of contain it to an extent, but I don't think there's like the containment just gives you like whatever you're containing the skepticism just proportionally just affects how much you can make the other inference.
Yeah, like I sent Andrew a paper where there's a guy who tries to give like, here's like a way you can reform the fine-tuning argument where this isn't a problem for it anymore or something like that, right? And it ends up being like really weak, and it involves like stuff like it's basically like taking in like Revelation and stuff like that to get it off the ground. So it's like, yeah, kind of a bad argument.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Blake Genta, when he's debating people, historically he would tell them, hey, I think the problem of evil is evidence against God. But he would run the fine tuning. So I think that makes sense, and I get that, right? I get that. I get what you're saying, but I just know. What I was telling you is I still think people have come at it from like a perspective of saying that something that's of value like that can be so that it is perceivable. That is such a good that it is something that we can still think is more expected given a good God, rather than and still maintain the idea that hey, we're just not in a position to make kind of these moral assessments about certain acts in the Bible. So I think there are people that want to maintain both. They want to say that it is the case that you shouldn't be trying to assess what it is that God's reasons are because you're not in that epistemic. You don't have the vantage point, right? But at the same point in time, that the existence of life is such a good that the value of that is something that you can still think that God would be likely to create that, something like that. And I've heard different ways of people trying to bring the two together. But I don't know. Anyway, I know that that's what you were kind of saying, that you feel like it blocks the inference, by feeling distinctive.
Like, Andrew, I think every theist will, like, basically be committed to the fact that we don't know everything about God. Like, that's just like a statement of fact that basically theism is true, right? But what you with that, what you decide to do with that, like, beyond just stating that as a fact, is important to all this other stuff.
Yeah, he's saying, solely saying it's the base level inference, or the inference blocker, or when you're just stopping it right out the gate, just saying, hey, you can't run that. But what I'm saying is, I think there are people who have been able to do that. But and I thought one was talking to you, Sully, but I can't remember who it was.
What do you mean? I was talking to Roger the other day, but he agreed with me.
Mark, are you there?
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Mark, it was Mark or like Sasha. Might have been fucked. I don't know.
Sasha agrees with this. I'm certain of that. I've heard her say it. Like, I would put a lot of money down. I'm pretty sure I even have a message of her saying it.
Yeah, ask her if she thinks skeptical theism blocks being able to run fine-tuning.
Yeah, I can do that.
To be clear, it's like the value selection version of fine-tuning. Like, there's other...
Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just interjecting, and then Andrew was real quick.
Sorry.
Shasha also told me the same exact thing when you prompted us to talk about the problem of evil, so...
Shasha told you what?
That the invocation of skeptical theism against the problem of evil makes it hard to do natural theology, like the fine-tuning argument.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, because look, I mean, you can think of it like this, like, if you're sort of like assuming that these unknown reasons that God has are only for, getting him out of these tricky situations involving evil, right? But the space of unknown reasons, like, we have no idea what's in there. So the idea is like, we might just go like, hey, this thing is good and God is good. So like, yeah, it makes sense, right, that he would make this, or it's not so unexpected that he would make this. But the thing is that, he could have reasons not to make it, right? Because, there could be other reasons unknown to you that leads to greater evil, if he makes that thing.
Everything has a cost, Andrew.
Happy to I love that you say things sometimes. It's like my you're like
my views don't have costs, so
you're like, it's one of those lessons you're just gonna have to learn one day, Andrew. You might get this, you impetulant child. One of these days you may learn what it is how to do actual philosophy.
It's impetuous and petulant.
Petulant. Petulant. My bad. Yeah. Petulant. You're right. Oh, wait. Now I don't know. Now I'm questioning myself.
That's what he's saying. That's what Andrew said. I thought he said impetulant.
Andrew.
Impetulant.
Go on, Mr. Man.
Impetulant. But it might be
Andrew, do you still think it's impossible for God to... Oh, is he on the phone?
Huh?
Do you still think it's impossible for God to command rape?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, but I'm still shocked that he still thinks it makes no sense to me that he can still think that.
Why wouldn't that make sense?
Okay, go ahead.
Impossible for God to what?
Me and Chris had a long discussion with you about this, remember?
I know, but why do you think that I would have said that I think what you're saying is correct? I don't think your thing goes through. I mean, I hear you, but
Andrew, you're my son.
All right, hold on. I'm almost out of range of my book. Just give me a minute. I'll get to a better spot.
Yeah. To me, it seems like depending on how you define
find rape, it's plausible. If you have like actual rape, one person going to insert your thing into the other person. I see how God wouldn't want. And if you said, well, sex is only for marriage, now I want you to go and punish another person by doing that to another person, it doesn't look implausible. But my definition of rape, right, you could rape someone without having to use your thing in it, and then that could be a punishment that got prescribed for someone really bad, right? It looks plausible given the kind of things he does to people who wrong him. I can see him doing that to Hitler. Say, oh, before he dies, mechanically rape him with this machine. Like, why not? I can't see why the God of the Bible can't do that. The only thing that's really stopping us is there's no story like that. Had there been a story like that in the Bible, I don't think Christians would just abandon Christianity saying, oh, no, look, shock horror, this is in the Bible. It just fits along right along with everything in there.
Like, the point we were talking about last time is that, like, there are things in the Bible that, like, Andrew thinks God commanded, like killing babies or whatever, right? And, like, there was no precedent. Like, Andrew's only point is that he doesn't think there's a precedent for God commanding.
It's not his only point. I think he added the one that I added, that sex is for holy matrimony or whatever, and that God wouldn't then say for you to go and do that to someone as punishment. Like, it's kind of like would be breaking some other rule of how he normally expects sex to be done, right? If he says, well, sex is just for for married people. Now there's another criminal somewhere, and he said, oh, you married person or whatever, you go and rape that person as punishment when you have to insert your thing, right? It does look a bit implausible. But if another definition of rape where you don't have to use your body and you can use another machine to do it, I think it then becomes open because that objection is no longer there.
But, like, presumably killing babies is going to violate, like, other parts of the Bible in the same way, like, raping, like, marriage between a man and a woman or whatever, and, like, rape outside of that institution, God just wouldn't, like, condemn.
You're right as well.
I'm not sure how strong that yet.
Yeah, I think you can try to do the same thing to say that should commit him to not killing the baby. But he has a way to do it. He would say that when Sodom and Gomorrah or whatever was killed, right, he wasn't really targeting the babies. Maybe he really wasn't punishing the babies. They just kind of like died, like collateral damage. Like he wasn't like, specifically doing that to the babies. He makes those kind of moves. I know you can argue against it, but
Oh, no, you can't.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised. Go to the Bible. I wouldn't be surprised if he did that to a really mean person like Hitler. Said, take him to the city center and use this mechanical device to rape him before he dies. Like, it fits right into the kind of thing he normally does. What might not fit in would be like, oh, a married man, take her instead of your sex at home, do that with your thing to it. That would look odd, right? But if we're not having that part, if we can have the mechanical device thing to be rape, that work, I don't think we'll see why that can't work.
But, like, also, too, if we just, like, take a step back from all this, like, kind of, like, pettifogging with, like, philosophical or theological concepts, like, what's the plausibility that, like, God would be completely okay with, like, commanding everyone picks up a rock and, like, throws it at a person because they, like, have a sexual proclivity that God's not, like, in favor of. But, like, God would never possibly command someone to, like, digitally penetrate someone else. Like, that's just silly.
Yeah. My feeling was that the reason why we, like, it's human ickiness. Oh, this thing is so gross. It's what's making us even sometimes think that rape is worse than murder. Oh, God kills a bunch of babies. Oh, that's okay. Oh, well, we asked just to rape one really horrible Hitler. Oh no, he can't do that. This is human hickiness. It's just, from a cosmic point of view, there's no reason why that is actually like worse than slaughtering a bunch of babies. So human hickiness comes into what ends up in the Bible. That's what that would be my external critique of the whole thing.
Albino. Yeah. Says he wants to come up.
Well, come on up, buddy.
Albino, do you think that God could command rape?
No.
Why don't you think so?
Because he can't do bad things.
Yeah,
what if it was like,
what
if it's only like pro tanto, or what if it's only like instrumentally bad? Like, what if it's like overall, like it brings about the best consequences possible?
Because I'm not a consequentialist.
Okay, and then, well, what about like God, like commanding the murder of babies or stoning to death and stuff like that?
No.
What about it?
Do you think that stuff is bad?
I think sometimes it is.
But you think in the instances that we're talking about, it's not bad?
Look, if you're trying to say, do I think those things, it's in the way that it's portrayed in the Bible, I don't even think those things happen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's well. Touche.
When you were asking that, I was thinking you weren't familiar with Albedo's because he has the easier because he's not gonna. The reason why it's tricky for Andrew is Andrew wants to affirm.
Oh no, I know. I know Albedo's. Yeah.
Okay. Once you're okay to saying no with the babies, then you would be uniform on all of those things and just keep saying no to everything, and it would be a little bit easier to defend.
I'm just saying, like, God could kill a baby. It just would be like a good way of doing it. Like, I think there's ways that we could kill a baby and it would be fine.
Yeah, this is one of the ways in which Andrew was like defending. Like, he classified even snapping the finger, metaphorical finger, and the baby disappearing as killing as well, and then bundling everything together and making it look not as bad, whereas the rape thing was looking very different, because you have to have like, what's the point of actually, you're not just trying to remove the person from the earth, you're actually doing that gross thing. But then we have this thing where you actually have God telling people to stone people and stuff. So, you know.
What's up, Shinadu? Not so fast. Not so fast, Albedo. Yeah, we're not gonna work, my friend. Okay, so first of all, we got orchestrating. Oh, Uncle Billy, come up here, Billy. So we've got God orchestrating reality and having foreknowledge. I know you're a little shaky on omniscience, but God knowing that babies are going to die in infancy and just still bringing the world about. And it's not a direct act of free will. And I don't even think you accept the Adam and Eve story, so I don't even know that you would want to fall back on that. Although
I do on an extent.
Yeah, okay. So, but fine. But you're not really going to you're going to have a problem because ultimately that's going to fall back in God's lap as far as infants dying, sudden infant death syndrome, etc. This is not direct cause of free will. It might be an indirect through Adam cause. Okay.
I like how Andrew's response to a lot of people's criticisms is like, look, you believe in God, so you don't have these
No, but that's not correct though, Piper, because I've already responded. I'll defend my position again. I have no problem doing that.
I'm not saying it's the only thing you say. It was just a funny observation.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if that characterizes it to be common, but I hear you. But I want you to bring that up every time you see it, Piper, that I'm engaged in.
It was mostly a joke. It wasn't trying.
Okay, fair. I don't want to take it. I don't want to take it any more serious than you intended. So yeah, that's fine. We're cool. But what I was going to say to Albedo is that you have that issue. The other issue you have is you have Jesus saying that in the New Testament that people should be stoning their children. You also have in the Old Testament all of the examples where God commanded stoning, where God drowned the earth, where God did Sodom and Gomorrah? Would God kill David's baby? Where God told the Israelites to go in and kill the king?
Any of those things.
Yeah, I bet you aren't. Well, then you're going to say
the Catholic position, Andrew, is the only thing I'm committed to in the entire Old Testament is that there's a first couple, Adam and Eve, that there really was like some kind of first sin that they committed, and that's it. There's something I can just remain agnostic on.
Hold on. Well, I think you're still going to be on the hook philosophically.
I forgot one. That the creation story, like the 6 days or whatever, that there is something about like I forget. It's not the order. Like you're not committed to that order, but there is an order.
Yeah.
Or you want to find something that's like damning or something to.
Yeah, no, I was just I had to send my brother something real quick. Okay, so no, the other one. Let me just so let me see here. So you're still gonna be tied just because of your metaphysics and theological commitments broadly, not necessarily directly biblically based, but I mean I think you're gonna be on the hook just for God being. What's that?
I'm open to you being right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you grant that God knows that babies are dying real time, right? Okay, and you grant that He permits them to die of SIDS or horrible, like Cyclops babies, etc.
Anything that does happen is obviously He's permitting it.
You dispute. Right. And so there's is allowing for pretty horrific conditions of babies and then they die. I don't see that being the whole heck of a lot different than God killing them Himself. In some sense, you can say that is God killing them. It's not direct, but it is God orchestrating events such that that these babies will come into being for a short period of time and have an anguishing period of time, and then they'll die. So that's on your view on a massive scale. So you are committed to that, but I think there's going to be some other problems too. I think as far as the text goes, I don't think Catholics are going to feel very good. I don't think the official Catholic position is going to be finding it acceptable to discount, or adopt babies. Bear with me here. Yeah. So did you tell them that you think God can kill who He wants to, or He cannot? Is it okay for God to kill a baby?
There are conditions in which it's just like acceptable in general for anybody to kill a baby.
I know. That's the other thing I wanted to say when Abe was talking earlier. He believes God can kill babies. I'm like, you believe it, dumbass. Anyway, I wanted to talk like you for a second. Sully.
What was that critique, Andrew? What did I say that was?
Oh shoot, I didn't realize you were in the room. I'm joking. I'm just playing around. You are pretty harsh, obviously. You're like, oh, these people are crazy. You believe that there are times to kill babies. You believe that.
Sorry to interrupt.
What do you mean? When is it a time to kill a baby?
Just a second. I have something. Hey, please, do you have me blocked?
Probably.
Hey,
we never had an issue, but I think you have me blocked. Please.
Oh my gosh, Abe, you gotta quit doing this, man. You blocked all the.
Hold on, Andrew. Okay, I'll unblock him for the group. Okay, but I'm not talking with him. I'll unblock.
Oh my gosh.
What did you do? Wait, how are you
making this hard?
I unblocked him.
Oh wait,
you're making this hard.
Sorry, hold on, please, Andrew. Have we ever had an issue? I don't even know why you are having me blocked.
Have we had an issue? Yes, we've had issues.
Oh really? All right, cool.
Andrew, please make me mod again, right? Because before you know it now, Abe's gonna block me too as well, then I won't be able to.
I'm not blocking you.
I don't know, I think I came out and then I lost my mind. I did have mods. Because what's going on here? I kept blocking teenagers, even silently without even making you know.
Andrew, when did you say that it's it's good to kill a baby? Like, under what circumstances?
Give me a. Yeah, somebody can give you. Somebody can do it for a minute. Just bear in.
Sounds like in general, I think if like a baby's like in great suffering when they're like 1 and we know they'll die anyways, we tend to just kill them right away.
Well, it depends what you mean by great suffering. Do you mean like they have an incurable illness or something?
Sure. I mean, there might be a number of reasons, but yeah, typically we don't just let it kill them on its own. Well, we might.
But those cases aren't analogous to God. That's the whole
I'm not saying it's analogous to God. I'm saying there are cases in which it's acceptable to kill a baby, and that's all I said.
Okay. But that's not analogous to the example from God where it's not acceptable to kill a baby.
That's exactly why I said I don't think that thing happened.
You don't think God said to kill the Amalekite babies?
No.
So why is it written in the Bible?
Because somebody wrote it down.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe everything in the Bible is true?
I don't think everything in the Bible is historically true.
Oh, okay. So
sometimes people write stuff and then, well, look, I don't think it's false it's false in so far as it's not something that like you'd ever find like actually occurring. But like what needs to be quote unquote true if you're a Christian at the bare minimum so there's like 3 different positions. The most common one is the one I'm going to say, is that they don't have to be historically true, but it has to be true in the sense that it portrays the intent of God, which in this case I just think is that there's something to be gained from like whether it be wisdom or a moral story, even though it doesn't have anything to do with like historical events or actually what God really did. Sometimes I think people wrote that stuff down and it was just polemics to make those people afraid of them. Like if you look back in history, and I think a lot of like secular scholars agree with this, is that those stories just invoke this really strong guy that could beat their God up. And so they said, my God's stronger than your God, and he'll just beat yours up. And so they wrote that story down to scare them.
Okay, but if you have this view of it, that's fine. Like you're allowed to have it, but just this is certainly a fringe view. You know, most Christians I've talked to, they believe that like this story actually happened.
Yeah, that might be true. It might be true that the Christians you speak to, if that's not a common view, because especially in these spaces and especially in America, most Americans are like Protestants of some kind, and they adopt a more literalist or like they want to have the true historical things in the Bible. But the Catholic position does not commit you to that. A Catholic can be a Catholic and still basically think almost all of the Bible is not historical.
Yeah, it just seems such a bizarre view to say that like the Word of God isn't even like true or historical, or it's just put together.
What does the Word of God mean?
I don't know why do Christians follow the Bible? Like they obviously think it's important in some very significant way.
It is important. It is
Okay,
important.
it's important. It's not
the Word of God. I was just wondering what you're adding by saying that.
Meaning that I would think that they think it's true. But why is the story in the Bible if it's not true?
I told you why. It could be.
It's a lesson. Okay, what's the lesson?
That God's really strong, and if you don't listen to him, he'll kill you or something. I don't know.
Okay, why wouldn't they just say that as opposed to making up an entire story about the Amalekites and the Israelites and they had a fight in the desert?
Because they were probably trying to, they were at war with us like other people or something.
So they were just doing propaganda in the Bible.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true.
Okay, thank you.
Please, I'll video. I kind of had.
It's like Randall Roser case. It's like Randall Roser. He wrote a whole book about that.
I didn't know Randall Roser. He's like the first philosopher I ever watched from teacher, but he's the first philosopher I ever like kind of seen, and it's because of teacher. So that's one thing I appreciate from teacher. What's up, Chinadu?
Holy fuck, what? Nizam?
Yeah.
Are you there? Hold on, Nizam. Hello?
Yo.
Nizam, what the heck?
I'm back.
Where the heck? Oh shit. shit,
Bro, my account got clipped because I was debating too many Zionists, and obviously this app is run by Zionists, so they clipped
Wait,
me.
what happened? You lost your account?
Yeah. So like,
That's anti-Semitic.
I was going into
back.
Yeah, I was going into Amir's rooms too often, and I think like someone recorded me and reported me, and then they clicked my account, and then I couldn't make an account. And then like for some reason, like my IP address got clipped, so like I couldn't make an account. I don't know, man. Maybe it was my phone, but anyway, I managed to make an account using my sister's number, an American number. So I'm finally back.
Now he's back, baby.
Nizam, I'm about to report you if you don't renounce the anti-Semitism that just came out of your mouth.
I stand firmly by my anti-Zionist views, which is not the same thing which is not to be confused with anti-Semitism.
That is anti-Semitic.
The Palestinians.
Saying that is anti-Semitic.
The Palestinians are Semites. Well, yeah, okay, maybe.
I love the same people who are like, Islamophobia? Islam isn't a race. Shut the fuck up. Or like, oh, you said that Yahoo was a war criminal? You're an anti-Semite.
Yo, that is Nizam, dude. I've been calling him
Can I do it, man?
a fake Nizam for days now.
It's
real, man. It's real me.
Oh, yeah,
I miss Albedo. I miss Sully. I miss Piper. I miss Chanedu.
Well, it's coming back. If you want to come in one of our rooms one time, we've been doing a lot of like new topics, primarily about like empiricism.
Nice.
So yeah, you're welcome to come.
Empiricism is overrated. I'm a rationalist. Oh
my god.
Yeah, right off the bat, empiricism is overrated.
Empiricism and rationalism both suck. So.
But they both suck. Piper, you have to follow that up with a third option.
Jesus. Yeah. I had a bit of the conversation about if you don't believe evil exists, you can then say evil, therefore no God, right? And
there's a little bit more to it than that, but sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure there is, because I honestly didn't catch a lot of it, but I got some of it. I just wanted to ask that, because the way I'm thinking about it is, one could think there are these actions or these things. Like the analogy I came up with in my head was, if I think balls exist, right, and I think, but I don't think these balls are like red in color, but they are balls, right? And I think there's this being that, sorry, someone said,
they thought that was the point.
So these balls exist.
Yeah.
Balls are red.
Stop being kids, bro.
Yeah, like, okay, if things funny, I would like to know what the problem is.
Yeah. This part.
So, there are these balls.
Oh, that was bad.
Okay, you know what? There are these phones. Let's put it as phones. The phones exist, right? And the phones, I don't think anything in the world is red in color. Right. But I understand that these people are proposing a being that, if it exists, it will see a phone, all phones, as red in color. Right.
Yeah, you're moving by my criticism then by doing this, but that's the lighting stuff that wasn't explicit, but yeah, I think I see where you're going already, and yeah, if you do it that way, this isn't gonna really be a problem for those people. This is for the amount of people this really targets, I think, is probably very small, but it is something I saw happen on me. Like, it just happened. I think I saw it, fairly recently today even. But basically, it's the conjunction of, you don't think theism commits you to a particular moral view. You maintain your moral view. You think the problem of evil is the conjunction of whatever your moral view and their disconnect from their moral view. So, like, if they say moral view A plus God equals contradiction, and you hold moral view B, and you don't think theism commits you to moral view A, then you can't then go and use moral view A within your problem of evil as an argument for yourself, because you don't think moral view A is true. I'll basically try to like formulate it in a way that like where we can get rid of all this abstraction. Is when you try to justify your own positions, you're trying to give your like at least something you think is a sound argument. And the problem of evil isn't a sound argument for somebody who doesn't affirm that conjunction of like the theism, if true, has these commitments. Even if I don't hold them, if I became a theist, I would have to be like this kind of commitment. If you don't think that's right, then you can't then therefore say, therefore like I hold my moral view even, and then also think that theism's false, like on the same basis.
So basically
you're just employing like an unsound argument.
But the main working point here is that if you don't think, if you were to hold to theism, you'll be committed to like this moral view. I'm not really sure what you mean by moral view in the first place. Maybe that's why. But like, what's moral view? What do you mean by moral view?
Well, you could think of like under theism, like it might be that theism commits you to objective morality. Like that might be a view you might think is right, even though you don't actually hold to it. You might say, if I became a theist, I would just have to be an objectivist because that's what theism demands. Okay? Like that's a view you could have. But let's say you don't hold that. You just think like theism's consistent with any morality, right? But then you run the problem of evil, and you do it as like internal critique, where they say objective evil exists, and God equals therefore contradiction. Yeah, their view might be by their own standards, therefore, right?
Okay, I think maybe. Okay, now I see what you're saying, and you also said it probably applies to very few people because honestly, mostly I think the problem of evil, people don't talk about that as objective or subjective or any like.
It doesn't have to be that. I was just using that as an example.
No, I know. Like that's what I'm saying. I just said before you spoke right now. I just said objective or subjective or any other like moral view, moral theory or something. I think people just say as long as you think this being if it exists, there will be like this something that is evil. Like it doesn't matter what the theory of evil is. I don't usually hear people say it's because of objective evil or something. But yeah, maybe you've heard someone say that.
I mean, I don't know.
Because I just wonder why. I think the way I was feeling about it was if someone says, I don't believe evil exists, but I also don't believe God exists because of all this evil in the world. For me, the way I like that analogy of balls that you're laughing about, right? It's just the way I would have interpreted that to mean like I don't know why anyone would interpret it any other way. Because when I came in, I actually just heard Sonny doing you don't believe evil exists, and then all this evil in the world. Yeah, it sounds funny.
They specifically asked him that. Although I thought
I don't know who they were talking to.
Yeah, they specifically asked him that, and then he agreed that if he was to be a theist, he could still pick any moral view. Although I did think that the way Abido asked him was a bit leading as well. He might have just picked it because of the way Abido phrased it.
I don't want to speak on it.
Yeah, no problem. But that was the context. It was because of him in particular.
No. Actually, it wasn't because of him. He just became an example of what I said. I don't even remember why people brought it up.
I just want to
why Sonny was actually making those moves in the first.
Hold on, I just want to say something because I just kind of want to give a little announcement. I really support freedom of speech. I don't want anyone to not say what they think because they're afraid I'm going to block them. The reason I block people is for my mental health and my sanity on this app, because when I find someone's a dishonest interlocutor, if I feel that there's just going to be no more productivity from having the conversation, I don't want to do it. If you feel you want to say something for the stage, like I said, Chinadu, I'm not going to block you because Andrew said he wanted you on stage. But I'm just saying I don't have to engage in conversation with you. So say what you want to say. I won't block you. That's fine.
Honestly, I said that just as a joke, not because I really didn't want to
say
it.
I'm sorry.
That's supposed to be funny. But yeah,
that was really mature coming from Abe. I think that he's grown since our last or to speak, which is delightful.
Oh, thank you, John. I have a lot to add for you, Mika. Thank you.
But then it's good this was clarified because I was thinking that that's strange. But if I'm making this critique and I am a moral nihilist, right? It should be okay if I think that if their God were to, if theism were to be true, right? If you think like evil exists and stuff like that would follow, I'm just like playing their game. Like that looked very forward enough. And it wasn't really very clear with what Sally was doing that was like targeting this niche as well. So
yeah, that's why I said like it doesn't have to be some particular moral view. It's just whatever one that you are like assigning. Like there could be that you could do it the way where it's like theism commits you to this moral view, even though I don't hold it. Or as long as you maintain consistency from the quote unquote typical way of running it, which is like it's an argument against your view. It may not, obviously in that way, it doesn't inform yourself of what justifies your positions. Even if like that's just like a precept movie. It's like their position's wrong, therefore my position's right. Like, that doesn't really work generally. And so what we're trying to do is ask, why are you X? Like justify your position. That has to be done on the basis of things that you think are true. I mean, that's really all it comes down to. It's like your arguments need to include true premises.
Yeah, things you think are true, even if it's things you think are true about their view.
Yeah, right. It could be about their view that they think it's like committing or something.
I actually asked Nizam because Nizam, I wanted to kind of tell you just a little bit about empiricism. This is what I've kind of been posing to theists lately. Do you think that when you say that you believe in God and you could prove it, can you prove God empirically, or is it only with like other arguments, like philosophical argumentation, or something non-empirical?
Honestly, like in my hiatus from Clubhouse, I didn't use the hiatus to study philosophy, so. But I would assume that like the people, primarily within theists, their proof of God is primarily rational. It's not necessarily an empirical proof. Although I don't think that an empirical proof like fine-tuning or something is impossible for God. I think that within certain commitments, you could potentially pose fine-tuning as an empirical proof for God, but you'd have to have like a whole bunch of commitments to be able to do that, right? But anyway, like either way, I don't really like rely on proofs for God, like rational or empirical, for me to have faith to begin with. Like faith is just like a leap of faith that I do.
So you believe in God purely based on faith, not through logic, not through empirics.
Yeah, because logic and empiricism can take you either way, based on whatever your commitments you have. But personal experience is what I base my faith on. Like I feel like God intervened in my life, and that's enough, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, I guess Well, thank you for your honesty. I guess then we'd have to like break down about faith and why you think it's a reliable method for truth. But yeah, this is my whole point. That like if
not faith, we'd have to break down personal experience and why that's a reliable method for truth.
Yeah.
Not faith, personal experience.
Okay, but regardless, like when I talk to theists, a lot of theists, they think they can prove God empirically, and then when you point out to them that it's not really working, then they'll start to retreat and say like, oh, maybe it's logical, or give a philosophical argument.
Yeah.
But if they're just honest and they say I can't prove it empirically, then that's fine.
No, it's not about can or can't. It's just about like when we're talking about proofs, they rely on certain commitments that you need to have first. In every argument that can ever be posed, every argument relies on some kind of metaphysical or epistemic commitments about reality to begin with, right? For you to say that, oh, I can prove God, right? And everybody sneaks them in. In every conversation, you're sneaking them in. Like the people who really are caring about philosophy and honesty.
Did you guys kick Nizam? The fuck happened? No, he just disappeared on his own. No, I don't think anybody did that.
Okay. He said he can't prove God. Or I'm paraphrasing him. He said he thinks people might be able to prove it empirically or logically, but for him, he doesn't do that. He just goes on his own personal experience, and that's how he concludes God exists. So yeah, we can break that down.
Man, I missed it.
Oh, we literally have God on stage, by the way. Hello, God.
Hey, I'm back. Hey, Chris, have you ever seen that rap battle video where the guy keeps on saying disappear?
Oh, I've seen rap battles, but I don't think I've seen that one.
Okay, it's pretty funny because he keeps on saying, he says, oh, that's a stupid fruit on the ground. You just saw me disappear. And then he says, look, you two stupid guys, disappear. Disappear. And he does it like 6 different times, dude.
I saw somebody did do that with wishing well. You know, you can do a lot of things with that wishing well as well, like various variants that mean various things. I don't know what's now. It's interesting. I like that.
Oh, are you talking about Matt Yester or something? With Andrew there?
Oh my fucking God. Andrew, are you there? Andrew?
Yeah, I'm here. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I heard you in Matt Yester's room. That was fucking painful, bro. Why the fuck did you stay there so long?
I'm a glutton for punishment, my friend.
Are you a masochist?
I must be.
Are you
Usually it's the atheists that are the degens, you know, talking about having sex with your mother and all this stuff, right? But I guess in this sense, I do have a king, you know? So
like constantly berating. Like I wrote in the chat. I wrote that like it's been like 30 minutes. He hasn't inhaled once. He literally did not inhale. He just talked nonstop for 30 minutes.
He's a trip. Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm trying, even as lame as you know somebody might be towards me and uncharitable. I really do try to steelman their argument for my own sake, just to be fair and be honest with their argument. And so I'm trying to actually see what it is these guys are all resting on. You know, if there's any there. You know, and what I can tell, I see what he was doing there with the begging the question. You know, he's saying that if you want to say that the conclusion is in the premise, the first premise, that, you know, it's saying that, you know, God is the necessary foundation or whatever. If you say that that's begging the question, then he just wants to do some kind of, some kind of a groupless trilemma or some kind of thing where he's going to shoot it back at you and just be like, well, you're begging the question too, to even launch that critique. And, you know, so he's like, you don't have a foundation to which to judge that I'm begging the question. You need to judge your foundation for me to even take you serious. Which I think is such
a stupid way of arguing. If you don't agree with me, then you can't say anything. Oh, what's the proof of that? Let me do a fucking 10-hour-long Socratic dialogue in which you make arguments and I just fold my arms and go, because skeptical scenario.
No, it's literally just like plug your fingers in your ears and just say like my worldview is right and everybody else is wrong. And yeah, Andrew, it's so funny though because like from what I could ascertain through his like continuous monologue was that he thinks you are like a non-religious Christian.
Yeah, dude. Yo, hey, you haven't seen how like bad Andrew gets raked through the coals and like berated in other Christian rooms?
Hey,
crazy.
We're not not too much on Andrew. We're not gonna.
In comparison, we treat him good in this room.
Yeah, we treat him. Look, I think Andrew's a real Christian. I take him at his word when he says he's a real Christian, but the other Christians don't. They don't believe him.
They don't believe him.
Because he got a little sprinkle, a little racism in my saw. Maybe hold him to just a little sprinkle.
More than that.
Yeah, like Matt Yester's the type of guy who's
because I like that little. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But Andrew, Matt Yester thinks that atheists are going to hell. You think atheists are going to heaven. That's a disagreement right there.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a certain side.
I gotta say, because D said this a while. D, there's two groups that don't like Andrew. It's the black Christian Israelite people, whatever you want to call those, and then you have like the Calvinists, which there's a lot of alignment theologically, I think, anyways. But those are the groups that don't like Andrew.
Well, and just to be clear, just to be clear, it's just absolutely fascinating to me to go into the Hebrew Israelite room and then just to watch the comments populate from people I've never seen before. There are some that do know me, but people that I've never seen before. White devil, Edomite, get him out of here! Don't listen to the white man. He's trying to indoctrinate you with this Christian message and colonize the stage and blah 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 blah. Right? But then, what's interesting is somebody brings up the fact that I had black body, and no, I'm not going to characterize it as black face because it was black body, including my face. That I had black body for about a week. Somebody wants to bring that up, and they're like, and I'm just like, that is fascinating to me. Yeah.
You were really in blackface. Don't say black body. Just say black.
No, because that's not correct. So the person
like art, like you were basically getting as close to blackface as possible to trigger people.
No, but that's not actually why. So that's but let me just be clear about what I did. So what I did is, and this is what's kind of fascinating to me, is if somebody else does it, then it's okay, right? So Gray's the one that made the photo. Okay, she made multiple photos of me as an Asian, as me as a black person, as me as several some weird stuff, like weird clown stuff, whatever. Okay, I like
it was okay that she was doing it.
I know. I'm not necessarily saying you would say that, but it's just kind of fascinating to kind of watch how the moral blame goes. But I'll just say this: she made the picture, right? Now I liked the picture and adopted it as my own. Now people got offended. Now I'm not deaf to the idea that there's the whole minstrel shows or whatever. I get it. Right? But my intention was obviously I like this. I know people are going to get offended. I'm not stupid about that. But I don't think the comparable nature is you got to clearly look, fine, call that racist if you want to. That's fine. To whatever degree that's racist, guilty as charged. Okay? But what I find interesting is my intention there is not, and whether you believe me or not, I don't know what to say, is not just to offend people. I know that is going to be a cost of having that as a picture, but that's not my intention. The intention of there is, it is the case that you are under the judgment of God. The Bible condones everything that I'm saying towards you. God condones it. I hate you. God hates you. You're going to burn in hell forever, and I'm going to subjugate you. And your wife be in ditches. That last part, the ditches part, is the more extreme versions. I don't want to straw man.
Well, they don't think they're going to hell because they don't believe in hell. So I just want to correct that.
No, well, that's not always true. There are Hebrew Israelites who do in fact believe that there is a hell. Now, if you say they do have this idea that you're just going to be subjugated in heaven, quote unquote, or you're going to be under rule eternally. Now, I'm not sure what view you take on that, D. But the thing is that's the kind of general racism that's going on in there. And I think that is probably the most egregious form of racism, because if it was correct that God said, hey, this group, and now you might just say God's a racist and that's that, and maybe God, that's good, and we're not privy, our intuitions are wrong, right? The problem is they're not correct. The Bible doesn't teach that. And so they're using God as a rubber stamp for the most deeply immoral type of racism, exclusionary on the most base level. It is literally saying you are worth being subjugated for the rest of eternity. God rubber stamps that, and I'm justified in any kind of language I want to say to you. And don't even address me. Don't cry with your, don't call me that because you're a white devil and you and all of your ilk have done horrific things to us, and you're accountable for it.
I love how you tried to.
I still maintain that the amount that this bothers you is so.
Did you?
Well,
did you frame it?
I don't know.
I love the picture so much. Did you frame it? Did you screen it?
Here's the problem. But D. Do you? Given that I know you're thug and you also go hard in the paint, And I appreciate that, but you have a nurturing part of you that presumably would care about people. Do you realize the exclusionary endeavor they're engaged in there? Do you realize how massive that is and how they are depleting hope from people? That's what they're pushing. They're pushing a hopeless existence for people that are my color, let's say, or certain people.
Make it seem like it's all people that's your color. When it's all heathens, right? It's not just white people. Why do you do that?
So scary.
It's not based on faith. It's based on ethnicity. It's based on ethnicity.
No, it's not,
It
Andrew.
is.
Does the scripture say that 2/3 of the Israelites will be destroyed as well?
That's fine.
Okay, so it's not based on ethnicity or color, right?
No,
It's going to be the majority of all nations that will be destroyed.
No.
And all nations to be put into captivity, right? Why do you act like it's only white people?
I said people that look like me, not just me. I realize other people do.
Hamites don't look like you.
Hold on. I'm going to address
Hamites don't look like you.
Okay, I'm going to address what you said. So that is correct. In fact, they believe that Israelites, quote unquote, the Israelites were put under subjugation and captivity because of their mistakes. Actually, I think the ones that are more consistent will say, the ones that are more consistent will say, hey, look, God is the one that put us under judgment. It actually, don't be mad at the white man. He's just God's instrument of justice. I've heard some of them that I think are more intellectually consistent say that. But here's the point. It is the case that it is true that God is going to deal harshly with the Israelites for them violating the covenant and doing all kinds of things wrong, and depending on your view on Jesus, how they responded to the Messiah, whatever, right? Okay, cool. But within that ethnicity or background or heritage of the 12 tribes, there will be people who are going to have the premier spots at the show. Okay, there are people that are going to be the top tier. They're going to be the enslavers, not the enslaved. They're going to be the enslavers. And that is something that is uniquely racist. It is uniquely racist, in particular, of the Hebrew Israelite movement. And there's no other movement that I know of that has that kind of pernicious racism to that degree. Because you have just a deep, hardcore, God is rubber stamping this. It is your ethnicity, all other groups, every other group, including some Israelites.
It's not ethnicity, it's biblical nationality. That's where you're getting it wrong. It's not about ethnicity, it's about biblical nationality.
What distinction do you want?
And then you keep ignoring the fact that there are 2/3 of the Israelites who believe in, and not just people who look like you. You have this idea in your head that there are only white people that is believed that are going to be condemned to this fate, and it's not. That's why I asked you. Do you understand that Hamites will have the same fate, right?
Okay.
Certain Asian people, whatever biblical nationality they may be, will have the same fate. You have an obsession with the fact that this is being said about people who look like you, which I find weird. And that doesn't. Wait, Andrew, just one more thing. You know that I have a nuanced opinion about this particularly, right? But at the same time, what I can't allow you to say is that the doctrine is racist. When the doctrine across the board says the same thing will happen to all heathens of all colors and nationalities and colors, right? So I can't listen to you call the doctrine racist because you specifically have an issue with what it's saying about you as a white man, but it's possibly saying it about me as a quote-unquote BHI. It's saying it about a Hamite, and it's saying it about anybody else on this earth.
I got you. Okay, so let me maybe you didn't hear what I said. I'm aware that it isn't just people like me, okay? Now, a major target, and you'd be blind not to see it, are Edomites, okay? That's a major target of the Hebrew Israelite movement. Now, it's not just Edomites, okay? Yeah, I agree, Hamites, whatever. Whoever else they want to target, fine. But because we are in a particular relationship with African Americans or Native Americans or whatever the case may be, because we have a particular history with them, there's a special emphasis placed on Edomites. You'd be blind to miss it. Now, that being said, I do grant and fully acknowledge in my last submission, and again, I don't think you heard it, that there are people within the Israelite ethnicity, heritage, background, membership, nationality, whatever you want to say, okay? Doesn't really matter. You can put lipstick on a pig however you want, it's still pig. The point is, there are people within that group, yep, you're right, God's going to deal with them harshly for the things that they've done. They failed, they mess up the covenant, whatever. But it's very simply categorized or characterized by this. Who did Christ come for? Only the Israelites. Only the Israelites. That's the summary, okay? Christ came for just the Israelites. That is, by its very nature, exclusionary. And it is not based on faith. It is not based on your good content of character. No, it's primarily based on your membership, your heritage. Then from there, yes, you will be judged for your keeping of the law or lack thereof. But it is still the case that the primary inclusionary or exclusionary element of the doctrine is going to be based on your membership. And since it is incorrect, and the Bible does not teach this, they have to modify what a Gentile is. They go against all scholarship on this. There's like nobody that has any kind of credentials that would agree with their complete reinterpretation of what a Gentile is. They have nonsensical statements in the Bible now completely just sounding vacuous. Jesus came to the Jew first and also to the Jew. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of freaking sense. No, it's to the Jew first and also to the Greek or the Gentile, the non-Jew. But they can't handle that. They can't hang, right? So they've modified that to say God came for the Jews, the found tribes, and then the lost tribes. So it's the found Jews, the certain tribes, the certain Jewish tribes, and then the other Jewish tribes. That's who he came for. He didn't come for any non-Jews. Yeah, it's absolutely egregious. It's horrific. It goes against all scholarship that writes on this issue, that understands what these terms mean. It is almost exclusively driven by this idea of finding an identity based on historical oppression, finding themselves in a narrative that they aren't in, taking scripture and completely changing it, or doing an overhaul, changing words fundamentally to where they mean something that they don't, okay? To where a Gentile means Jew, insane. Completely reinterpreting Paul, when Paul's talking about bringing down this wall of partition, the wall of separation between two different groups of people. No, it's not the north and southern tribes of Israel. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about this wall of partition between the Jews and the Gentiles, not meaning Jews, Gentiles, non-Jews. The wall of partition is being torn down. Christ tore that down, and that was what he was after. So they take the inclusive, loving, universal message of Christ and make it exclusive, exclusionary, and racist. And it's motivated. It's motivated by being oppressed and being hurt by Edomites, as they would view us, historically. And I understand that. I'm not saying I'm not sympathetic to it, but this is not the response. This is not the recourse to take on a racist doctrine and say God approves it. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question. I don't know if I've ever actually asked you in all of these rooms. You as a Christian, what do you think of religious Jewish people? Do you think that they are mistaken? Do you think they should have accepted Jesus or not? What's your view on them?
And they missed the boat. If they didn't accept Jesus, yeah, anybody who doesn't accept Jesus missed the boat. And that is a universal.
You think they'll go to heaven, or they're still keeping the covenant that they believe God gave them, right?
And they're disobeying God. So God himself comes down to earth and says, hey guys, I'm here. I'm the Messiah. And they say, nah, we're going to kill you. Doesn't work like that, right? So the fact is that they misperceived who Jesus was. And this is due to them, just not really being in tune with the Holy Spirit, or being in tune with God as they understand it. They wouldn't necessarily ascribe to a Holy Spirit from the Tanakh. But the point is that they're under the leading of God, and they really are open to wherever God takes them. Then when Christ came and confirmed who he was, when he did the things that he did, when he's doing miracles and speaking, just insanely progressive brilliant revelations for the time and using scripture to back up what it is that he's doing, showing the fulfillment of prophecy all over the place. These are the things that the Jews at the time should have acknowledged. Now, some did. Obviously, there was a good portion of Jews that did accept, the Messianic Christians or whatever you want to call them, right? The original disciples. I mean, all of the authors of the New Testament are Jewish, except maybe Luke. All of them are Jewish, except maybe Luke. Okay? So Jews didn't all reject Jesus. There was a good amount of acceptance, but for the ones that don't, it's the same with anybody. Christ came and died for everyone, and if you reject him, you're under the same kind of you're going to be under the same kind of judgment. So it doesn't really.
So you,
yeah.
But do you think that do you think that when they let's say Orthodox Jewish people, like they're like they follow the Sabbath and stuff like that,
right?
So do you think that all of their works are just like pointless?
Yeah. So, do I think all of their works are pointless? Yeah. So, I don't. I think that their works are like filthy rags, as the Bible puts it. So, and by filthy rags, they're talking about minstrel rags. Okay. So, if you think of a used minstrel rag, that is the equivalent of what not just theirs, what anybody's works are. When you just present those to God, like, hey, don't I deserve to get in? Look what I did. Look what I did. God's not impressed. So
let me ask you a question now. So if somebody is a religious Jewish person versus an atheist, and then they both die, do you think they both go to the exact same place, or do you think like the Jewish person goes slightly less hell because he kind of believes in God?
Well, I actually think it might be the inverse. Because the Jews were given kind of an exclusive first right of refusal. They were given some pretty up in front like miracle evidences, different things that occurred. They have the scriptures, which they should understand better than people who aren't familiar with that culture. They have enough to bring them to Christ, right? So I think there might be I think the inverse of that is actually true. I think an atheist might be better off because the idea is this.
Check the verse, Andrew.
I can wait. Which part do you contend with?
Pretty much everything you said, but.
Well, you shouldn't.
Where are you getting that from? That the atheist has a chance over a ethnic.
Oh, because you're judged for the light that you're given. To whom much is given, much is required. To whom much is given, much is required.
Are we citing Spider-Man?
No, that's called the scripture. Yes, that's the New Testament. So the Jews were given a whole bunch. They given a big gift. Okay, they were given the covenant with God. They were in a relationship with God. He was their husband. Okay, so we have a different kind of relationship here. And the people that were married to God, were his bride, were the Jews. And the Jews they cheated on God a few times. They were skanky. Okay, they crawled out. They did a little bit of pub crawling. They were looking for some easy tang, you might say. Okay, so that's what they were doing. And because they did that, and they basically threw God's gift back in his face. No, I think there is a greater judgment upon them for that.
But you
reject the Messiah.
Scripture.
I did. I just did. I just cited. Wait. Do you not know the scripture that says, "To whom much is given, much is required"? Do you not realize that they're given first right of refusal? What do you?
What my response would be, Abe said, atheist. Where does it say?
Yeah, so as far as the atheists go, the atheists are not the ones that were given a covenant. The atheists aren't the ones that were shown miracles and all of the various things that both Christ and Yahweh did. They're not the ones, right? So that's not really their heritage. That's not really their background. So the point is, for atheists, there could be some honest. Let's just be real quick. I'll cite a passage. Ready? Lest you accuse me, B. God will have mercy to whom He will have mercy on. Okay?
So that would go against what you said about the Jews. Like
No, it doesn't. It doesn't because there's a general framework as to what God is going to do because He lays it out in Scripture. But then there's also a specific prerogative that God has to treat individuals how He wants to treat them. I don't know the hearts of the Jews. I don't know the hearts of any individual, for that matter, unless they tell me things I can infer based on their actions or their words. But I don't actually know their current condition with God, right?
So
but God does.
One last question, Andy. So when you believe in this like hell realm, how long do you think they're going to be in hell for? Like the duration, and also like what does it feel like? Is it like really painful, or is it like
I think there's going to be a difference between somebody who has some humility and makes what we might call an honest mistake, okay? Although there's going to be some negligence there if they are judged. I don't think God is going to judge them for anything that is not either negligent or outright rebellion, right? So there's going to be a difference between somebody who is just somewhat honest, they're not just out and outright openly rebelling against the God they know exists, right? Okay, there's going to be people like that are going to be treated one way versus, let's say, somebody who's a little bit more, let's say, saucy towards God. Maybe, not to name names, but maybe somebody like Timothy, or somebody who has an enormous amount of pride, who, if they were faced with God, they might just say, yeah, you exist. Yeah, you're the creator. Yeah, you're right and I'm wrong, but F off. And somebody who might say that to God, I think that person's they're going to have a fair amount of refining to go through.
Okay.
So it's
Honey Badger.
Oh yeah, honey badger is another example. Now here's the thing: some of these people are softer than marshmallows. Okay, even though they talk a big game, they don't actually go hard in the paint. And when it actually comes down to it, when push comes to shove, and they're standing before God, some of those they're going to fall apart like a $2 suitcase. Okay, so it isn't going to be the case that they're going to be like, you hear Dan Barker, one of his most epic lines in his debate with, I think, Kyle Butt, a guy named Butt, the guy B-U-T-T, that's this guy's actual name, Kyle Butt. Okay, so Dan Barker's debating this Christian, right, Kyle Butt. And I think at some point, Kyle was a very zealous, he's a very, sincere person throughout the whole debate pretty much. But he asked Dan, he's like, what are you going to say to God when God's like, judging you? Like, what are you going to say to him as far as your unbelief and the fact that you wouldn't accept that there's a God and whatnot? And he said, he gave some little spiel, but he's like, and you know what? I did my best and the evidence wasn't there. He's like, he's going to tell God, you should have provided me more evidence. You should have given me more. It is on you that I don't believe. And then and if God tells me that I'm going to go to hell, I'm going to tell him, go to hell. That's what he said. And I just thought, yeah, you're going to be urinating and defecating down your legs at the same time as you're standing there, probably kneeling before God. You aren't going to be saying anything mouthy like that. Nothing like that.
So wait, hold on. But what type of what is hell? Is it painful? Is it not painful?
Yeah, I think it's going to be torment. I think that you're going to be in a place of torment. So I think that
can be. What does torment mean? Do you mean somebody lightly whipping you, or do you mean?
No, I don't even think it's physical, which a lot of people might prefer the physical, given the potential nature of hell once experienced. I don't think that it's necessarily physical, although that might be feel it in your skin. But that's it. You feel the pain in your mind, right?
Yes. I mean, welcome to the Matrix. Yes, that is true.
Right, but here's the thing. I think the largest thing.
Why do you let Israelites on stage all day?
Because I love Israelites, even though they're wrong.
Like, what is making this title? Do you hate niggers? Like, come on.
Well, let's not do that. Let's not do the slurs. But no, I don't. I don't know what you're saying. The SmackDown is just meant to be like a little bit edgy, just to get people to click. It's clickbaity of sorts. But no, it's for genuine dialogue. I want Israelites, atheists, and Christians to come in and we can have our respective worldviews laid out and examined. That's why I made the room. Hopefully that's okay with you, whoever you are.
The atheists were beefing with the atheists earlier today.
I know, it is nice. You remember when Abe was like, Kumbaya. We should have, indeed, you and I should have, like, when they were beefing with each other, you and I should have just started going, Kumbaya.
You said there's no black stuff on the stage.
Atheists don't know shit. Of course they're gonna beef with each other, bum heads. Like they don't.
Okay, why don't atheists know shit?
Who said that?
It was E-Money.
But the crazy thing
E-Money.
Yo, what up? Yo, Israelites
why
know
don't
the
atheists
most
know
out
shit?
of the two. Out of the three, Israelites know the most. So why
Okay, let's start with atheists. Let's start with atheists. Why do you say atheists don't know anything?
They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. They won't admit to having faith in anything. If I ask you as an atheist, how is the world?
If someone doesn't believe in God, that doesn't follow that they know nothing. They can still know other things.
They're admitting subconsciously that they know nothing by proxy.
How does that follow?
They don't know how they got here. Do you believe in evolution?
Are you asking me?
Explanation. If you believe in evolution, there's a gap there.
Be charitable, man. He's not speaking in freaking absolutes, dude.
Yeah, atheists don't speak in absolutes because they don't know nothing.
Well, no, I think he's saying about you. You see this?
You literally keep repeating
some confusion going on here.
Well, clearly, right? Look, if I know that I have like food in my fridge right now,
Clearly, it has knowledge.
Something. Yeah.
Clearly, you know
saying they know nothing. Do you just mean that they don't know God exists? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
E-Money, are you there? E-Money.
And also, Abe, I don't think that the Bible really goes through what hell is and what's going to go down in hell, or even how long it is. So, Andrew's not going to have those things.
Yeah, so I can give you some speculative stuff based on the scripture. I do understand, but I'm never saying "Thus saith the Lord" on it. Oh, you can hear me? Sorry, are you able to hear?
His mic was on, so I just muted him, but then he started talking. I'm back, yeah.
Yeah, so look, I mean, the scripture does give. The scripture says this. It says, if you want the straight from the horse's, proverbial mouth, it's going to be anguish, torment, weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth, and it's going to be
physical. Andrew, if you say gnashing your teeth, that sounds like it's a body.
Why do you think that has to be physical?
Because you don't gnash your teeth unless you have a body.
I don't agree with that. No. I didn't say you didn't have a body. I'm just saying I don't think
you said it was mental.
No. Yeah. You don't. Yeah, the torment. Correct. So the torment can be mental. I'm not saying that it's inflicted on. I'm not saying you don't have a body. I'm just saying that it's not that you are being physically tortured, although that may be also the case. But
why would you gnash your teeth if you didn't?
I think that the derision that somebody would experience towards God, and the fact that somebody is being judged by God, that they are going that the kind of I think the kind of anger, the deep aggression towards somebody can make you gnash your teeth. I've been very upset at people, and I can understand what it means to gnash your teeth.
Okay, but you wouldn't hell though.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I think that's much more justifiable to say you gnash your teeth there, because I can do it here on Earth.
So I'm saying, think it is though? Like, I just want to know when I die.
Yeah. So listen. So I think one of the things is you're going to experience two things is what I'll just put this out there. You can call it andiology if you want, but I think there's good reason to believe this is potentially this is a good. There's good reason to believe that this is at least reasonable. That you're going to experience the consequences of your sin. So, like the negative effects, maybe for a Hitler, he's going to experience, the Zyklon B, what it's like to have the terror of being put to death in that way, being oppressed and that kind of, being on the receiving end, maybe a visual tour of the events of his life, but from the other side, from the recipient's side of the evil that he did, right? So that could be one thing. Right, so the touring of your sin and the effects that it had on people, right? Because sin is usually there's usually a victim, right?
So Andrew, so you believe that there will will be white people that will go into slavery.
If you mean slavery here, you mean slavery here because they're going to be in hell?
Well, you said that, you know, you get the same experience that you...
Yeah, like somebody
I see what you're saying. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Yeah, absolutely. Because I think the enslavement of a human is horrific. Now, I will say this. Given the societal norms that you grow up in, that is going to be something that I think God is certainly going to take into consideration.
You talking about these... Wait, are you talking about these Christians?
What? What'd you say?
You're talking about those Christians that had slaves and they were reading the Bible, and you think that he's going to say, let me consider the times?
No. What I'm saying is that in the same way, Dean, you don't want to push hard against this because this is something you're going to want to fall back on yourself, given your own theology. I'm not talking about your Hebrew Israelism, just basic good biblical theology. You don't want to push back on this too much. God, at the time of the Israelites, never mind who they are.
The Hebrew Israelite?
Yes. But God at the time of the Israelites gave them an allowance for divorce, okay? That was not what God originally wanted. He gave them an allowance. Why did he do it? Jesus said the reason that he did that is because their hearts were hardened. They had hardened hearts. And there are people at the time that just broadly thought it was okay to divorce people for minutia. You burnt my food? Bye, biatch. Okay, that's kind of the general. Yeah, right. Goodbye. Your little Darth Dawkins there. Yeah. I'm going to make the connection. So they would basically just, boot them out the door for minuscule things. Jesus comes along and says, that's not how we're doing things, pumpkin. We're going to do things at the standard that I have set from the beginning, which is that no man separate what God has joined together. And the only justification, it's not a requirement, but the only justification for you to get a divorce is if that pee-pee goes in someone else's mouth or vagina or butt, then you got something you can say. But other than that, you don't do this thing.
You don't think Christians are allowed to have divorce?
Wait,
Ask me the same question.
No, I said someone else's. But just, go ahead.
That's far off from what I asked you. I'm waiting for the connection.
I know, I'm trying to finish. Okay, so just listen.
Wait, did you talk to Abe like that when he cut you off about the extra stuff he was talking about? I'm just trying to get you back to your conversation.
No, I'm with you. I'm not going in on you. I'm just trying to finish out what I'm saying. Okay, so all I'm saying is that there's a standard that God has, but he acquiesces to where man is. And I'll just say this. For those that divorced at that time, to where there is no law, there is no sin. Okay? So if there's no law, there's no sin. And there was a time where God winked at sin. There's a scripture, a very interesting one. God winked. Picture God winking, right? Closing his eye, wink, wink. Okay. So there was a time that God winked at sin. Okay? And he wasn't holding their trespasses against them directly in the ways that he did at certain times, where he said, like, if a person does this, you put him to death, et cetera, right? But there are times where God showed lenience towards people. He would actually allow them to do sinful things, and he would give them a pass to some degree. Now, it's not saying
Neanderthals, like what time?
It was in the Old Testament, during the period of the Old Testament.
This is prior to Christ, so I'm still trying to see how you're going to connect that.
Yeah, so listen, So the point is that given a particular standard that you grow up in, it isn't the case unless you have been exposed with the truth of the position against what you hold to be true. Unless you've been exposed to that and rejected it, either outright or through some negligence, you are not going to be accountable, because to him that knows it's sin, it is sin. If you have no law and there's nothing that tells you it's sin, there's no moral law written on your heart to tell you, hey, this is wrong, because you've been inculcated by your parents to believe something is correct, I believe God is going to be lenient on those people, because there are a whole lot of people, for example, that are growing up in Islam. And these people are...
No, Andrew, let's go... We don't have to bring Islam in this. I want to see...
I'm giving you the paradigm. I'm giving you the paradigm.
But you gave me two. Now, can we just stick with the one? The Christians.
As long as you understand the point.
No, I understand your point. The Christians that have the Bible, that were at the church on Sunday, reading the good book, and then going home, raping their slaves, beating the slaves. You're saying that they're going, God, the same God that they were.
They're all forgiven, according to his.
No. Hold on, let me respond to her.
To wink at that ignorance because of the time frame. That's what you're saying.
Okay, so let's walk. Yeah, not quite. So, but close. Let me be clear, and let's see what you say to this, Noel. So, at the time of the slaves, keep in mind there were people that were pretty wicked. Not just the Edomites. There were some other folks that were doing these things too.
Andrew, do you think you're an Edomite?
No. But I like calling myself. I actually wanted to change. I wanted to change my name. So I changed my name, I think, to Cracker for a little bit. But I wanted to change it to Edomite. I would actually Edomite the Tormentor is what I was going to call myself. But anyway, that being said, let me just say this real quick because you'll appreciate this, Noel. At the time of the slave, antebellum South, the whole thing, right? Whatever, transatlantic slave trade, the whole bit, right? At this time, there were people that were modifying scripture, and they made it. It's called the slave Bible, right? I understand that. I know what you're saying. Just hear me out. I get it. But the point is that this was given to them. Now, here's the interesting thing about it. Noel, do you agree that someone could come to the conclusion, given the fact it was practiced in the Old Testament and God endorsed it? God said you can own someone and you can pass them down to your family, your offspring. You can bequeath them. You can bequeath your property to your children. And if they, the property.
Update your title of your fiction and all the people come back in.
Oh, no, it's fine. I don't know what it says. But just real quick, I don't mind. We can fix it in just a second. I just want to make this point to Noel. So
when you said I don't mind, I thought you said Edomite.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Okay, so you can bequeath the property, and these are just let's be clear here, my friends. These are people. Okay, you can bequeath your property to your children, and they are lifelong property. And if they have children, their children are lifelong property. Beyond that, if there's a reason. Now, we can talk about the justification for this, because keep in mind, I affirm this God. I believe this scripture, okay? But God permitted for you to beat your property, but you cannot kill it, okay? And I say it, right? You can't kill your property, okay? Now, you can beat it, and it says as long as they get up after a day or two, you're okay, right? But if they don't,
just beat it.
Yeah, just beat it. That's something Michael Jackson actually wrote. Hold on. I know you want to rush me. Just allow me a little theatrics, a little flourish here. Okay. Michael Jackson actually wrote the song about slavery. But anyway, okay. So the whole point is that God gives these standards in the Old Testament. God gives these standards in the Old Testament, and they are standards given by what? A perfect, omniscient God. Now, D, my question to you is it the case that somebody living, let's say, in America at the time of the slaves, when they were rocking out, right? Could it be the case that they're reading the scripture? You just tell me if this is possible. Could it be the case that they're reading the scripture and they go, it looks like God, the perfect God that we serve, the one we love, the one who knows everything, the one who does not give anything unjust to his people to live by.
Andrew, we can't talk about it no more because Sully's on the stage. We can't talk about black stuff.
Yeah, man. Can you
No, I can't. But I'll kick you. I'm gonna
kick him off the stage.
You gotta kick him. He can't get in here. He said he don't want to talk about that.
I love Sully. Sully's one of my favorite degenerates. But hold on, Sully. Just give me 1 second, okay? It won't take long. D, could it be the case? Because keep in mind, I'm not saying God's going to give them a blanket pass. Let me get right to the point. God's not going to give them a blanket pass. That's all I'm saying. to the degree that they are aware that they are sinning against God, like sinning against their conscience, they're accountable. Okay? So I don't know who all thought, hey, we shouldn't be beating the slave and doing this, that, and the other. I would be hard-pressed to think that somebody thinks they can rape a slave or, kill him just for trying to learn how to read, okay, hanging them like ornaments, okay? I don't know anybody who could do that and not feel a conscience condemning them, okay, their conscience condemning them. I think that would be a real problem. Those people are going to be accountable for violating their conscience. You shouldn't be violating your conscience. You shouldn't be going against your conscience. Now, the point is there were people at the time that knew, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. Let's stop it. William Wilberforce, some certain other folks like, hey, this is a deeply immoral thing. We shouldn't be enslaving people. Let's stop doing it. We're made in the image of God. Love your neighbors yourself, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, go ahead.
No, please, Islamic.
Oh yeah, sorry. I rabbit trail out, and D's gonna kill me. Sorry, D. So D. I'm not saying they're given a blanket pass. I'm saying God will judge them. Hold on. God will judge them case by case basis. That applies to every single person. Everybody will stand and give an account for their life and for what they did and their conscience and the deeds that they did, the things that they said, and the thoughts that they had. So that is my position. They will be held accountable individually, and God will have mercy on who He has mercy. And He's perfectly just, knows them better than they do, and He'll know where they went against their conscience, where they violated His clear commands to love your neighbor, love their, they knew it was in opposition to that. If they did do that, knowing that, then they would be guilty. That's the point.
Okay, so I believe that they all will be guilty, because not only in the Bible does it speak about slavery, it also speaks about if you kidnap someone and you force them into servitude, you will be guilty, and because I'm assuming these are these Christians that are reading the Bible from Genesis all the way to Revelation, so they have to come across that verse. If you kidnap someone, you should be put to death.
Yeah.
So if we go back into Hebrews 10 and 26, there is no forgiveness for willful sin. So if you are aware that...
Oh, wait, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say there's no... Wait, you don't want to... Well, just real quick, as a just quick theological point, you don't want to say that there's no forgiveness for willful sin. Every sin that somebody... Well, hold on real quick. I understand the passage you're citing, but I think there's an interpretation issue here. If you're going to say that there's no forgiveness for willful sin, almost all sin that we do, at least consciously, is willful.
No, that's right. So let me elaborate a little bit more. When you become aware of the knowledge of Christ, this is what 10:20. I just thought we were on the same page with that. When you become
I probably agree with you. Yeah.
When you become aware of the knowledge of Christ, there is no forgiveness for willful sin. So these are people who are Christians who have been told that slavery is wrong. They still continue to do it. If they read the Bible, it says if you kidnap someone, you will be forced into what? You will be put to death. These are the same Christians that you guys say that the law no longer applies anymore. So they shouldn't even be following Torah.
No. So, okay.
No.
I got you.
You're holding me to the Torah. So
I got you.
You're hold me to that.
No, yeah.
No, I'm going by your story. I'm not
holding you to just because I'm just saying God had the permission for it, so that shows that a perfect God can permit slavery. Therefore, it's a fair inference for somebody to believe that they are permitted to do slavery. I grant your kidnapping point. So we'll just say the ones who did kidnapping and were aware of that one passage, because it doesn't say it very often. I think there might be two passages that say that. As long as they read that and understood that that's what it meant, right? That you can't kidnap. Then they would be accountable.
Okay. Go ahead. The second point is that
so people shouldn't read the Bible.
The Christianity that has been taught is the same Christianity from back then. The Christianity that was been taught that the laws no longer apply. So, with that being said, the laws in Deuteronomy or Leviticus or Numbers that speak on slavery, they cannot apply those laws. So they're still in violation. They're in violation of Christ, which also means that there is no forgiveness for willful sin once you become aware of the law.
I gotta respond to her. Go ahead.
One thing.
Go ahead.
Based on what you're saying about hell,
I
think from like a game theory perspective, It's actually best for me just not to learn about these religions, because you're basically telling me the more I learn about them, the more culpable God's going to hold me.
Well, you
guys. So
you
shouldn't ask me more questions, and I'll just retain my innocence.
Well, no, it doesn't work quite like that. You've already put your proverbial scrotum on the coffee table, and it's going to be you are going to be castrated. So it is not the case that you can just say, well, I don't know about Jesus, I don't know about the gospel message, I don't know about that awesome fine-tuning argument, I don't know about that awesome psychophysical argument. I'm telling you because I'm not going to let you stay in. Because the work that God started in you. I bet you were. No, there is something to that, and we can talk about that. If somebody was obviously to orchestrate somebody to where they would have no exposure to the gospel, have no exposure to anything that is true.
Stop talking. You're literally causing people to burn in hell.
And you know what I've said, Abe? I say this kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it actually is kind of true. And it's not my fault because I'm not the original person that actually served them, but I say to some people, I'm like, you've been served. Okay? So,
why do you go around telling people the gospel? You're literally giving
because they've already been served. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They've already been served.
Andrew, on 2,000
Aboriginal. Wait, Andrew, Aboriginal tribe that never heard the gospel. Would you go and tell it to them or not?
I would, because it's not just because you first of all, we're commanded to preach the gospel. So I'm not going to violate what you.
Look what you're doing.
I know. Okay, I want to pursue this thread. Brother, I want to pursue this thread, but I don't want to lose what Noel said. I got to respond to that real quick. Okay, so real quick, and we'll get this done real quick. So Noel, I heard what you said. Okay, so just follow what I'm saying here, Noel. I'm going to hit you quickly, okay? So the Old Testament doesn't have to be binding for people to recognize that a perfect God instituted those laws. They still can base their laws and understanding on how they live based on those laws. They don't have to hold them, but they can understand and live accordingly. In fact, people do it today. Christians do it today. If you ask a Christian broadly, hey, is it okay for a man to go to church with a pink dress on? Is that okay? Most Christians will say no. And then you can follow up with this second thing. Where do you get that idea? Well, I don't really get that from the New Testament because it doesn't really say much about men wearing dresses. It talks about the effeminate, but that's more like a bottom in a situation, like a relationship. That's more what that's talking about. We're not really talking about men wearing dresses, right? But if you go back into that beloved Old Testament, you'll have a verse that says, a man ought not wear a garment which pertaineth to a woman. It is an abomination to the Lord. Okay, well there you've got a prohibition that you can use to dictate that principle to live by. You don't, and so very clearly, D, you do not need to think that the Old Testament laws are binding, and we have to say binding for what also, that's the other issue, but binding for you to get principles out of them. That's the first thing. As far as them being binding a law, being bound or being bound to the law is for justification. That's what the New Testament is saying you no longer are bound to. You are not bound to the law for justification. Paul makes this explicitly clear. There is no justification by following the law. The law does not justify you. Faith in Christ justifies you. That said, you can still find principles and things in the Old Testament, the Ten Commandments, a whole bunch of other stuff that said that's not repeated in the New Testament, that Christians want to affirm. You can pull that from the Old. So the point is that you can take the Old Testament, you can say, look, these are things that God has permitted. He has quite clearly permitted slavery, and there's no New Testament clear prohibition against slavery. So what do you have then? You have God showing his heart, allowing for people to be enslaved. So my point to you is, D, and you should affirm this, because this is going to be, do you think that the Israelites who enslaved people at God's command, at God's allowance, I should say, do you think that they're going to be held accountable for doing what God permitted them to do? No, you don't. You don't think that, because God is a perfect God and gave them the ability to enslave other humans as property. So you aren't going to say that. So if a human in good conscience owns another human, if there is such a thing, right, which I think I can see them making the case, if they did that, no, they wouldn't be held accountable by God. because they're not doing something that's violating their conscience or violating any principle in Scripture as long as they didn't kidnap, okay? Because the Scripture says you can go to the market and buy and sell your slaves, okay? You can buy and sell them. So the point is if you are buying and selling slaves, you aren't kidnapping them, you're beating them here and there for whatever, let's say some justified reason, whatever that might be, right? Maybe they were trying to grape your white daughter. How do you like that, D? You might want to, hit them. I get that, right? So maybe somebody might do that, and that would be consistent with the Scripture. There'd be nothing there that they'd be violating. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to make the case. So all I'm saying is I think there's somebody in good conscience in all of these different things that are going on, not just slavery, okay? Islam. I think somebody who was born in Islam and pumped with the Islamic, as they would understand it, truth, right? Jesus is not God. God cannot be a man. Jesus wasn't crucified, yada, 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 right? Those people grow up with they have been handicapped against understanding the truth of the gospel. And I think God is going to be merciful on them because of their ignorance. So it isn't just the slavers or enslavers. It's all people who have a certain degree of ignorance about what it is that God would have for them to do. And if they're born into a society or a family that pumps them with, say, the Quran, or pumps them with, hey, enslaving is good. Look at all the butlers that we have. Look at all them out there doing all the work for us. It's great. It builds community. It's good for them. They can't take care of themselves. They need us to watch over them. Okay, if you have people teaching that to their children, I think what has happened is as tragic as it is, certain elements of that are absolutely horrific. As tragic as that is, the child that learns that isn't going to be, to the degree they aren't convicted, isn't going to be held accountable for doing that sin by God. In the same way that any other person that's doing something that's sinful, that they're not aware it's sin, since they don't know the law about it, it's not sin. They don't know it. They're violating the law of God without having the law of God. They don't even know what it is they're violating. They're not aware of it. And then your point about willful, the last point, B, the point about willful sin, okay? The problem here is that there are people who are saved, okay, in the Scripture, and we can go over it. They're already accepted God, accepted Christ, accepted the Holy Spirit, and then they sin willfully. My question to you would be, what happens to those people? Because if you are in Christ, there is no judgment for those who are in Christ Jesus. So my question for you is, if somebody is saved, like let's say a Paul, who says, I do the things that I don't want to do, and I don't do the things that I do want to do. I am a chief among sinners. Chief, he's the top dog, sinner among sinners. So he's giving an open confession there in one of his letters to how he sins, and this is after his conversion. This is after his road to Damascus experience with Christ. He has been changed, and now he is sinning, and he's doing it. He's doing it. He doesn't want to, but he does it. So it is the case that he wills his body to do it, but he has a conviction. He has a conviction that it's wrong. And so my question for you is, D, what happens to those people, given the fact they don't go to hell, and given the fact there's no judgment in Christ Jesus? What happens to the person that sins that is in Christ, according to your understanding of Hebrews, when it says that there is no more forgiveness for sin?
Okay, so I just have to get off the phone call, so I just got on the intel of this, so I didn't hear everything you said.
Oh my gosh.
But it's okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. D, I swear.
I'm so sorry.
You are going to be held accountable for that, okay? All right, go ahead.
You and Abe were talking when I got my phone call.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's all good. Oh, dang it.
That being said,
okay.
I'm assuming, and so I can know what your argument is you're assuming that Paul, first we would need to read the verse that you're saying that Paul was sinning. Because from what I understand that verse says is that my desire is to want to do certain things, but
I'll just we'll just knock it out of the park real quick. So when Paul says
what's the book verse?
Yeah. I'll just tell you. Well, I'll just refresh your mind, and we can pull the verse if we need to. But just do you remember when he's like, "Look, if you do sin, we have an advocate that will forgive us. He is faithful to forgive us if you do sin." It's already said. Are you aware of that passage? It says, "If you sin, we have an advocate."
That's not
That's willful sin. What do you think? Wait. Okay, hold on. So somebody who is doing something that they're aware is sinful, I think that is a sin that is willful.
Okay, no. So when you receive the knowledge of Christ.
Yeah.
Like for example, Andrew, you believe in Jesus Christ and Him crucified. You know that.
Yeah.
All right. So if you were to, I don't know if you're married, but let's say you are married or you were to get married and you committed adultery. There's no forgiveness for will. That is willful sin. But if it's a sin that you're not aware of that you're committing, that's not willful sin. That's the ignorance based.
Oh yeah. So when somebody So I take the willful sin passage, just so you know, D, I take that to mean that Christ is the final sacrifice for sin. He is the covering of all sin. There is no more forgiveness outside of Christ for sin. I don't take that to mean that you can't be forgiven for sin. Because I think
if you read Hebrews 10 through 26, it says, knowing that you have made Christ's sacrifice moot, for the lack of better words. That's what it says. And because you have nullified Christ's sacrifice, there is no forgiveness. That's what Hebrews 10. That's why we need to read those scriptures, because that's what the word it says. You know who Christ is, but you sinned willfully after knowing, coming to the truth of who Christ is. There's no more sacrifice for that. For example, I believe, and this is my belief and what I'm convicted by, that I am not supposed to work on Saturdays, and I'm not supposed to eat pork. That's my conviction. If I go back, there is no forgiveness for that. That's what I'm telling you. So the things that we know for sure, there's no forgiveness for that.
Yeah. So.
But that's why I'm telling you, Andrew, all I'm asking you to do is go to. Are you able to just go to Hebrews 10 and 26?
Yeah.
And you will be. And I put it on everything I love. It's not a tricky scripture. You don't have to reinterpret it.
No, I know what you're talking about. Right?
It says, once you become knowledge of the truth in Jesus Christ, any sin you commit after knowing Jesus, that is willful sin. There's no forgiveness for that. That's what it says.
Yeah. So it's fine.
If you believe in Christ and you become a PDF, there's no forgiveness for that. Period.
Yeah. So you don't think that? You don't think somebody. So here's the thing. The Bible talks about people, and I want to make this distinction. I think this is the key.
Person, just say it out loud. You don't have to type it in.
And the Bible talks about people's practice. Then. Grammy, you haven't been speaking much, my brother. You gotta speak, my friend. Your personalities are very funny versus your typing. But can you not hear me?
I can hear you. Hear me. Like you're kind of in a matrix. Where's that? Who's in the matrix?
My brother.
He's that coward. This is what they're chat warriors. They don't stand on their own.
I can't know more than most is real cool.
Andrew, you're breaking up.
Oh, I mad love for my Israelite queen. Give me just a minute.
Okay, while you're taking that minute, can you pull up the scripture?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I have it. Yeah, we can read it. Yeah, we can read it. Crimsonite, if you're there until I come back, if you can speak, my brother. Noelle's awesome, so I hope you're being nice to her. Crimsonite, if you can speak, my brother, and we can comment on this willful sin. We can get into the Hebrew Israelite movement broadly, but we can talk about this willful sin part. because I take it to be a persistence in sin, and I take it to be talking about the animal sacrifices, not to be talking about saying that there is no forgiveness of sin if you willfully sin after you're saved. Anyway, just let's just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, D. Justin, good. I'm glad you're back. Justin, don't go nowhere, buddy. I need you to comment on this as well about willful sin in Hebrews 10. Let's pull that up and we can go over this together. We got one of the brethren, one of the finest parishioners, Divine, with us. A man of the cloth. A man of the cloth, shall we say. Okay, give me just 1 minute. But Justin, can you pull up your sin? Let's get into it.
Yeah.
If you could, you might need to start from at the beginning of the chapter. I don't know. I just know 10 and 26 is like boom in your face.
I don't think I need to go from the beginning to.
Okay.
Because the principle it's a standalone verse actually. But basically, yeah, willful sin is more so willful practice of sin. So, of course, willful sin, like David willfully committed adultery with Bathsheba. David willfully killed Bathsheba's husband. But, of course, he was forgiven for that. There was a sacrifice. There was Christ's sacrifice. But when it's talking about willful sin, I think it's really talking about willful continual practice, like a sinful lifestyle. So there's people that, they go to church, they do their little rosary and all that stuff, and they work for the mafia. And they think, oh, yeah, I'm just going to continue to do both. I'm going to, kill and kill and kill, and also, pray to Mary or pray to Jesus and ask him to forgive me. But that's willful. You're willfully not trying to change. So I think that's the big difference there. It's not necessarily like one willful sinful act, but it's a continual lifestyle.
Are you gonna read the 10 to 26 and read down?
I'm driving, but someone can read that. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Oh, okay.
I think Andrew is studying at this moment.
Studying that verse or the concept?
Maybe the verse. I think his concept is similar to yours.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, because then if technically most people have committed willful sin. Most people willfully committed adultery. So
I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. I'm in traffic that's stop and go, so maybe I can pull it up.
Okay, well let me drive. I mean, since you're driving as well, I'm a guy, so I'm a better driver. You know what I mean?
Now that's willful sin, sir. Okay. JP said, is that a contrast to accidental sin?
I mean, sometimes, hey, some jokes are tempting. Some jokes are tempting. You just have to say it, or else there'd be no day.
Yeah.
So, But anyway, you said 20 to 26?
It's okay. So for the law having a shadow of good things to come, and not the very image of the things, can never, with those sacrifices. This is okay. I'm about to go to 26. That was at 1. Okay. 26. Oh, this is long. I couldn't have been able to read all this. For if we willfully sin after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remains no more sacrifice for sin, but a certain fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversary. he that despised Moses' law died without mercy under 2 or 3 witnesses. Of how sore punishment, suppose ye, shall he be thought worthy, who have trodden under of the Son of God, and have counted the blood of the covenant wherewith he was sanctified an unholy thing, and he hath done despite unto the Spirit of grace. For we know him that he has said, vengeance belongeth to me. I will recompense, saith the Lord. And again, the Lord shall judge his people. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God.
Yeah. So it says, for if we sin willfully after we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remains no more sacrifice for sins. So, key point I'm trying to point to is the plural idea of sins. Like you're constantly doing it. So yeah, I just think this is more so about a lifestyle that you're planning to do, where you're anticipating that, oh, well, he's going to forgive me, and I can do this.
That's what I'm saying. That was my point. I said, you know who Christ is. You get married, and you start having an affair. You already came to the knowledge. You already know that it's not right. You already have repented. You already are aligned, and then you're now in a whirlwind of affair. No more forgiveness for Williams.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying something that there's a difference between something that you know is a problem you're working on, and you're working on getting better every time. You know what I'm saying? Let's say you have a problem with lying, and you still are doing it, but you're catching yourself, and you're trying to get better, and you're working on, because lying can be an addiction, and you're stopping yourself, and you're asking for grace and mercy, and getting stronger, and trying to fight it, and trying to die to self. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about stuff that this is what it is. No more forgiveness for us. So the argument was, when I was talking to Andrew regarding the slave masters who came to know Christ, and from their paradigm, they don't even supposed to follow the law. The law of Moses has been fulfilled and is no longer. So if you're enslaving people, which is, treat that, if we're going to go with the only thing you got to follow is the 10 Commandments, and you're enslaving people, and you're raping, and you're doing all these things, there's no forgiveness for them, is what I was trying to tell Andrew. And Andrew was saying, well, it depends on the time. And I was like, no, because Christ had the sacrifice. There was a sacrifice that Christ made. So you can't have it either way. If you believe that the law is in place, then you have an argument for slavery.
Yeah,
if you don't believe that the law is no more, it's been fulfilled, then you don't have an argument for slavery. And when I say argument, I'm not talking about you, Andrew. I'm talking about slave masters.
Right. No, I understand. I just don't know that that's a fair characterization of what I'm saying. I'm saying, Justin.
Andrew, you.
Okay, you're in the Matrix. So is he saying that he wants to be forgiven for his slaves? Like
he's saying that if the slaves were passed down.
We got money in the.
We spoke on you. Obviously, we spoke upon him, and he has arisen. Your mic is terrible here.
Yeah, it's more like Candyman. Hear me now. Can you hear me? Hold on, it'll feel like it's more like Candyman. Yes, exactly. Yes, it's more like Candyman. Like Honey Badger, I need to hear these. But anyway, that being said, no, I just wanted to say. Yeah, exactly. But I just wanted to say that no. So Justin, I just want you to understand what's going on, because I made an nuanced point. Noelle was like, she cut out a couple times, so I don't know that she heard everything I said, but or cut out at least once. But anyway, what I was saying is this, okay? The Christians at the time of the slave trade, okay? Now, if they believe that the Old Testament laws are binding, okay, and they just basically they're Torah observant, okay, I think they have plenty of justification for them to think that. No. For them to think that. Listen. Not to steal men, not to man steal, okay, but for them to enslave another human because God permitted it. Now, the way in which they did it, I think, is definitely, there's certain elements of what they did at the time that were not right. I think the kidnapping, I think the when they were abusive and not treating them, kindly or whatever the case may be, I think that's clearly going to be wrong for them to do that. But here's the thing, the larger point I was making, Justin, it's a very nuanced point. It isn't the case that they have to be Torah observant. It doesn't matter. If they're just Christians broadly, a lot of Christians still get principles from the Old Testament. They do that today. Christians do this broadly when it comes to cross-dressing, when it comes to certain things that are only spoken about, like, for example, bestiality. Christians are going to find explicit prohibitions against bestiality in the Old Testament alone. You do not find that in the New Testament. And so I think the point is that even if somebody thinks that the law is not, they're not under the law, and I think if you're a Christian, you should believe that you're not under the law for justification. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't follow certain things that are laid out in the Old Testament as principles, like prohibitions or guidelines to what it is that you do, because there are things like that that show God's heart. And so my only point is look, we can discuss the food laws and wearing mixed fabrics and the Sabbath and things like that, and there's a good discussion to be had there. But I'm saying that God clearly permitted people to own other humans as property and to beat them with a rod as long as they didn't kill them. So, given there's certain permission to do that. I'm saying that there can be people in this United States slave empire, or shall we say, in the United States, that think, and I'm just saying, only God knows their heart, but they can have no condemnation of conscience because they've been inculcated by their culture to think that is okay. And the Bible doesn't condemn it up to a certain point, right? Obviously, you can't kill them and just hang them for wanting to read. You can't rape their women. You can't do all these things, right? That's not in the scripture. You can't do that. But it is true that you could own humans as property and pass them down. You could bequeath them to your children, and you could beat them as long as you didn't kill them. There's certain things like that. Clearly, a perfect God who is omniscient, who gave these provisions, allowed for it. And you might say, yeah, it was only for that time, and it wouldn't be suitable today. But here's what you can't say. You can't say that it's a sin for them to do it at that time, for them to do it at that time. No, for them to do it at that time. You can't say that. And since you can't say that, all I'm saying is that Christians in the United States slave system could be, I'm not saying they are, it's an individual basis, could be going within their own conscience if they understood it to be, hey, God permitted this at some point, and I do think this is how he would want us to operate today. I think it's a good principle, and we're going to enslave other people. I do think somebody could be morally blameless.
To add to that,
anyway,
the same verse that I was speaking of that says you cannot kidnap a man and put him in slavery also says that if you're found with this property, this person who has been kidnapped, you will be put to death.
I know. I agree. I've already said that.
Well, hold on, Andrew. It's twofold.
I agree.
The kidnapper should be put to death, and the person who passes the property to whoever is in possession of the property. So that will count for the people who pass it down through their lineage.
Wait a second.
We can read the verse. But to add to that, Andrew, you're talking about Christians who believe that now you would probably have an argument if they follow the dietary law, if they worship on the Sabbath day.
I already responded to that.
You would have an argument if it didn't come from the Catholic Church. If the Catholic Church was the one who initiated the doctrine.
All right.
The
I'm sorry. My heart just hurts. My heart hurts. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. But I'm not doing that to you. But I feel like you weren't listening to me because I'm saying.
I'm listening to you, Andrew. But you're making every leeway, every exception for them to have an escape route.
Not just them.
You're taking away from the conviction of the Holy Spirit. You're taking.
I'm saying if they. Okay.
If these are true Christian, no true Scotsman. I get it, but true Christian folk.
Yeah.
Go to church every Sunday.
Yeah.
Who have other Christian folk telling them that they're in absolute contrast to the Bible, and you're telling them that the Holy Spirit is not.
I agree. No, look. I've already said, D, that to the ones that God is convicting and they ignore the conviction to whatever degree they're doing that, they are accountable. But if they aren't, and I can easily picture scenarios where a child grows up in the slave era and they are just taught by their parents, this is what we do. We read the Old Testament and God permitted it, He allowed for it, even if they don't think that the law is for justification. I don't think anybody should think that. I don't think you should think that. The law does not justify you. The law does not justify
Andrew, you are the only Andrew. You've been on this app long enough to where I understand what you're saying, but that is not the Christian paradigm.
It is.
No, it's not, Andrew. Most Christians believe that the law is done away with. The only law that we
done away with for what though? Done away with for what?
Andrew, I'm not arguing with you. I completely agree with you.
Okay,
we are on the same page. But what I'm telling you is the general Christian theology is that you just missing the mark.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
It's not. It's
you're
not
right.
to the extent of how we see it. So
whatever the what is,
you're missing the mark.
Okay, yeah, so let me just, Noel, here's the answer, ready, hold on. And saying, I see that God permitted this, and so even if we're not obligated to keep the law, which I agree most Christians, when you're like, hey, do you eat pork? They're like, yeah, we're not under the law, right? I do agree. That's how they respond. A lot of Christians respond that way. That's right, okay? That's right, they'll say that, right? But those same Christians, if you ask them, does the Old Testament give some reflection as to who God is, like what His nature is, what He does prefer or not prefer in certain cases? Like, does it reveal how He feels about certain things, at least at the time that He gave these, laws to Moses and was speaking, or guiding the Commonwealth of Israel? Like, when God was doing that, does the Old Testament reveal His nature and who He is? Well, yes, they would say it does. And they would also rely on it to condemn things like bestiality, like cross-dressing. They would say, hey, look, this is found in the Scripture. And they would say the Ten Commandments are things they have to follow. And they would say that when the Scripture says love your neighbor as yourself in the Old Testament, they have to do that. Jesus said it also. There's all these things, right? But my only thing, there's a difference between prohibition, right, or saying that you must do this on this day or not do this on that day or whatever, versus saying, look, I'm just drawing a principle from what God has permitted. And I think people, and in fact, the Bible was used to keep people enslaved, to keep them in there, because people could read it and justifiably, I would say, come to a conclusion that God does not condemn it. Jesus didn't come on the stage and say no more slavery. He just said there's neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free.
That word is not slave. That word is servant. It's not slave.
Oh boy.
Come on, you know it's.
Okay.
That's a translation.
Aren't you kind of Israelite? Wait, aren't you an Israelite to that?
She is.
What does that have to do?
She is an Israelite.
Help me understand.
No, Israelite believe they're going to be future slaves in the kingdom.
Well, that's true also.
But we're not talking about that right now, Jessica.
She's just trying to correct this point because she thinks that the reason
why we're talking about this is because we're talking about just because you're a Christian or you wear the title of Christian,
right,
does not mean that you will not be held accountable for the sins that you committed that are willful. Once you receive the knowledge of the truth, that's all I'm saying. And
no. I'm not saying you.
Argument. What's the adulterer who continues to commit adultery?
Continues.
Right. So the slave.
Okay, if they know it's sin. No, it's not. Hold on. D, do you realize there are people that are born into African, like, some sort of like shaman,
They took
Listen.
No, Andrew, because they took the story of Moses, the Exodus story, out of the Bible. You're saying it as if
Yes, the ones that did that. No, I told you the ones that did that clearly saw this as reasons to slaves are not. They shouldn't think this, right? But I'm saying they could. I think they could come by it honest. They could think, well, the slaves are going to try to find a reason to undermine my authority over them. And the scripture gives me the authority, but the scripture also has certain stories about how slaves are set free and stuff, and I don't want them to take that and try to use that as a justification to undermine my authority. They could think that.
I understand that, but all of these tricks and ways to get them to you're not even supposed to remove anything from the Bible. So
I agree. That's pretty weird. They shouldn't. I agree.
You keep making.
But that's not even what I'm saying. I'm not. No, I'm not. No, D, I'm not. Look, I'm saying this for any group born into any society, any culture. If they're born thinking something is, for example, great example. Ready? D, ready? In the United States, we've become so degenerate that you got people like Honey Badger and people running around thinking it's okay to abort babies. Okay. They actually think it's literally like an intruder. It's a parasite, okay? You need to remove the space invader. There's an alien substance in your body. You need to get it out of you. Okay, so, you be quiet. Son. Okay, I'll put you over my knee here in a second. But anyway, there are people in the United States who have been indoctrinated to believe that the murder of babies is healthcare, okay? And these ditzy, absolutely retarded young women come in to TikTok lives and they go, I think, it is healthcare. And you shouldn't say anything. There's been a normalization of that to the point where people are murdering babies and they think it's okay. And I'm telling you, to whatever degree their conscience is not condemning them because it's been seared by their parents' wrong teaching and society's wrong teaching, to whatever degree that's happened, I think that they are going to be not held accountable in the same way that somebody who does know that it's wrong, who goes up and kills somebody in cold blood, and just to be clear, I think most people who perform abortions, or most people who go in and get them, they do know they're doing something wrong. I think it's hard. I think it's almost impossible to walk past that conviction. I think that is.
We are on the same page with that, but you're making a way out of no way.
I'm making it. No, there is a way. Let me ask Justin. Okay, let me ask Justin. Justin, do you think somebody in good conscience would be raised in a family that has been enslaving for a couple generations or whatever, right? And it's just become normalized, so they're like, hey, this is our butler, whatever. It's better for them. It's better for the slave. God permitted it in the Old Testament. He said we could buy and sell slaves. We could bequeath them down to our children. We can beat them, etc. Do you think that somebody could go through that and I'm not talking about the more egregious things like, raping them and doing stuff like that. I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about having, just plain old slavery, okay? If they just had somebody as their property that's, working the fields or whatever, and let's just say that they treated them, they were in the big house with them to some degree, or they treated them somewhat equitable, okay? Do you think somebody in that kind of scenario could be without condemnation for that particular thing and still be somebody who knew God, but just because of the hardness of the society that they have grown up in,
yes, white Christianity is a hell of a drug.
I don't see if it was.
Hold on, Justin. There's a verse that Jesus says when they come to him, we prophesied in your name. We remove demons in your name.
Yeah, but that's not. You're gonna have to show. Yeah.
Christ said,
"Depart from them, the workers of iniquity." I get you. But you gotta show. You'd have to show that's where it applies. I don't agree with you.
Okay? You haven't showed that what you're saying applies to what we're.
I think what I'm showing is clearly true because you, by your own standard, are not going to hold the Israelites accountable for their slavery.
What are you talking about?
Hey, D, were the Israelites, when they beat slaves, were they sinning?
What does that have to do with
exactly?
No, you didn't drop no knowledge.
I did drop something because the point is, okay, it's D.
No, Andrew.
You're not making any sense. You can own somebody. You can hold on. You can own somebody. I'm not talking about somebody who steals somebody. Okay, somebody who grows up on a field or on a freaking cotton plantation, whatever, with their family generation business. Okay, and having slaves in the field. Okay, and that person in America. Okay, listen.
If you're caught.
Yeah, let's pull that up. But if they don't know that, I think most Christians, and here's the other thing, you want to appeal to most Christians, most Christians don't know their Bible. And they don't know what the Old Testament says about this, and so how can they know if they didn't hear it?
But okay, they don't. But hold on. They know the slavery part. They knew enough to remove the part.
I'm saying yes, because no, I'm not talking about the ones who did that. Not all people did that. Some people did that.
Okay.
Don't do that. No, be fair, D. I'm trying to.
You're dismissing the Holy Spirit. And even if they didn't.
No, I'm saying somebody can.
Andrew, even if they did, it's just like when you preach about Christ and you tell someone about Christ and the goodness of the Christ and you're spreading the gospel and they heard the message.
Yeah.
They heard the message. They're held accountable for that.
To the degree that they understood the presentation. Somebody can. No.
Just like, how hard is it to say it's against the biblical, the Bible, to have slaves? And
it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. If anything, it's the opposite. The Bible tells you.
I'm going to give you a verse that says it. It talks about kidnapping and being in.
Yeah, kidnapping is different than slavery.
And being in, if you kidnap someone and put them in slavery.
Okay.
That's a sin.
D, let me ask you a straightforward question. Is it the case that the perfect, omniscient God of our salvation permitted people to own other people as property and beat them? Did God do that, yes or no?
Absolutely.
There we go. So my point is that if somebody has
Jesus Christ came.
And Jesus Christ didn't stop it.
And Jesus Christ, it didn't stop it, but when Jesus Christ came and he fulfilled the law, Christians believe.
I agree. Yeah, doesn't mean it doesn't have value.
They don't practice.
Can we simmer down a little bit? I want to understand.
Yeah, but Justin, I want you.
Okay, hear your point. But what's your reasoning behind why God gave them permission to have slaves?
Are you referring to the Israelites? Or are you referring to
Israelites? No, the Israelites. If it's bad for the Americans, then why?
I don't have an argument for that. But the difference is Jesus came. What has been taught in the paradigm of Christianity is that the law is done away with. It has been fulfilled. The law is done away with. We don't follow the law anymore. We don't follow Mosaic law. That has been the paradigm. Period. So when now you go back and pick and choose what law you want to believe in, when the paradigm has said we don't follow the law anymore, that is a essence of the untruthfulness of the Christianity that they were practicing, picking and choosing what they wanted to practice. Hence, me saying, when Christ says, "Get away from me, you workers of iniquity," it's because they were preaching, they were going to this, they were doing this, they were doing all these wonderful things in the name of Jesus. However, Christ still shunned them because they were in sin. And they did the things to avoid following the Bible as it is written. That's the point. So what the Israelites do is not what the Christians of yesteryear do. Even the Christians of today, they don't follow the laws and the guidelines and the practices of the Israelites. They don't follow the Mosaic law. So you just can't pick and choose. So it's disingenuous to say that they have the right to do it. And that God is going to be like, you know what? It was because of the times. No. And now we're saying that there's no type of Holy Spirit that can convict them. Because if you were, y'all know, if you were in line with Christ, then he sent the Holy Spirit. So you still have to deal with that.
I already said somebody could not be convicted because they have hardened hearts and they have been inculcated by their parents, by society, to not feel it. Look, when I go up to a woman and say you're murdering your baby, they don't hear me sometimes. It just goes right over their head.
Is Christ going to hold that person responsible once they?
Well, I think, like I said, I think because murdering a human like that and just knowing what it is that you're doing, even though they try to sanitize it, I still think there's going to be, and I don't know their hearts. I'm just saying I'm just telling you. I think that there are going to be some people in that position who I think they're going to be less accountable. Murdering another human that is defenseless like that.
They're Christian. No, they're Christian, and they're.
I understand. I understand that. There's Christians who think abortion's okay, but I'm telling you that I think that, just my take on it, okay, because I have such a strong conviction about it, it's hard for me not to see them being convicted about it. But I can picture their conviction being pretty limited to the point where because it's been so freaking normalized, so it's just a clump of cells, it's just a freaking, it's a parasite that you have the right to remove. It is trespassing and it's taking your resources, so you can lethally remove it because it's trespassing, okay? That's the kind of rhetoric garbage that the pro-choicers are saying. And so I can understand somebody in good faith, in good conscience, to some degree, saying, hey, I don't think this is a problem. Even though it's hard for me to believe they could go through that without a snag, okay? So I do think there's probably going to be some accountability, but I'll just say this, that's a hardcore thing. We're talking about murdering another human. We're talking about taking some... Well, look, I'm giving you some